After a long journey, let the water wash away your fatigue. Yala's voice was ethereal and pleasant, accompanied by the sound of flowing water, adding to the tranquility and hint of intimacy. Her movements were gentle and rhythmic, where her fingertips passed, bringing a comfortable sense of relaxation. Seeing this, Nina also mustered the courage to dive into the water, cautiously massaging Duke's calves with her nimble hands. Her movements were somewhat clumsy but exceptionally earnest, occasionally lifting her head to meet Duke's gaze, only to quickly lower her eyes like a startled deer with flushed cheeks, yet she did not retreat. Duke relaxed his body, letting himself be enveloped by the warm pool water, the swirling mist, the silent tenderness of the two women. The air was filled with Yala's unique orchid scent, Nina's sun-like aura, and the aroma of the hot spring itself, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Moonlight filtered through the specially designed dome ceiling, casting a hazy, gentle light that mingled with the mist, draping everything before them in a dreamy veil. Tiny water droplets hung on Yala's lowered eyelashes. Nina's wet strands clung to her smooth forehead, their figures faintly visible in the shimmering light, revealing a glimpse of enchanting beauty. The mist seemed to thicken, the moonlight passing through the fog, outlining the three figures in the pool, making them even more indistinct. As if seen through a flowing veil, Duke could clearly feel the soft and resilient warmth of Yala gradually pressing against his back, while Nina's slightly trembling reliance nestled along his arm. The pool water rippled with their subtle actions, disrupting the moon's reflection and the tranquil surface. The floating petals gently brushed against the skin with the water waves, bringing a faint, tickling sensation. As time passed, the pool water began to stir. Splashes continued to erupt, and the low breathing became more urgent. 2 days had passed in a blink of an eye amidst tranquility and warmth. Duke made full use of this time to completely relax from the fatigue accumulated during the deep-sea expedition, and also enjoyed rare leisure accompanied by Yala and Nina. On the third morning, with the sunlight just right, Duke was on the island's seaside balcony, organizing some prior materials. Yala quietly brewed coffee beside him, while Nina curiously played with several deep-sea shells that glimmered softly. A moment later, he glanced at the wizard's mark, receiving a message from Harrison, who had arrived outside the island. Harrison had specifically arranged to meet Duke upon hearing about his return 2 days ago, mainly to deliver Duke's share from previous transactions. A dedicated reception area had now been built on the island for welcoming guests and allowing them to rest. In the simple yet tasteful reception courtyard, Duke met Harrison, the head of the Giant Rock Commerce Association, who arrived as promised. He wore a luxurious Commerce Association robe, with a merchant's characteristic, warm smile on his face. From Harrison's demeanor, it seemed he had been doing well lately and appeared in high spirits. "Duke, it's been a while. You look even better than before." Harrison greeted respectfully, with a hint of appropriate flattery in his words. "Mr. Harrison, you're too kind. Please have a seat." Duke nodded slightly, gesturing for him to sit down. After brewing the coffee, Yala poured a cup for each of them and then quietly retreated to the side with Nina. After a few polite exchanges, Harrison directly got to the point, his expression becoming more solemn. "The division during your absence has been calculated, and I specifically came to deliver it today." He carefully took out a dark gold card with subtle spatial fluctuations and a parchment account sealed with complex magic marks from his chest. This dark gold card is essentially also a spatial tool, specifically designed to store magic stones. It can actually be considered a space ring, just specially customized and quite expensive. Only wealthier wizards can afford such a magic stone card. According to the sales situation of the Starlight, Meditation Potion, Echoing Whisper Potion, Sun Resilience Potion. Their derived series across various planes, after deducting all agreed costs and taxes, your share amounts to a total of 21,850,000 magic stones. Harrison's voice carried a faint hint of marvel. Even for a Commerce Association head handling massive funds, this sum was truly astonishing. Typically, such amounts mostly occur in transactions between different powers. It's rare for a wizard to have this sum personally. Especially for level 1 mage, it's even less likely, as most level 1 mages at this stage do not yet have the ability to earn such an amount of magic stones. The magic potions Duke has improved are truly remarkable, with noticeable enhancement effects and suitable for widespread use. Any of these magic potions would typically require other wizards to spend many years researching, optimizing, and continually studying to develop. The process of a magic potion improvement plan, from idea to practical implementation and widespread use, involves a lengthy journey with challenges across many areas. Each step requires significant time for research, validation, and correction, making the production of magic potion improvement plans not so easy. Duke is highly valued by the Giant Rock Commerce Association precisely because his exceptional talent enables him to produce practical improvement plans so quickly and frequently. This is a skill that can only be explained by talent. To others, he is undoubtedly a genius, at least in the field of magic potions. Duke calmly accepted the magic stone card and account sheet, scanning with spiritual power. The vast sea-like magic stone energy fluctuations within the card and the clearly listed enormous numbers on the account were confirmed accurate, though slightly less than initially estimated. Considering market fluctuations and operating costs, it remained within a reasonable range. With these magic stones, his wallet bulked up a bit, reaching over 30 million magic stones. "Thank you, Mr. Harrison." Duke put away the magic stone card politely. "As long as you're satisfied." Harrison's smile widened. "To be honest, the market potential for your researched magic potions remains enormous, especially now we've opened channels in 3 newly discovered low planes." The two then exchanged information briefly on potential future collaboration directions and the market prices of certain scarce resources before Harrison, satisfied, got up to take his leave. The Giant Rock Commerce Association had also earned a lot from collaborating with Duke. Undoubtedly, they gained even more. However, the Giant Rock Commerce Association is also putting in manpower and operating costs to manage various aspects of the entire process, so making more profit is quite normal. Duke didn't mind this either, as it was all written in the contracts. In business, only when everyone profits can it last and continue. Just a day after Harrison left, Lucas also came to see Duke. The purpose of his visit was simple. The profit sharing from the improved version of Blood of War, called Bloodthirst, was ready. Due to the strategic importance of Bloodthirst, Duke chose to cooperate with Black Sail. Although the profits would be much lower, the advantage lay in safety and reliability. If collaborating with forces like the Giant Rock Commerce Association, greed could lead to unforeseen events. Duke valued long-term gains more when he wasn't powerful enough. He knew to properly concede profits to ensure a better survival space for himself. Once he has enough strength, he wouldn't need to do so. Deserted island in the visitor's courtyard. "Duke," Lucas's voice was steady, carrying the courtesy of business affairs as he nodded slightly. "I heard you performed well in the deep-sea insect race mission. After hearing you've returned, I specifically came to handle some matters." "Mr. Lucas, please have a seat." Duke nodded in response. He had a good impression of Lucas, as this person was consistently meticulous in his work and trustworthy. Lucas sat down quietly, his gaze sweeping across the room and landing on Duke, skipping any unnecessary pleasantries and directly stating his purpose. "I am here under the Legion Logistics Department's direction to settle and deliver the profit share from the improved Blood of War formula over the past period." As he spoke, he retrieved from his space ring a standardized metal file box with the seal of the 3rd Legion, along with a simply styled magic stone card adorned with the Legion insignia at its edges. This is one of the advantages of the magic stone card. Although it's considered a space tool, it can be placed within other space tools like the space ring and such. In general, when the quantities of magic stones involved are massive, mostly magic stone cards are used for convenient transportation of large amounts of magic stones. Due to ongoing battles in the Devourer Plane and comprehensive mobilization against void insect race invasion, demand for efficient treatment potions has surged across Black Sail's various legions and related battle zones. Lucas's tone was even, as if delivering a routine report. "Your improved Blood of War, known for its outstanding effectiveness, performed excellently in the war, with consumption far exceeding expectations." He placed the file box and magic stone card steadily onto the table before Duke. "According to Logistics Department calculations, after deducting standard costs, management fees, and the required Legion share, your net share amounts to 31.5 million magic stones. All magic stones have been deposited into this internal Legion settlement magic stone card. Here is the detailed earnings report an expenseless copy for your review and confirmation. 31.5 million magic stones was somewhat beyond Duke's expectations, as his profit-sharing ratio was relatively low. Though Black Sail extensively adopted Duke's bloodthirst potion, its use internally yielded little profit, mostly offered to the legions at cost price. That was why Black Sail awarded Duke a level 1 Black Sail honorary medal as a minor form of compensation for tangible sacrifices made. Yet since choosing to cooperate with Black Sail, Duke naturally sought protection, understanding that lesser profits were within expectations. However, Duke hadn't anticipated that he would still receive over 30 million magic stones income in such circumstances. Calmly, he accepted the file box and magic stone card, swiftly scanning spiritually to confirm clear accounts and correct quantities. Upon inspection, Duke found that most of this income actually derived from external sources. Apart from internal use, Black Sail also sold a portion through various commerce association channels to other powers, which was the main profit source. Recently, due to events in the Devourer plane and Void insect race causing constant conflicts, demand for blood of war also increased. Duke's bloodthirst was substantially superior to ordinary blood of war, capable of significantly boosting the slave creature legion's strength, earning favor across parties. Yet Black Sail still had not sold much externally, not because they didn't want to, but because there wasn't enough to sell. Given their own substantial needs, the amount available for sale was further reduced. Nevertheless, Duke received this profit share, which wasn't insignificant. Thank you, Mr. Lucas. After counting, Duke signed a document with his spiritual power imprint. Completing the receipt, Lucas's task was thus concluded, as he properly retained the signed document after verification. Casually, Duke asked, "How are things at the Devourer plane?" Recently focused on the Void insect race, Duke had less understanding of the Devourer plane, unaware of ongoing battles there. Lucas hesitated briefly before informing, "The situation there has mostly concluded. As Lord Raphael intervened, everything settled." These details were temporarily unknown externally, remaining known to involved parties only. Considering Duke as one of the involved, Lucas disclosed part of the information. After listening, Duke merely nodded silently, surprised by level 6 mage Raphael's personal involvement, although Lucas briefly mentioned with just a casual sentence. Still, the issue seemed far from simple. Raphael's engagement illustrated the complexity of the Devourer plane. Despite the Devourer plane's strongest force being level 5 life, fully resolving without future complications wasn't easy, indeed calling for level 6 mage intervention for a thorough resolution. Once matters at the Devourer plane conclude, there likely won't be a new plane war starting anytime soon. Lucas pondered before commenting, "Is that so?" Duke mused. This news led him to ponder many things, as it wasn't positive news for resource-hungry wizards, because the plane battlefield is the fastest method to acquire resources, albeit involving some risks. Probably in response to frequent plane wars these past years, along with the Void insect race's invasion, not only Black Sail, but wizard organizations all around needed some time to stabilize, likely to digest previous resources as well. The wizard plane is never a place of chaotic expansion. Its actions bear strategic purpose, avoiding mindless growth. Any expansion comes at a cost. Launching a plane warfare requires a large investment of resources. After occupying a plane, subsequent maintenance and governance also demand resources. If the wizard plane continuously conquers one plane after another without pause, it might eventually collapse under its own weight. Therefore, most wizard organizations in the wizard plane expand methodically. After a period of plane warfare, they take time to recuperate. This serves both to accumulate strength and to absorb prior resources, making better use of those from the conquered planes. This recuperation period is not synchronized across the entire plane, but decided by each wizard organization independently. After Black Sail concluded the warfare on the Devourer plane, the decision was made from above to take a break. The news that Black Sail decided to enter a rest period quickly spread within the organization. This means large-scale plane warfare will temporarily halt, and the corresponding war tasks and the immense profits linked to them will sharply decrease. Duke currently holds over 60 million magic stones, which seems like a lot, but in reality, it is still insufficient. His most critical goal now is to advance to level 2 mage, The transition from level 1 to level 2 is a massive leap, reaching an entirely different life level. Duke is following the path of an elemental mage, and for elemental mages, the biggest trait is the ability to partially or completely elementalize their bodies. This not only significantly increases resistance to physical attacks, but also signifies a new level of understanding and manipulation of the corresponding elemental essence, greatly enhancing casting strength, speed, and survival ability. However, to achieve such a transformation in life essence, it requires the absorption of vast amounts of highly concentrated pure elemental energy during the promotion process, forcibly washing and remodeling the body and soul to deeply conform with the elemental rules. In this process, the spiritual power crystal undergoes immense elemental energy washing and gradually transforms, enabling the mage to control elementalization. But this does not directly transform the body into an elemental state. It simply means having such means. During the promotion process, relying solely on temporarily absorbing energy from the external environment is far from sufficient. Not only is it slow, but it is also extremely dangerous, easily leading to energy loss of control. Therefore, mages usually prepare energy wells in advance. This is a special piece of alchemy or a constructed special magic model, its core function being to pre-store a vast amount of highly purified and stable elemental energy sufficient to support the entire promotion process before promotion. In critical moments of breaking through, activating the energy reserved in the energy well, one can obtain a stable and surging source of power. This process is extremely perilous, very prone to problems. Although the transition from level 1 mage to level 2 mage offers a great enhancement, it also faces enormous risks. The massive release of elemental energy from the energy well, like a burst dam, needs to be precisely guided in a very short time to wash and remodel every corner of the body. The slightest distraction, or a minor deviation in the spiritual power's control of energy, can set this rampant power loose, rampaging throughout the body. Best, it causes bodily injuries and organ damage, leaving difficult to heal hidden wounds. At worst, the flesh cannot withstand it, resulting in uncontrolled elementalization or being instantly burst by the overwhelming energy, leaving nothing behind. Promotion is not only a physical transformation, but also a sublimation of spirit and soul. As the vast energy remodels the body, it also fiercely impacts the spiritual sea. The core spiritual power crystal must remain stable amidst the energy storm, completing its own qualitative transformation and sublimation. Once the spiritual sea cannot withstand the impact, cracks or even collapse may occur. The mage's consciousness may be lightly damaged, leading to madness or insanity, or be utterly obliterated by the energy torrent, leaving not even a fragment of the soul. Especially for ordinary single-element elemental mages, only one type of elemental impact is faced, but Duke needs to simultaneously guide 6 different, even conflicting, elemental energies. This requires him to have an almost perfect understanding and control of each element's properties and their mutual synergies and antagonisms. Any tiny imbalance could trigger catastrophic elemental turbulence or conflict within the body. Meanwhile, when energy impact and mental stress peak, negative emotions deep within the mage's heart, such as fear, obsession, and regret, will be greatly amplified, forming illusions. If the will is not firm enough, indulging in illusions will lead to self-loss, causing promotion failure or even permanent mental slumber. Even for ordinary elemental mages, the process of advancing to level 2 mage is extremely dangerous, let alone for Duke. Ordinary elemental mages usually only need to prepare an energy well matching their primary element, storing energy valued at around 10 million magic stones. This is the most basic energy well, a better configured one would cost 2 to 3 times more. To increase the probability of successful promotion, it's necessary to prepare a better energy well. Most mages also strive to prepare a well-configured energy well, but Duke's situation is far more complex and difficult than others. His spiritual sea's core is a composite spiritual power crystal centered on the light divine status and fused with 6 major elemental attributes: wind, fire, earth, water, light, and dark. This means to achieve a flawless promotion without hidden dangers and achieve a perfectly balanced, elementalized body that can bear the strengths of 6 elements, he must simultaneously activate 6 different pure energies to perform a comprehensive and balanced cleansing and remodeling during promotion. This requires him to prepare 6 energy wells corresponding to different elements in advance, which not only multiplies the quantity, but also geometrically increases resource consumption. Among the 6 energy wells needed by Duke, the ones for wind, fire, earth, and water are relatively easy. With enough magic stones, they can always be bought somehow. The real challenge lies in the energy wells for light and dark. High-purity source energy for light attribute and dark attribute is extremely rare and hard to preserve in the endless plane. Usually sourced only from certain extreme environments or specific high planes. The core materials for preparing energy wells for these 2 attributes are not only priced staggeringly high, but are often priceless. Therefore, the 6 million or so magic stones Duke holds, while appearing substantial, are actually far from enough to secure the resources needed for promotion, at most capable of purchasing 2 or 3 ordinary energy wells. With plain warfare stopping for a while, the fastest way to acquire resources is also gone. Duke's major income for the future can temporarily only rely on dividends from the Giant Rock Commerce Association and Black Sail. But this part is limited each year, and the amount can roughly be estimated. For now, we'll have to see if Black Sail can sell more after the reduced consumption of war bloodthirst potions, so that more magic stones can be obtained. However, Duke also can't rely entirely on dividends and still needs to consider more income sources. Diversifying income is beneficial, as no one ever complains about having too much income. Duke's goals for the coming period are clear. He just needs to move forward step by step. The resources issue cannot be rushed, as he is still some distance away from reaching the threshold of level 2 mage. Free attribute points. 8. The requirement for reaching level 2 wizard is 256 points of spiritual power, which is still quite far off. In the previous task of clearing the void insect race, Duke had already maxed out most of the spells he hadn't leveled up fully. Right now he also needs to learn new spells, both to enhance his own strength and strategies and to acquire free attribute points. He set a clear goal for himself for the upcoming period, choosing 1 practical level 1 magic from each of the 6 elements: wind, fire, earth, water, light, and dark, and max out each one. The 6 spells Duke chose are Call of the Water Elf, Meteor Fire Rain, Wind Wings, Rock Golem Summon, Judgment of the Holy Light Sword, and Touch of Corrosion. Call of the Water Elf can summon a water elf composed of pure water element, about half the height of a person. It is not a true elemental life form, but a water elemental construct with basic healing instincts. It can follow simple instructions to heal a specified target, speed up wound healing, dispel minor negative states, and can sacrifice itself to offset a strong elemental or energy attack. Meteor Fire Rain is about guiding fire elements to coalesce into dozens of fist-sized blazing fireballs, which fall densely like miniature meteors over an area. Each fireball has considerable explosive power and burning effect, making it ideal for dealing with groups of low-level enemies or conducting area-wide strikes. The strength of the Meteor Fire Rain depends on the wizard's mastery of the spell and the amount of magic power infused during its use. The area, range, and strength of the fireballs in this spell can all be controlled by the wizard. Wind Wings forms a pair of semi-transparent blue light wings made from highly compressed air currents behind one's back. While they cannot support long-duration or long-distance flight, they provide strong abilities for short-distance sprinting, gliding, and aerial direction change, greatly enhancing 3-dimensional mobility. Rock Golem Summon calls forth a rock golem about 2 person in height from the earth. The golem has immense strength, excellent defense, and though its movements are relatively slow, it is extremely stable, serving as an excellent tank and siege unit. It can execute simple instructions like guarding, attacking, and blocking, as it is an elemental being possessing a certain level of basic intelligence. Judgment of the Holy Light Sword converges light elements high above the enemy, forming a giant sword made of pure holy light, several meters long, which then descends with overwhelming force. This spell inflicts extremely strong light attribute penetration damage and explosive effect on a single target, proving destructively effective against dark, undead, and negative energy creatures. Touch of Corrosion is a negative status spell that can condense an invisible tendril of dark attribute energy to bind the target, continuously absorbing their life force, strength, and spirit energy. If not timely discovered and dealt with, the target could be absorbed to death. Otherwise, by the time the target realizes something is wrong, it is typically too late, and their condition has already been greatly weakened. To learn and master these 6 level 1 magics, Duke had piled 6 thick books of magic models on the table and began studying them one by one. For example, for the spell Call of the Water Elf, the focus is on understanding and mastering the theories of elemental shaping and energy simulation. This is also beneficial for future research on other elemental magic and is considered universal knowledge. The key to the Meteor Fire Rain spell is range energy, guidance, and multi-point synchronous control. Duke researched how to disperse spiritual power into dozens of streams and guide fire elements to condense and compress in specific airspace, while ensuring the initial kinetic energy is given. Ensuring the impact points of these miniature meteors form effective coverage rather than being chaotic. He also needs to repeatedly calculate the spiritual power allocation ratio and the critical point of element compression, making the entire process very complex. After gaining preliminary mastery of the theory, Duke entered the final stage, using spiritual power to meticulously outline and construct 6 entirely different magic models in the spiritual sea. This step is actually the simplest because, after the initial learning and research, he's become extremely familiar with the specific models of the magic. Before constructing the magic model, he was already very familiar with the model in his mind, having studied it countless times. For Duke now, constructing a level 1 magic model is without any pressure. His spiritual power is like a perfectly stable hand holding a carving knife, making each cut precisely and steadily, with no possibility of trembling or deviation, indistinguishable from precise instruments. Call of the Water Elf. LV1, 1/100 Meteor Fire Rain. LV1, 1/100 Wind Wings. LV1, 1/100 Rock Golem Summon. LV1, 1/100 Judgment of the Holy Light Sword. LV1, 1/100 Touch of Corrosion. LV1, 1/100 Duke's mind is now filled with the magic models of 6 spells, all constructed in one go, without any unexpected incidents. The time cost of learning and mastering level 1 magic is indeed higher, far from being as convenient as curse magic. However, this process should not be simply seen as just learning a spell. It involves sufficient understanding of the knowledge related to the spell in the learning and researching process. This is also where the fundamental difference lies between the spell systems of the wizard plane and the oracle plane. Curse magic requires only the mastery of the curse to be used without needing to thoroughly research the fundamental principles behind it. In the short run, it may indeed increase power more quickly, but from a long-term perspective, it is certainly not as sound as the wizard civilization system. It's better to teach someone to fish than to give them a fish. As long as one masters the knowledge and principles related to magic, they can fully customize and develop spells according to their needs. At the same time, it is also beneficial for oneself on the path ahead, solidifying their journey and making it smoother when advancing to higher levels in the future. If he could learn all the curse magic, he could naturally obtain free attribute points more quickly and enhance his spiritual power faster. But this may not necessarily be a good thing. Without sufficient accumulation and knowledge, it could plant hidden dangers for himself at critical moments. The accumulation and precipitation of knowledge are far more important than people usually imagine. More accurately, knowledge is an indispensable key to reaching higher levels. After mastering these 6 spells, Duke's next goal is naturally to grind these 6 spells to full level. He can, as before, simply repeatedly cast spells in the magic laboratory again and again. This is the simplest and fastest way, just nesting in the laboratory. He can grind the spell proficiency slowly up to full level. During the process of improving spell levels, correspondingly, he will also gain some knowledge and experience, which appear as the spell level increases. However, this way of gaining knowledge and experience is rather passive. You don't know what information will be gained after the spell level increases. Could be battle experience regarding this spell, or principal analysis of the spell, or knowledge related to the spell's domain. During previous battles with the Void Insect race, Duke gained a lot of practical experience in using various spells, insights gained purely by understanding through combat. The knowledge gained through grinding proficiency is uncertain, and not necessarily combat-related content. While personally experiencing battle, one can truly comprehend the various uses of spells and combat skills through combat. Realizing that different spells have drastically different effects against different enemy types. This knowledge was gained from those few months of intense battles, making Duke realize that there are drawbacks to purely grinding proficiency in the magic laboratory. If he could enhance spell proficiency through actual combat, it would not only increase spell levels and gain free attribute points, but also acquire practical battle experience. This is naturally the best choice, but there is also a problem, as actual combat carries a certain level of risk. Even during the previous battles with the void insect race, there were inherent risks. Meticulous and cautious actions at the time prevented any major unexpected incidents overall. But during those months, there were also wizard fatalities, and not a small number. This is inevitable. As long as there is war, there will be death. Even when wizards have employed the slave creature legion as cannon fodder and main force, this issue still cannot be avoided, though it maximally reduces wizard casualties. Moreover, there are no major plane warfare operations on Black Sail's side now, and the void insect race issue has been basically resolved. Gaining actual battle experience is indeed not that easy. Unless Duke participates in some plane warfare operations of other wizard organizations, but this carries too high a risk. Although many wizard organizations recruit some non-organization wizards for their plane warfare operations, the number is very limited. And the treatment for these external wizards is not favorable. Duke experiences this deeply in Black Sail. All benefits surely prioritize Black Sail's own wizards, while the dirty and tiring work is certainly assigned to outside wizards. The security aspect is also not guaranteed. The Slave Creature Legion's forces are prioritized for the organization's own wizards, leaving external wizards to fend for themselves. If there are spare forces, and they can be allocated, only then will they be allocated to external wizards. Regarding the distribution of spoils, external wizards do not have as much right. They can only obtain spoils according to their contribution. For the organization's wizards on the plain battlefield, whatever you obtain or pick up belongs to you, no matter how precious the resource. And external wizards, even if they acquire some spoils, must submit them. The final calculation is based on your contribution degree, exchanging contribution points for desired spoils. This is undoubtedly far inferior in every regard to the organization's wizards. The conditions are extremely poor. Despite this, numerous wizards still want to find various backdoors and channel to join the plane warfare of various wizard organizations. As long as any wizard organization releases information needing manpower for plane warfare, the slots fill up immediately. Even knowing the poor treatment inside, countless wizards still scramble to get in. Because for many ordinary wizards, this is a rare opportunity to gather a large quantity of resources. Once such an opportunity is missed, who knows how long it will be till the next one. Many have paid various prices to strive for this opportunity. As a wizard of Black Sail and an outstanding young wizard within Black Sail, Duke might not feel this as much. He is already considered one of the more exceptional wizards in the community, rarely troubled by these aspects. Just like on the West Coast, with so many wizards, there are only 4 major wizard organizations, of which Black Sail is one. Yet outside these 4 wizard organizations, numerous wizards either lack a fixed wizard organization or belong to some small wizard organizations or wizard clans. The resources within these small forces are extremely scarce. Even a little resource is enough to make them fight fiercely, which is the norm for a large number of ordinary wizards on the wizard plane. Duke's current situation is extremely privileged, which is why earlier on Green Grass Island, Lily was so proactive in trying to recommend herself to him. It's because Lily understood Duke's conditions that she was so moved, leading to such proactive behavior. With Duke's current conditions, simply joining a small wizard organization or wizard clan would be warmly welcomed, even if it meant marrying all the women in that wizard clan. They wouldn't refuse. Many wizards within Black Sail are like this, relying on their position, channels, and relationships, having relations in some small wizard forces outside. This is quite normal, as long as they do nothing harmful to Black Sail. These small wizard forces, lacking sufficient conditions to depend on Black Sail, can only strive for some benefits and status for themselves by depending on the wizards within Black Sail to better survive in the competitive wizard plane. Duke is temporarily uninterested in this, as it would only occupy his energy without providing much substantial help. The resources he needs now are not something ordinary small wizard forces can supply. He can wait to consider cultivating his forces later. Duke had heard about these things. He also knew that in the interdimensional wars of many wizard organizations, foreign wizards suffered the highest casualty rates. Of course, he would not choose this path. As a level 1 honorary medal recipient from Black Sail, it would be unreasonable to go to another wizard organization as a foreign wizard. Duke's goal was merely to gain real combat experience while grinding his magic skill proficiency without the need to take risks. Participating in other wizard organizations' interdimensional wars involves too much uncertainty, making it easy for many problems to arise and not very prudent. Duke had another option, which was to use the Witch Array to simulate battlefields. The Witch Array simulated battlefield is a new thing that has emerged in the past few years. It allows wizards to fight various enemies in any simulated battlefield without actually getting hurt. However, this technology is not yet mature and has not been widely promoted. Currently, only the Seville Empire on the East Coast has it. Last time Duke went to the East Coast, he did not stay long and had to cut his trip short because of a riot caused by followers of the evil god. Now that he was staying at Black Sail without much to do, he decided to visit the East Coast. This time, Duke's first objective on the East Coast was to acquire a few high-tier breathing techniques. This was not for himself, but for future preparation. For instance, in a place like the Oracle Plane, high-tier breathing techniques are likely to play a significant role and can serve as a resource reserved for the future. Additionally, Duke wanted to visit the Divine Hall of Light. He had obtained the divine status of the God of Light from the Oracle Plane and wondered if anything else would happen when he visited the Divine Hall of Light on the Wizard Plane. Duke knew very well that the God of Light is an embodiment of plain will, whether on the Wizard Plane or the Oracle Plane. However, he definitely trusted the God of Light on the Wizard Plane more and remained somewhat wary of the God of Light on the Oracle Plane. This time, visiting the Divine Hall of Light, if there is any issue with the God of Light's divine status, he might be able to resolve it during this opportunity. Finally, he was to experience the Witch Array simulated battlefield to take the opportunity to grind the 6 newly mastered spells to the full level. Having decided on his plans, Duke prepared briefly and was ready to set out. When he informed Yala and Nina of his decision to go to the East Coast, despite being mentally prepared, the two women still showed undisguisable reluctance and concern in their eyes. Both Nina and Yala wanted to go with Duke, but he refused. Taking the two women would be somewhat inconvenient. It's better to travel light and alone. This way, he could handle any unexpected situations flexibly. Given the strength of Yala and Nina, they would indeed be a bit of a drag. Staying within Black Sail would be the safest. The interior of Black Sail was not so tedious or boring. There were still plenty of entertainment islands inside. Duke had also told the two women that if they wanted to learn an instrument, dance, or anything else, they could do so directly, as there were dedicated services for such training within Black Sail. Duke opted not to ride a storm dragon eagle, which, although free, could attract attention and present certain risks. For long-distance travel, especially when crossing continents and potentially passing through unknown danger airspace, wizard-operated scheduled long-range floating airships are undoubtedly the safer, more prudent choice. The cross from the West Coast to the East Coast involves traversing a long stretch of territory. These areas harbor many powerful demons, with level 2, level 3, and even level 4 demons possibly present. If you dared to ride a storm dragon eagle directly over their heads, you might anger them, thus inviting trouble. While this is a low-probability event, there is no need to risk it. Floating airships are the most prudent, as powerful demons have a certain intelligence and know that this is a wizard's floating airship, and they mustn't attack it. These are lessons learned from countless bloody experiences. After leaving Black Sail, Duke went to the floating airship port in Harbor City. Having already purchased his ticket, he now only needed to wait in this expansive venue. The floating airship port in Harbor City was always bustling and busy with the salty, damp sea breeze mingling with the faint ozone scent peculiar to magical crystal engines blowing through the waiting crowd. Duke stood in the designated berthing waiting area, his gaze directed at the distant horizon. It did not keep him waiting long. The clouds afar seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, first emanating a low but rhythmically rich hum, initially faint, then becoming clearly audible, like a giant beast breathing deeply within the clouds. The crowd at the port began to stir, with many standing on tiptoe, pointing towards the direction of the sound. Soon after, an elegant and enormous shadow pierced through the heavy clouds. The first to come into view was the long, streamlined hull, fully coated with a matte deep blue finish treated with mithril, effectively resisting high-altitude winds and certain energy erosions while refracting an understated sheen under the sunlight. On either side of the hull were large, intricate side wings constructed from metal frames and skins. They were not meant for flapping, but to stabilize the hull and adjust direction when necessary. Behind the side wings were symmetrical rows of powerful magical propulsion nozzle arrays, currently emitting pale blue exhaust flames that slightly distorted the air, producing a sustained and stable roar. The most eye-catching feature was the gigantic spindle-shaped gas bag suspended above the hull, breathtaking in its grandeur. The gas bag was imbued with some fluid mechanics elegance, with its surface covered in countless fine, scale-like rune plates, which subtly undulated on the surface as if breathing, continuously extracting free energy from the atmosphere, partially powering the main engines and hover systems. Sunlight glided over the rune plates, leaving fleeting milky white halos, indicating that the protective and stabilizing witch array was operating. This was yet another floating airship with a somewhat different design, distinct from the commonly seen models before. This was the Cloud Whale, a scheduled long-range floating airship operated by the 7th Spiral Commerce Association on the East Coast. Its gentle descent from the cloud cover carried an inherent, reassuring majesty, akin to an elegant giant whale cruising the skies. As its altitude gradually decreased, the shadow it cast enveloped the entire berthing area, with the massive wind pressure becoming evident, making the flags on the port flutter and also sending Duke's forelocks waving. The deflectors beneath the airship subtly adjusted their angles to precisely counteract the crosswinds. The roaring sound grew increasingly deafening, yet the noise reduction witch array at the port ensured it did not reach intolerable levels for those present. Finally, after a deep humming sound, as if all sounds were being gathered together, the massive body of the Cloud Whale ship stabilized and hovered about 10 meters above the ground, perfectly docking with the gigantic metal gangway stretching out from the pier. At the point of connection, there was a heavy metallic clamping sound and a hiss of pressure being released. Above the gangway, a soft light screen lit up, forming a stable boarding passage. Behind several observation windows on the side of the ship, the vague silhouettes of crew members could be seen moving around. The roaring of the engines gradually diminished to a deep standby hum, and the enormous wind pressure subsided. On the pier, staff in uniform began to busy themselves, guiding passengers to queue orderly in preparation for boarding. Duke adjusted his wizard robe, which had no wrinkles to begin with, and calmly merged into the stream of people waiting to board. Stepping onto the boarding passage that emitted a gentle white glow, Duke felt an extremely subtle and stable sensation underfoot, and the passage itself seemed to have some sort of cushioning and stabilizing witch array. Upon entering the interior of the airship, one immediately felt an environment of constant temperature and humidity, completely different from the external harbor city. The air was fresh, with a faint hint of what seemed like a mixture of sandalwood and ozone scent, indicating processed recycled air. The internal passageways were spacious, with sound-absorbing and soft carpets laid on the floor. The walls were warm-toned wood paneling, fixed with wall lamps emitting a steady glow. Occasionally, densely engraved rune lines could be seen on the walls, with energy flowing through them like blood, indicating the omnipresent power of witch arrays within this giant ship. A dignified attendant in a standard uniform of the 7th Spiral Commerce Association came forward. After verifying Duke's ticket information, he respectfully escorted him to his reserved cabin. Duke had purchased a single luxury cabin on the upper deck of the airship, not purely for enjoyment, but to have an undisturbed environment where he could quietly practice and meditate during the long journey. The cabin door silently slid open when his ID badge approached, and the internal space was somewhat more spacious than Duke had expected, about the size of a standard hotel room. A soft and spacious bed was fixed by the window, with bed linens that appeared clean and comfortable. A desk, a wardrobe, and a small sofa set made up the basic living area. The most striking feature was the large oval porthole, made of thick yet transparent crystal glass, offering a view of the vast and boundless sea of clouds and the gradually shrinking landscape below. Runes flickered along the edges of the porthole, seemingly serving the functions of enhancement, shading, and preventing spiritual power prying. The attendant briefly introduced some of the cabin's facilities, including a small communication magic array embedded in the wall for calling services, a temperature-controlled wine cabinet, and a private washroom equipped with basic cleaning witch arrays. Honorable guest, your cabin is equipped with a dedicated service servant from the Moe race of the earth element. Plane, they are known for their loyalty and physical strength. For any daily needs such as room arrangement, meal delivery, or message transmission, you can summon it through the communication magic array. It stands by in the corridor outside. The attendant added with a smile before bowing and leaving. After the attendant left, Duke's heart thought issued a simple command through the communication magic array. Moments later, the cabin door slid open, and a figure quietly stepped inside. It stood nearly 2.5 meters tall, almost touching the top of the door frame, with an exceptionally burly and muscular figure. Its skin appeared to be a dark gray, with a texture that seemed like polished granite, and joints bore markings resembling rock fissures. Its head was large with coarse facial features, and its eyes were two spheres of gentle earthy yellow light without pupils, giving it a sturdy yet slightly odd appearance. It wore a specially tailored, somewhat tight-fitting white servant robe, revealing limbs like rock. This was the Moe race, a humanoid creature from a high earth element plane. They are naturally endowed with immense strength, strong defense, gentle demeanor, and high obedience. Commonly tamed in the wizard plane as guardians, laborers, or servants, the Moe servant before him slightly bowed its head and said in a voice deep and respectful like the rubbing of rocks, "Master Stonehoof awaits your command." Its common language was somewhat stiff, but the meaning was clear. Duke appraised it once and nodded, instructing it to retreat to the door and wait. Concerning such inter-plane slave creatures, he felt neither much sympathy nor aversion. It was a commonplace phenomenon in the wizard plane, an inevitable product of the power and civilization stratification. As long as they behaved themselves and fulfilled their duties, it was sufficient. The Cloud Whale ship was essentially built specifically for wizards, with basic facilities inaccessible to ordinary people, making entry very exclusive. However, there were still quite a few ordinary people aboard the airship, most of whom were not eligible to reside in these upper-level areas and lived in some simpler, ordinary rooms below the deck instead. Having settled his luggage, Duke decided to check out the public areas of the airship, especially the dining hall. The dining hall was located on the mid-level of the airship, a large space with a high ceiling and an excellent view. The dome was made of transparent, reinforced crystal, allowing a direct view of the sky and the occasional passing cloud formations. The walls were adorned with murals depicting various plane wonders, and the soft lighting created a comfortable ambience. The dining hall offered buffet-style meals, with long counters displaying an array of foods, not only featuring dishes from various parts of the wizard plane, but also many delicacies cooked with ingredients unmistakably of other plane styles. For instance, fruit salad emitting a faint glow from the emerald forest plane, or spicy steaks roasted from fire lizard meat, a specialty of the lava plane. There was even a shellfish from the tidal plane, reminiscent of oysters but 3 times larger, which reportedly emitted the unique tidal sounds of its plane when eaten raw. Wandering through the dining hall, replenishing drinks and clearing tables, apart from a few human waiters coordinating, were mostly various humanoid slave creatures. Duke saw swift and agile spirit cat race maidens with fuzzy ears and long tails, gracefully carrying trays among the tables and chairs. He also noticed the wave race with blue-gray skin and webbed fingers, skilled in handling liquids and glassware. There was even a silent, tall, and lean withered wood race, its skin akin to bark, deftly arranging floral decorations on the dining counters with vine-like flexible fingers. These servants from different planes, like the airship itself, were a reflection of the power and conquest of wizard civilization. Duke took some relatively normal wizard plane native foods and a cup of magic juice, then sat at a window seat, savoring the decently flavored meal while watching the rapidly passing sea of clouds and land outside the porthole. Torch City is a crucial gateway for the Seville Empire. Facing the west coast, the buildings here mostly use massive white stone and dark metal frames, with crisp lines and grand structures, exuding a sense of power and order. The city streets are wide, bustling with crowds. Besides the various wizards and apprentices, one can also see many knights wearing enchanted armor, with a keen presence moving through the city. On the East Coast, the integration between the knight system and the wizard system is far tighter than on the West Coast, where powerful knights have social status comparable to official wizards. Duke did not pause to admire. With a clear objective, he headed straight for the Knight Hall located in the center of Torch City. The Knight Hall is an iconic building of Torch City. The entire structure is built with stone as white as jade, resembling a high tower that stands tall in the city center, visible from afar. Duke stepped into the hall, his gaze sweeping over the knights who were either checking missions or conversing, first heading to the inquiry counter. "Hello, I'd like to inquire whether Mr. Bell is present. I had an exchange with him during my last visit," Duke said to a staff member behind the counter. He was somewhat acquainted with Bell. If Bell was still there, it would be much more convenient to handle matters. After checking the record, the staff member looked up and replied apologetically, "I'm sorry, wizard sir. Deacon Bell was reassigned half a year ago to the Frost Wolf Fortress branch in the northern territory of the Empire and is currently no longer handling affairs in Torch City." Upon hearing this, Duke understood. It seems relying on old ties for convenience won't be easy. He nodded, "Got it, thank you." Duke's purpose for coming to the Knight Hall was to legally acquire a high-tier breathing technique, but it requires contribution points from the Knight Hall for exchange. It can't be bought even with magic stones. Most ordinary knights take a long time to accumulate enough contribution points to exchange for the high-tier breathing technique. It's also a form of training and test for them. The more difficult the mission, the higher the contribution points. The missions ordinary knights can complete are usually relatively general, not earning much contribution. For Duke, it's different. His strength has long surpassed that of ordinary knights, allowing him to easily complete high-level missions to earn a substantial amount of contribution points. If Bell was still here, Duke could have asked him to recommend some tasks with good value, but now that opportunity is lost. Since this path is blocked, he didn't dwell on it, instead moving towards the mission release and acceptance area. What he needed was a mission with high contribution points that could be completed quickly and suited his ability range. As a level 1 crystallized mage, his prowess was sufficient to handle most first-level knights, even those tricky problems at the level 2 knight level. Soon, a task caught his attention. Publisher, Earl of Laurent. Location, Red Rock City, Tulip District, Laurent. Earl's mansion. Task description. In the past 3 months, there have been 4 consecutive abnormal death incidents within the Earl's mansion. The deceased were all personnel from within, their deaths bizarre, without obvious external wounds. Preliminary investigation by the city guards found no signs of external intrusion nor clear curse or evil spirit traces. The events occur randomly, causing unease among the mansion's residents. Task requirement: uncover the truth behind the deaths and resolve the hidden dangers. Task difficulty: evaluated as level 2, possibly involving eerie curses, special toxins, or lurking paranormal creatures. Contribution reward: at least 3,000 points. Note: task requires at least official wizard or first-level knight certification and a direct meeting with Earl of Laurent. 3,000 points of contribution are extremely high, already equivalent to tasks that only level 2 knights can accept. This task was released here seemingly for half a month, yet remained unsolved. Previously, several first-level knights attempted but had no leads, never solving the issue. Ordinary knights and great knights hardly dare to accept such tasks. They might directly kill bandits or demons, but addressing these bizarre and troublesome issues isn't as easy. The task's eerie nature might be challenging for conventional knights, but for wizards, especially those with powerful spiritual power and keen perception, it's quite suitable. After looking around, Duke considered this task the most suitable, so he approached the task acceptance counter, presented his black sail badge, indicating his identity as an official wizard. After verifying his identity, the staff behind the counter respectfully handled his task acceptance procedure and provided the address of the Laurent Earl's mansion and an introduction letter. "Wizard Sir, Earl Laurent has authorized us. With an introduction letter, you may visit the Red Rock City Earl's mansion. Wishing you success in your mission." Duke put away the introduction letter and left the Knight Hall's power-filled hall. The Earl of Laurent is located 300 kilometers away in Red Rock City, quite a distance from Torch City. A distance of 300 kilometers, although he could ride a Storm Dragon Eagle, its safety doesn't compare to that of a floating airship. Given the options, Duke still opted for the safer method. He specifically inquired and found out Torch City has floating airship to Red Rock City, thus he headed directly to the floating airship terminal in Torch City, operating short-distance routes. Compared to the Cloud Whale, short-distance floating airships are much smaller, with more agile lines and simpler runic plates on the gasbag. Duke purchased a one-way ticket to Red Rock City and boarded a short-distance airship named Wind Bird. The cabin facilities are simple. Passengers are mostly merchants traveling between the two places and some low-level knights and wizard apprentices. The flight was smooth and rapid through the porthole. One could clearly see the changing landscapes below, transitioning from the relatively flat coastal plains surrounding Torch City to the hilly terrains filled with red rocks and low shrubs. After just over 2 hours, the Wind Bird began to descend, and Red Rock City's outline came into view. The city, true to its name, most buildings are constructed with locally sourced reddish-brown rocks, with a warm and rugged overall tone, distinctly different from Torch City's black iron and white stone style. The airship gently landed at the special terminal outside the city. Not wasting time, Duke hired a lightweight carriage drawn by locally unique and extremely enduring two-legged landbirds and reported the name of Laurent Earl's mansion. The coachman seemed to have heard of the recent events at the Earl's mansion. His expression subtly changed, but asked no further questions, just silently steered the landbird along a winding ascent path, heading towards the city's higher nobility district. The Laurent Earl's mansion is not an independent estate, but a small castle built against a steep red rock mountain. The towering walls are entirely made of massive reddish-brown slabs. Weathered over time, its color deepened. The castle towers soar, resembling spikes growing from the red giant rock, overlooking the city below. The gate of the castle was heavy, embedded with bronze nails on hardwood, now tightly shut, leaving only a side door for passage. The guards in front of the door wore emblems of the Laurent family, a white hunting falcon perched on a rock peak, their solemn expressions betraying a hint of hidden tension and fatigue. The Duke presented his letter of introduction from the Night Hall, which, after careful inspection by the guards, was swiftly reported inside through a communication device by the door. A moment later, the side door opened fully, and a middle-aged man in a black butler's uniform with impeccably combed hair and a stern face quickly stepped out to greet him. He looked about 50 with sharp eyes, and carried the unique restraint and precision of a noble butler in his demeanor. "Good day, respected wizard, sir. I am the butler of the Earl of Laurent's mansion. You may call me Austin," the butler said with a slight bow, his tone respectful yet maintaining a distance. "The Earl is aware of your arrival and is waiting inside the castle. Please follow me." The Duke nodded, following butler Austin into Red Rock Castle. The inside of the castle was even more vast and profound than it appeared from outside. The entrance led to a wide vaulted main corridor, with columns made of red rock and heavy tapestry depicting scenes of hunting or battles of the Laurent ancestors adorned the walls. The floor was laid with polished dark stone slabs, causing footsteps to echo faintly in the empty hallway. The lighting came mainly from wall lamps burning whale oil or similar fuel, and occasionally from sunlight filtering through stained glass from above, giving the castle an eerie dimness, as the air was filled with a scent mixed of stone's chill, old wood, and faint spices. "Is it your first time in Red Rock City, wizard, sir?" Butler Austin said, calmly leading the way. His words a mix of introduction and customary small talk. The Laurent family has been in this place for over 200 years. This Red Rock Castle was also constructed by the first Earl, taking 30 years to complete. The Duke's gaze swept over the time-worn armor displays and family portraits on the corridor walls, responding, impressive in grandeur, truly befitting the Earl's residence. They passed through the main corridor and into a vast indoor courtyard, with a central fountain long dried up, leaving only mottled stone sculptures. Then they turned into several branching corridors, occasionally encountering hurried servants who stopped immediately to bow in greeting, eyes lowered, avoiding direct looks. About the recent misfortunes in the household. Austin's voice lowered slightly, continuing in a tone only the two could hear. "You must have been briefed in your mission. The first incident involved Bob, the gardener responsible for the East Wing Garden, a simple man here for over a decade, found collapsed by the rose bushes with a smile on his face. Then it was one of Miss Marjorie's close maids, found lifeless in her servants' quarters at night. Next was a kitchen hand and, alas, the most heartrending was one of the Earl's distant young nephews, who had come to stay temporarily, a promising young man. The butler's words were steady, but the Duke could sense the suppressed weight beneath them. All these incidents occurred within the castle, he inquired. Yes, all within the castle grounds. The locations varied, and the timing was erratic. City Guard investigated several times but found nothing. The priests of the Divine Hall also visited, but Asen shook his head, leaving the implication clear. The Divine Hall here specifically refers to the Divine Hall of Light. The so-called priests are essentially wizards, only followers of the Divine Hall of Light, specializing in light attribute magic. The incidents in the castle seemed like the work of evil spirits, but if it were an evil spirit causing trouble, a light element wizard should have easily resolved the issue. Yet, not only did the priests from the Divine Hall of Light fail to resolve the issue, they couldn't even find any traces. This creates confusion because, logically, a wizard from the Divine Hall of Light should at least have found some clues, at the very least discovered some traces. But surprisingly, they found nothing at all. With no other options, the Earl of Laurent had to issue the task, hoping someone could resolve the problem. Generally speaking, the Earl of Laurent, considering various factors, would prefer not to disclose this matter. If the priests of the Divine Hall of Light could resolve it, that would be ideal. Now that this path didn't work, the matter had to be disclosed, hoping for a resolution. For the Earl of Laurent, this decision was not an easy one either. After some time wandering in the castle, they finally arrived outside a study deep within the castle's main building, where Asen knocked 3 times on the thick wooden door. "Come in," came a voice from inside, slightly weary yet still with an air of authority. Asen opened the door, stepping aside to let the Duke enter first. "Earl, Wizard Duke from the Night Hall has arrived." The study was very spacious, with walls lined with tall bookshelves crammed with dense books and scrolls. A huge dark hardwood desk stood near the window, piled with some documents and ledgers. The Earl of Laurent sat behind the desk. He appeared about 50, his face hinting at the handsomeness of his youth, yet now shadowed by a heavy gloom, dark eye bags under his eyes, and graying temples. He wore a dark purple casual outfit, his figure slightly lean but standing with a straight back, striving to maintain the dignity of a noble. Upon seeing the Duke enter, he got up, squeezing out a perfunctory smile, though his eyes couldn't hide his anxiety and hope. That a wizard had come to take the task, the Earl of Laurent had higher hopes. Previously, some people from the Night Hall had come, but they were all knights, incapable of resolving the problem here, left entirely clueless. Such bizarre occurrences required a wizard's intervention. Since the priests of the Divine Hall of Light couldn't resolve it, perhaps another wizard could have the means to do so. It was well known that a wizard's methods were the most varied and unpredictable. Perhaps a wizard might understand what was happening in the castle, which was the Earl of Laurent's hope. Despite being an earl, within the vast Seville Empire, he was merely a negligible figure, lacking significant influence. The status of a wizard is extremely high. Even within the Seville Empire, Earl Laurent, an earl in a small city, actually holds a low status. In truth, someone like Duke, an outstanding level 1 crystallized mage, holds a status far superior to Earl Laurent in the Seville Empire. "Wizard Duke, welcome to Red Rock Castle, albeit at such an unpleasant time." Earl Laurent's voice carried a slight rasp as he extended his hand for a brief handshake with Duke. "Please have a seat, Asen, prepare some refreshments." Butler Asen bowed and withdrew, gently closing the door behind him. Duke sat down in a high-backed chair opposite the desk, speaking directly. "My Lord Earl, time is of the essence, so let us begin. Please tell me all the details of the events as comprehensively as possible, especially concerning the activities and associations of the deceased before their deaths, and any unusual changes within the estate, no matter how minor." He intended to thoroughly understand the entire course of events before conducting a field investigation to see if he could gather any clues. The people from the Divine Hall of Light couldn't solve the problem, which probably means it's not that simple. Earl Laurent took a deep breath, leaning slightly forward, and folded his hands on the table, beginning a detailed recount. His account was more specific than the butler's and better conveyed the impact and panic this matter caused within the family. He mentioned that his eldest son Eric believed it might be a conspiracy by business rivals, while his younger son Calvin was indifferent and even somewhat dismissive, and his daughter Marjorie was deeply shaken due to her close maid's death, with her emotions still unstable. Earl Laurent also noted the odd behavior of old gardener Hans, but previously attributed it to the ramblings of an elderly man under distress. "That's how it is, Wizard Duke," Earl Laurent concluded, with a final glimmer of hope in his eyes as he looked at Duke. "No clues, as if an invisible hand is randomly harvesting lives. If this continues, Red Rock Castle is destined to become a dead castle." Duke listened quietly, constructing a preliminary understanding of the personnel relationships and event sequences within the castle. He stood up. "I understand. My Lord Earl, I'll need to examine all the death scenes and meet with the old gardener Hans you mentioned, as well as investigate the recent plants introduced to the castle." Duke speculated that if it wasn't due to malevolent spirits, there might be other factors at play. If it's certain plants, they might produce substances causing ordinary people's deaths, which is not uncommon. As the wizard plane conquered more planes, many new species from other planes have already entered the wizard plane. Plants are one of them, with many other plane plants appearing extremely beautiful and attractive, leading many nobles and wealthy merchants to decorate their homes with them as ornamental plants. However, some other plane plants are extremely dangerous, and many people don't understand them thoroughly enough, leading to situations similar to those in the castle. But this was just one of Duke's hypotheses, merely a possible cause. The specific situation would only be known after investigations were carried out. Earl Laurent immediately summoned butler Austin, instructing him solemnly, "Austin, Wizard Duke needs to inspect all incident locations and be informed of recent plant introductions to the estate. You must fully cooperate. Wizard Duke's requests are my commands, with no concealment or obstruction allowed." "Yes, my Lord Earl." Austin bowed in acknowledgement, turning toward Duke with a more solemn expression. "Wizard Sir, please follow me." The investigation commenced, with Duke led by butler Austin, first visiting the various death scenes. Every room and corner was preserved as much as possible in its original state, but an undeniable emptiness lingered where life had quietly vanished. The first site was the Eastern Garden, where Gardener Bob had died. This was a relatively secluded garden corner on the castle's east side, adjoining a tall red rock wall, with dense rose bushes planted along the wall. It was the blooming season. Deep red roses were in full bloom, emitting a strong fragrance. The ground was covered with small pebbles, and some pruning tools were scattered nearby. "Bob was found right here." Austin pointed to a small patch of ground in front of the rose bushes. Speaking in a somber tone, he was lying face up, holding a pair of pruning shears, his expression very peaceful, as if he were just sleeping. Duke nodded slightly, signaled Austin to stay put, and he himself walked slowly into the area. He closed his eyes and immediately exerted his formidable spiritual power, extending his spiritual perception naturally. The rich aroma of roses enveloped his nose, mingled with the scents of soil and grass. A breeze carried faint sounds of distant voices. Everything seemed normal. The next moment, his spiritual power spread like ripples from a stone cast into a calm lake, expanding gently outward from him to detail every detail around him. This force lightly brushed over every rose petal, seeped into the crevices of pebbles, wrapped around the cold pruning tools, and even attempted to capture nearly dissipated energy imprints in the air. Duke kept his eyes slightly closed, with his vast spiritual power rippling out like precise probes, expanding slowly from him to thoroughly scan every inch of space. The information his spiritual power could see far exceeded what the naked eye could, including nearly completely dissipated energy residues in the air, micro-dust traces, and he scoured for any sound not belonging to a normal environment, like a curse's stench, the chill of negative energy, twisted imprints left by malevolent spirits, or energy signatures of some unknown toxin. However, just like the conclusions reached by the castle guards and the temple priests, the result was extraordinarily clean. Apart from naturally existing elements in Bob's faint remaining life imprints, there were no alien, malevolent, or abnormal energies left behind. Not even a fragment of a struggling, terrified, or painful soul remained, as if Bob's life had been quietly taken without awareness in an instant. This unusual cleanliness itself was an uncommon clue. Duke opened his eyes, sweeping his gaze once more over the rose bushes, with the rich floral scent seemingly becoming even clearer. He crouched down. His fingers gently brushed over the pebbles where Bob had fallen, feeling the cool touch. Next, he stood up, his tone unchanged. The second sight was the maid's quarters, the personal maid's room of Miss Marjorie. The maid's quarters were located on the third floor of the castle's annex, small and tidy. A simple wooden bed, a wardrobe, a small dressing table. The windows were tightly closed, and a faint smell of cheap soap mixed with dust filled the room. She was found in her own bed at night. Austin stood at the doorway without stepping inside. The maid who shared the room said she was fine before going to sleep, but couldn't be woken up in the morning. She looked just like Bob. Duke entered the room and closed his eyes as well, releasing his spiritual power once more. This time, the environment was even cleaner. The wooden furniture emitted weak and dormant energy fluctuations. The air carried the lingering breath of a young girl's life. It held the cleansing scent of soap and a faint, almost imperceptible vitality of youth, which was also rapidly dissipating. He focused his investigation on the bed and the dressing table. The bedsheet retained traces of the deceased's last position, with energy imprints showing an unusual calmness, without any signs of sudden tension or struggle. Small items on the dressing table, a wooden comb, a small mirror, and a nearly empty box of cheap hair oil also bore a peaceful aura. He confirmed once more: no curse, no evil spirit, no toxic energy, no signs of external intrusion. Death had occurred silently, as if it was merely a natural extension of sleep. Duke opened his eyes, scanning the small room before finally resting his gaze on the tightly shut window. Outside the window was the view of the castle's inner courtyard, where he could see the red rock walls opposite. What about the other two places? He turned to Austin, his tone remaining calm. The other two. One was in the corner of the staroom, behind the kitchen. The other in the young master's nephew's bedroom, Austin replied. Duke nodded. Take me there. The process is similar. I need to verify it firsthand. The investigation results of the other two scenes were similar to the previous findings, both eerily clean. The deceased, all in relatively isolated environments, lost their lives in a state that was almost natural, with no identifiable traces of supernatural forces at the scene. Having ruled out the possibility of clues left at the scene, Duke turned his attention elsewhere. He instructed Austin to take him to inspect all the other plain plants recently introduced into the castle, and also decided to meet the usually behaving old gardener Hans. After excluding the possibility of noticeable supernatural traces at the death scenes, Duke, led by butler Austin, began systematically examining all the interdimensional plants introduced into the castle over the past 6 months. They left footprints in the hothouse, inner courtyard garden, and several masters' living quarters. Austin dutifully introduced each specially marked interdimensional plant. Sir, this is the starlight orchid from the emerald forest plain. As its name suggests, in a lightless night, its leaves emit soft, star-like glows, a favorite of the lady, Austin said, pointing to a cluster of slender, elegantly shaped plants. Duke approached, not touching, but his spiritual power meticulously scanned each leaf. He nodded. Starlight orchid, true to its name. Its glow originates from luminescent capsules in the mesophyll cells, requiring daylight to sustain its glow for approximately 4 standard hours at night. Non-toxic, no hallucinogenic effects, its glow even weakly benefits the spiritual power of low-level apprentices. This knowledge, embedded in his vast repository like turning the pages of a well-known guide. The starlight orchid itself is a relatively common, interdimensional ornamental plant, unlikely the source of the problem. Duke, having frequently studied magic potions, was extremely familiar with the properties of the starlight orchid, knowing it had no harmful traits and was certainly not responsible for the deaths in the castle. They then moved to a fern with iridescent, flowing leaves. This is the iridescent fern. Also from the emerald forest plain, Austin introduced. Duke glanced over. Iridescent fern, its leaf cuticle contains a unique prismatic structure, refracting light to produce iridescence. Robust life force, prefers moist environments. Its spores and tissues contain no known alkaloids or neurotoxins, safe. Next was a vine with small, silvery bell-shaped flowers cultivated in hanging pots. Silver bell vine, said to have a calming effect through its fragrance. Silver bell vine, Duke confirmed. Its fragrance contains trace amounts of a calming ester. Indeed soothing to ordinary people's nerves, but the quantity is far too low to affect consciousness or physiological functions, let alone be lethal. It requires prolonged exposure in an enclosed space over many days to produce a mild drowsiness effect. They also examined the golden yew, its leaves dusted with golden powder, the ice crystal lamp with petals as transparent as glass, and several other newly introduced plants with either peculiar shapes or vibrant colors. Using his solid knowledge of herbalism and magic potion studies, Duke identified each plant and quickly assessed their properties and potential risks. Golden yew leaf powder is used as a gold pigment on some planes, causing very mild itching on contact with the skin for a few sensitive people. Ice crystal lamp root secretions repel certain pests, but are harmless to humans and animals. Duke's ability to perceive with spiritual power, combined with his vast knowledge, acted like the most precise analytical instrument, scrutinizing these plants inside and out. The result was disappointing, or rather, made the case more perplexing. These interdimensional plants, though hailing from different planes, possessed no known properties capable of causing such bizarre, silent deaths in the castle. They might offer some unique ornamental appeal or trivial auxiliary effects, but were far from being fatal. All plant-related leads seemed to have come to a halt. Even among ordinary Level 1 and Level 2 mages, Duke was an undisputed magic potion master, yet he still had not uncovered any clues within these interdimensional plants. The castle's death incidents were likely not due to these plants. A consideration of other aspects was necessary. Butler Austin, Duke turned around. "Take me to see the old gardener, Hans." Austin, apparently aware of Hans's condition, nodded. "All right, sir. Hans has been quite off since his apprentice Bob's incident. He's been placed in the small house next to the gardening toolshed so his ramblings wouldn't disturb the masters." They left the main castle, crossing through the side yard to a more secluded corner. There was a large shed for gardening tools and miscellaneous items, adjacent to a low red stone house. Before they even got close, they could hear intermittent, indistinct muttering from inside. Austin stepped forward and knocked on the door, receiving no response. Only the ongoing murmurings continued. He pushed the door open, a breath of air mixed with earth, plant humus, and a slight mustiness rushed towards him. The interior of the hut was cramped and dim, with only a small window letting in some light. A gray-haired, ragged old man was curled up on a pile of straw in the corner, his hands holding his head, his body slightly trembling. He was the old gardener Hans. Old gardener Hans had a vacant look in his eyes, his wrinkled face filled with fear and confusion, muttering repeatedly, "It's here again. Dust, so much dust. They're laughing in the dust. The castle has fallen asleep, outside." "There's nothing outside." Duke gestured to Austin to wait outside the door. He himself walked slowly into the hut. He did not attempt to wake Hans with words. For someone who was mentally completely chaotic, direct communication was inefficient and might even cause a more violent stress reaction. He crouched down, looking eye to eye with Hans, a subtle flash of silver glimmering in his deep gaze. Powerful spiritual power, like the finest thread, carefully and non-invasively probed into the chaotic surface of Hans's consciousness. He wasn't using a brute force method like Soul, searching but trying to read it like a journal with torn pages and blurred handwriting to capture relatively complete fragments of information. Spiritual power itself is an efficient means of information transmission. It's just that most ordinary people's spiritual power is too low to actively use it for communication. For a wizard of Duke's level, he didn't need a common person like Hans to actively use spiritual power to communicate. Simply reading the fluctuations in Hans's spiritual power was enough to learn a lot of information. With Duke's ability to control spiritual power, he could very precisely manage his own spiritual power. He could read Hans's chaotic spiritual power fluctuations without harming Hans's own spiritual power. Even though Hans's spiritual power was already damaged, there was no need to make things worse. At first, what poured into Duke's perception was a chaotic swirl of colors and sharp fear emotions. But soon he guided his spiritual power, like walking through fog, gradually capturing a relatively stable but extremely unsettling image. Through Hans's spiritual perspective, Duke saw a series of fragmented, chaotic images. These intermittent images combined in Duke's mind to form a relatively complete picture. When Duke placed himself in Hans's perspective, he found himself still standing inside Red Rock Castle, but everything was different. The castle was still that castle, the walls of red rock, the familiar corridors, but everything was covered with a thick, gray-white dust, as if it had been abandoned for hundreds of years. The wall lamps were extinguished, the stained glass had become filthy, losing all color. The air was stagnant, carrying a scent of ancient dust and decay. Hans's awareness wandered aimlessly through the castle, his feet treading upon the soft, sound-absorbing dust, unable to hear his own footsteps. Everything was dead silent all around, not a single sound of living things, not even the wind. He pushed open a familiar door. It was the connecting corridor to the East Wing garden. Looking out through the corridor window, Hans's awareness trembled violently with fear. Outside the castle was not the red rock city he was familiar with, built upon red stones. Instead, there was an endless, monotonous barren land, the ground cracked and gray-white, with no vegetation, only some bizarre, bone-like black rocks scattered about. The sky was a depressing, uniform gray-white. No sun, no clouds, no night or day. Only an eternally unchanging, suffocating, dead gray-white. The outline of distant mountains twisted, like the spine of a dying giant beast. In this world, besides the dust-covered castle, nothing seemed to exist. A fear rooted in the instinct of life, a great dread of absolute nothingness and annihilation, seized Hans's heart. Duke suddenly opened his eyes, a grave look flashing in their depths. He withdrew his spiritual power, looking at the still babbling old gardener in front of him. That was no mere hallucination or mental disorder. The dust-laden castle and the silent exterior, landscape reflected in Hans's spiritual world, had an uncanny authenticity. Especially that sense of void and annihilation, which was absolutely not something an ordinary old painter could imagine from thin air. Because those scenes carried a sense of reality and oppression, this oppression acted directly upon a person's spiritual power. An ordinary person couldn't even survive in such an environment because their spiritual power couldn't withstand such pressure. This only indicated that the level of this environment was too high, not suitable for ordinary life forms to exist. Like atmospheric pressure or water pressure. Just like an ordinary sea fish cannot survive in the deep sea. As it lacks such strong bones, it was precisely because of this environment that old gardener Hans's mind collapsed, now leaving him a complete lunatic. In Hans's current state, he probably wouldn't live much longer either. Because the trauma to his spiritual power is permanent, unless extremely precious resources are used to repair it. But who would spend such resources to save an old gardener already on his last legs? And that environment, Duke was extremely familiar with it, instantly recalling his past experiences in the nightmare plane. That taste and feel were almost identical to the nightmare plane, even though seen through Hans's spiritual power fluctuations. There was little difference from being there personally. Duke's expression grew a bit somber. Involving the nightmare plane made things far from simple. The nightmare plane was a top-tier plane. Even among the entire endless plane, it was considered a powerful top-tier plane. It had no fixed location, woven from the dreams of countless living beings. As long as there were creatures dreaming, it remained eternal and unextinguished. From this perspective, the other several deceased individuals likely also entered the nightmare plane. Unable to withstand the plane's immense oppressive force, their very souls perishing there. Hence, the bodies here appeared unharmed, and there were no signs of toxins. The current issue is why such incidents have occurred consecutively at the castle. The Duke of today was different from when he was a wizard apprentice. His understanding of the planes was far more profound. From what old gardener Hans saw, it seemed the entire castle was projected into the nightmare plane, just as it was on Academy Island back then. It was merely a projection of the surrounding environment, reflected onto the nightmare plane, but back then, it was due to the effect of the coordinates earring. The current situation in the castle. The cause is unknown and requires further investigation to uncover. The Duke emerged from the cottage and said to the waiting, Butler Austin, Butler Austin. The situation in the castle is more complicated than anticipated. I need the Earl's permission to conduct a more comprehensive investigation within the castle, including all areas, even those rarely visited. Seeing the serious expression on the Duke's face, Austin did not dare delay and immediately led him back to the main castle study. The Earl of Laurent heard of the Duke's return, his face a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. Wizard Duke, did Hans provide any clues? The Duke didn't directly mention the nightmare plane, as such matters are not easily spoken of. He carefully considered his words. Lord Earl, Hans's condition confirms one of my suspicions. There might be some imperceptible energy anomaly or historical issue within the castle. To identify the source, I need your permission to conduct a thorough investigation of all areas, including some that are not regularly used. The reason he could discern it was a nightmare plane issue was due to his own experience. He had visited the nightmare plane in person, had some basic understanding of it, and was familiar with its aura, allowing him to discern information from Hans's spiritual power fluctuations. However, Duke couldn't explain to others how he discerned this, as normally. Even a level 1 mage wouldn't be able to access such a place as the nightmare plane. This information didn't need to be disclosed to others, it sufficed for him to know. Right now, Duke just wanted to attempt solving this problem, return to complete his task, and obtain some contribution points to exchange for a high-tier breathing technique. All areas. A trace of hesitation flickered across Earl Laurent's face. Noble castles often held family secrets in private spaces, not easily open to outsiders. Strictly speaking, such places of nobility would never be accessible to outsiders. Yet Earl Laurent thought of the series of strange deaths and the crisis facing the family, ultimately gritting his teeth. "All right, Wizard Duke, I trust you. Asen, accompany the wizard, sir, and open all areas of the castle, including my private study and family chapel, to Wizard Duke. Ensure full cooperation." "Yes, my Lord Earl." Asen bowed to accept the command. As the castle butler, Asen was naturally most familiar with the place and held sufficient authority to guide Duke throughout. This time, Duke acted with the Earl Laurent's authorization, even able to visit areas Asen previously could not. They first passed through the main hall of the fortress, now nearing noon, with some servants polishing the great fireplace and ancestral armors displayed along the walls. Sunlight filtered through high stained glass windows, casting mottled shadows on the floor. The air was imbued with the aroma of baked bread and stewed meat wafting from distant kitchens. In the side corridor, they encountered a young man in fine riding attire, dust-laden but the eldest son, Eric, himself. Having just returned from overseeing the family's estates, he handed his riding crop to a servant. Seeing Duke and Asen, Eric nodded slightly, a scrutinizing gaze tinged with faint, near imperceptible worry. "Wizard, sir, any progress in the investigation?" His voice was steady, vivacious, of an heir's responsibility. "It's ongoing, Mr. Eric." Duke responded placidly. They walked past the family gallery, laden with portraits of Laurent ancestors on the walls. Some were painted with special pigments, their eyes seeming to follow the viewer's movements. Others even bore faint, lingering magic, recreating iconic poses of the portrait subjects, silently narrating family glory and history. While passing the great living room, Duke glimpsed the Countess savoring afternoon tea with equally flamboyantly dressed noblewomen. Fine porcelain cups held calming floral tea from some plant plane, while silver platters bore candies in the shape of miniature demons. They conversed in low tones, seemingly about the latest fashionable silks from the Rainbow Bay Plain and a master craftsman's. Jewelry that glowed with faint halos changing with mood. Yet even this seemingly idle social setting bore a layer of subtle oppression, their smiles a bit forced. Without disturbing them, they moved on. Passing the indoor training ground, they heard shouting. Through the open doors, they saw the second son, Calvin, sparring with an armored guard. Calvin's knight's swordplay was fierce, laden with an evident restlessness and eagerness to prove something, contrasting with his somewhat pale face. Noticing Duke outside the door, Calvin's actions paused slightly, then he attacked the guard more ruthlessly. Seemingly venting something, Duke merely glanced nonchalantly, not pausing. They also visited the castle library, rich in collections, from night body techniques, continental history and geography, to basic meditation techniques and travelogues introducing the customs of various planes. Duke's spiritual power brushed quietly across the shelves, sensing that most books were mere carriers of mundane knowledge. Only a few ancient mythology and vague dream legend volumes emanating extremely faint, unusual energy waves, quelling his urge for detailed exploration. Then they inspected the kitchen area. Servants busily preparing dinner, with soup stewing on massive stoves and meats sizzling on spits. The storerooms were packed with provisions, from local grains and meats to treated exotic fruits and vegetables from other planes, all seemingly orderly. They even went to the family chapel, housing the god of light relief, symbolizing plain will, commonly worshipped in the wizard plane, alongside the Laurent family's guardian spirit, a statue of a snowy falcon. The chapel's tranquility was appeasing, with only an old nun silently polishing the candelabra. After inspecting these vibrant areas, Duke requested to examine those more secluded, lesser-trodden places. They visited attics storing old furniture and discarded items, filled with dust and stacked with some broken armor and obsolete family banners. They also went to watchtowers at the castle corners, offering vast views but evidently unused for ages, as well as some idle guest rooms, tidy but lacking life. Throughout the process, Duke seemingly strolled casually. Yet his spiritual power ceaselessly acted like the most intricate radar, scanning every inch of space past, sensing minute energy shifts. Duke noticed that in certain areas, especially at the ends of rarely traversed corridors and near abandoned rooms, the barely perceptible remnants of spirit, mingled with a hint of dust and deathly silence, was slightly more noticeable than in the living quarters, but it was only a subtle difference, as if some influence was slowly spreading. Finally, they reached the underground area of the castle. It was even colder and damper here than above, the light dim. They first entered the wine cellar, where huge oak barrels were lined up, and the air was filled with a mixture of wine aroma and mustiness. Next was the storeroom for preserved foods and root vegetables. As they passed through a narrower passage leading deeper down, Austin explained, "Inside here are mostly old storerooms that are no longer used and some foundation structures, open very rarely, so it might be a bit damp." The end of the passage was marked by a heavy, old wooden door with an iron lock covered in rust. Austin struggled to find the key and had to turn it several times before he could open the lock. With a creak, the wooden door opened, releasing a denser wave of mustiness and dust into the air. Inside was a small stone chamber, piled with some broken pottery, rusty tools, and other miscellanea, clearly long abandoned. However, the moment Duke stepped into the stone chamber, his spiritual power surged within his mental sea, sensing something amiss. The anomalous fluctuation was clearer than anywhere else in the castle, still faint, but provoking distinct ripples within his powerful perception, akin to stones tossed into a tranquil lake. Without betraying his thoughts, he signaled for Austin to raise the illuminating crystal stone, his sharp gaze sweeping over the dust-covered floor and walls. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a corner of the stone chamber, where some debris appeared scattered haphazardly. He approached, squatted down, and gently brushed aside the surface layer of dust. Beneath the debris, faint and incomplete bizarre symbols, painted in some dark red pigment, were vaguely discernible on the floor. The design of these symbols was filled with irregular lines and warped geometric figures, utterly different from any mainstream wizard's which array he knew of, yet exuding an unsettling power residue that seemed capable of drawing upon dreams. At the center of these remnants, there was an unusually blackened patch on the ground, as if scorched by some force. Nearby lay a few dry and dark purple petal fragments, belonging to no common plant from the wizard plane. Duke carefully used his spiritual power to probe the remnant array and the charred marks. A weak spiritual remnant, cold and invasive like ethereal cobwebs, intertwined with a presence identical to that in Gardner Hans's mental world. Duke understood that he might have found the source of the problem. It was precisely this ritual site, hidden deep in the castle's basement, which had ceased operation yet still harbored residual power linking to the nightmare plane. He recognized at a glance that an actual ritual had been conducted here. The person conducting the ritual surely resided in the castle, most likely someone of significant status. There were many types of rituals. This one alone did not reveal much. The only thing evident was that it was likely a power exchange ritual requiring some kind of sacrifice. Yet the power it tapped into was from the nightmare plane, a force not easily born or controlled by ordinary people. Duke began to understand why there had been several deaths. In the castle, in all probability, someone had performed this unknown ritual and obtained power from the nightmare plane. Unable to fully control this power, such incidents had occurred. Duke gazed intently at the ominously exuding remnant array on the ground. The nightmare plane's power was highly corrosive and assimilative, and a runaway ritual could yield unpredictable consequences. "I still need to take a look on the other side." Determination flashed across Duke's eyes. Only by entering the mapped space himself could he ascertain exactly what had transpired and find the key to resolving the incident completely. Rather than speculate in the real world, it was better to directly explore the source. Typically, these temporary mapped spaces created by projections are relatively safe, at least in that beings from the nightmare plane cannot enter them. Just as with Academy Island back then, the projection zone on Academy Island formed in the Nightmare Plane was relatively safe, with no Nightmare Plane creatures ever entering that area. Because to the creatures of the Nightmare Plane, this zone essentially did not exist. Without employing some special means, they are unable to perceive the existence of this zone. In other words, a projection zone is tantamount to a temporary safe house. Steward Austin Duke stood up, his tone calm yet bearing undeniable authority. I've found the source of the anomaly. I now need to conduct some investigative work here. The process may cause some energy fluctuations. Please wait outside the passage for safety. Without my permission, nobody is to enter. Austin looked at the unsettling symbols and burn marks on the ground, swallowed hard, and nodded quickly. Yes, wizard sir, I'll keep watch outside. Eager to leave this spine-chilling place, he immediately retreated to the mid-passageway, keeping watch from a distance at the old wooden door. Once Austin had left, Duke refocused all his attention on the ritual remnants on the ground. He did not dismantle the remnant array, but instead carefully cleared away more debris and dust to reveal as complete an image as possible of the blurred design. Gleam appeared in his eyes as his powerful spiritual power acted like the most precise probe, meticulously analyzing the structure of each broken symbol and sensing the residual energy flow and nature within them. Using dark blood thorn powder mixed with nightmare grass juice to draw the foundation plate, forming the basic. Duke's mind raced, quickly deciphering the ritual's principle by merging his vast knowledge of witchcraft with his understanding of planar fields. It was indeed a typical ritual attempting to exchange power from other planes. The ritual itself was nothing incredibly advanced, but the level of the connected entity was too high, causing the feedback power to far exceed the caster's control. He did not need to fully recreate this dangerous ritual. He only needed to act like a skillful navigator, using the remaining paths to briefly open a route for himself. Duke took several materials from his storage pouch, including a pinch of starlit sand, a few leaves of silver mint to stabilize spiritual power, and a piece of pure attribute-free crystal stone. The Duke carefully sprinkled the dust of the astral realm along certain critical energy nodes of the residual array, pure spirit as a stable helm, cautiously touching and guiding the remnants of dormant nightmare power within the array. A barely audible low hum echoed within the stone chamber. The symbols of the residual array on the ground seemed to come alive, beginning to flicker with an ominous, intermittent dark red glow. The cold, nihilistic, and corrosive spirit remnants suddenly became active, like deep-sea creatures disturbed, beginning to entwine with the Duke's spiritual power. The light in the stone chamber began to distort, walls and floor rippling as if in water waves. The musty smell in the air was replaced by a more bizarre, empty scent mixed with old dust and some non-existent substance. The Duke felt a strong pull from the center of the residual array, trying to yank his consciousness out. He did not resist, instead focusing his spirit, aligning with this force while firmly guarding his own spiritual power mind. The scene before his eyes began to change and fade rapidly, the passage guarded by Butler Austin, the stone chamber piled with clutter, the cold ground. Everything peeled away and dissipated like a fading oil painting. In its place was the familiar silhouette covered in thick gray-white dust, namely the interior structure of Red Rock Castle. Yet the place where he stood now, likewise the stone chamber in the basement, was already a ruin, clay pots turned to powder, tools rusted into twisted metal blocks, eternal silence permeating the air. The Duke closed his eyes and felt for a moment he arrived here with his real body, rather than merely with spiritual power like Hans and the others. This was because his own life level was not very low, having reached the threshold required to enter here. He stepped out of the stone chamber of the basement, the projection space within Red Rock Castle being drastically different from the grandeur and solidity in reality. Treading in real form here felt more genuine. Underfoot was thick gray-white dust accumulated as if over centuries, soft and sound-absorbing, each step sinking into silence. Eternal silence suffused the air, even his own breathing sounding especially clear, yet seems consumed by boundless quietness. The red rock walls became mottled and brittle, touching them. One felt a cold, near-powdery texture, seemingly ready to collapse the next moment. The once luxurious tapestries now left only a few ragged strips, color faded, turning to ashes at a gentle touch. Light's source was unclear, the whole space filled with a uniform, oppressive gray-white glow, devoid of shadows or bright areas, everything seeming flat and lifeless like a faded old photograph. The Duke advanced slowly along familiar corridors, his spiritual power cautiously extending outward, exploring comprehensively. Castle interior structure showed unnatural distortion, corridors that should be straight inexplicably bending, walking upon them elicited spatial dislocation sensation. A door opened might not lead to a room, but rather to a solid wall covered in dust, cold and hard to the touch. The staircase steps sometimes varied in number, stepping on them required extra caution, as if space itself subtly squirmed and deceived the senses. This distortion directly impacted perception, compelling him to constantly adjust balance and directional sense. Passing through the wide space originally a banquet hall, the Duke's sharp gaze caught an anomaly on the floor. It was not footprints, but a viscous, translucent slime path dried in winding trails, standing out starkly on gray-white dust. Dust around the trails seemed licked by some force, unusually clean, even revealing deeper, more dilapidated coloration of the floor beneath. The Duke crouched down, fingertips of his custom gloves gently grazed the slime traces. A cold, faintly spiritually polluting sensation immediately traveled along his fingertips, tempting to penetrate his skin, yet was effortlessly blocked by magic power flowing within him. This substance was clearly not produced by the projection space here but left by some other existence, and the traces looked fresh. The Duke became more vigilant, associating it with Castle's death events. He had a rough idea. Most likely, during that ritual's execution, some entity was born into this space, then fed on souls and spiritual power of Castle's people, resulting in these death events. Since the slime contains the effect of devouring spiritual power, the entity leaving the slime probably has similar abilities. The Duke retrieved a special vial, carefully collecting some slime as a sample, planning to investigate it thoroughly when time permits. More cautiously, he continued forward along intermittent traces, muscles slightly tense, ready to explode at any moment. The traces ultimately vanished at the end of a peculiarly twisted corridor, where a decorative wall should be, now presenting an unnatural inward sunken dark entrance, edges indistinct as though space was corroded by some force making a breach. More pronounced suction mixed with numerous subtle spiritual shrieks emanated from within the hole, pulling on his clothes and edge of spiritual power. The Duke did not rashly enter, steadied his stance, concentrated his spiritual power into a beam, sweeping inward like a spotlight. At the moment, his spiritual power reached inside. An ear-piercing, directly soul-affecting screech burst forth from the darkness. The sound seemed to penetrate eardrums, reaching his mind, causing a slight dizziness. Spiritual power fiercely tugged. Next, a creature enough to cause extreme physical discomfort to ordinary people abruptly rolled out from the darkness. It was an irregular spherical object about half man's height. Its body wasn't flesh, but composed of a translucent membrane akin to solidified pus or gel, beneath which countless varied-sized, differently colored pupilled eyes crowded layer upon layer. The eyes simultaneously rotated, pupils contracting and expanding, fixedly staring at the intruder Duke, reflecting his serious silhouette, exuding a pure nauseating greed and hunger. In the instant locked by those countless eyes, the Duke felt his spiritual power violently sucked as if by countless invisible straws, transmitting obvious weakness and stinging sensation. This creature could directly devour living beings' spiritual power, and its efficiency was very high. Judging by aura, it shouldn't have reached level 2 life standard yet, but it's very close, considered a rather troublesome character within level 1 life. The Duke swiftly assessed the demon's strength before him. The Duke had not forgotten that this place was the nightmare plane, and he absolutely could not underestimate anything he encountered here. Even an inconspicuous stone on the ground, if touched carelessly, could instantly lead to your death. If it weren't for the fact that this was a temporary projection space, the Duke would never have set foot here so lightly. The coordinates earring in his hand had the coordinates of the nightmare plane, but ever since he had been once, he had never used it again. The Duke was very aware of how dangerous this plane was, and he didn't want to risk venturing until he had enough strength. He did not know what this suddenly appearing demon was about, had no information, and had little time to think. The attack methods of this eye monster were too bizarre. Extremely sensitive to energy and spiritual power. With its true self here, if his spiritual power was massively devoured, the consequences would be unimaginable. In a flash of heart thought, He hesitated no more. Faced with such an eerie presence from the nightmare, only by giving it his all could he cope. Under no circumstances could he hold back. An ancient, noble aura, as if from the distant abyss, suddenly awoke and erupted from within him. Deep within the crystal core of his mental sea, the dark red rune obtained from the dark elven bloodline ignited instantly, a torrential flood of power surging through his entire body. His originally well-fitting wizard robe instantly burst. Apart, the fragments fluttering like butterflies, his body rapidly transforming and expanding visibly. His eyes transformed into pure black vertical pupils like top-grade obsidian, the edges flowing with a dark gold authoritative halo, coldly watching the monster before him. On the surface of his skin emerged faint, mysterious dark red runes formed by the interweaving of shadow and lava, flickering with terrifying power fluctuations. His black hair danced wildly without wind, the tips slicing through the air, causing slight ripples in space. The Duke's stature rose to over 3 meters, his muscles bulging, exuding a sense of destructive power. His nails transformed into deep dark gold, the edges sharp like divine weapons. Behind him, with a swish, a pair of broad wings as if forged from pure dark gold metal unfolded abruptly, with a wingspan nearly 5 meters, the edges glinting with a cold light that could slice through space. At the same time, the solidified power of shadow automatically gathered, compressed, and shaped itself, covering his towering figure in a full suit of dark gold armor steeped in strength and dark aesthetics, presenting him like a god stepped out of mythology. The Duke directly entered the dark form, with a certain degree of enhancement in spiritual power and physical attributes. In this state he could fully unleash his strength. This was his first time using this form in combat. During the months of fighting the void insect race, he had never used the dark form once. After all, that was battling alongside a legion, with others watching. This means had to remain as a trump card for oneself, known by as few as possible. The monster laden with eyes seemed intimidated by the sudden, complete, overwhelming life level and terrifying aura. The rotation of countless eyes froze for a moment, and the spiritual wailing it emitted abruptly altered tone, tinged with a fear stemming from instinct. The aura of the dark elven bloodline was extremely noble, allowing this eye monster to distinctly feel the nobility of the other's bloodline. The Duke's pure black vertical pupils bore no emotion, only a cold killing intent, as he slightly twitched the enormous dark gold wings behind him. The dust and rubble where he previously stood exploded violently in a ring, as his 3-meter-high true form of the dark race had already transformed into a streak of dark gold lightning, tearing through the gray, dead space, charging straight at the eye monster with the most primal, most violent force of destruction. The air was forcibly displaced, emitting a low sonic boom. In his dark form, the Duke transformed into dark gold lightning, rushing towards the eye monster. Innumerable pupils of the monster reflected the rapidly approaching terrifying figure, instinctively feeling a mortal threat. It emitted an even sharper, more chaotic spiritual wail, its translucent gelatinous membrane violently undulating, while countless eyes simultaneously launched a pallid spiritual shockwave, like innumerable invisible spikes, attempting to hinder the Duke's charge and more frantically siphoning his spiritual power. However, the dark form not only brought extreme physical enhancement, but also pushed his spiritual resistance to an unimaginable height. The spiritual shockwave, enough to instantly break a level 1 mage, struck against the shadowy aura enveloping the Duke and the dark red runes, like waves against a reef, stirring ripples, yet unable to shake its foundation. The force of spiritual siphoning was significantly weakened, akin to a tiny stream attempting to drain an ocean. The Duke's fist, clad in dark gold armor, brimming with immense power capable of crushing mountains and splitting rocks, struck the gelatinous body of the monster first. The sensation was not of hitting a solid object, but plunging into a mass of sticky, cold gelatin. The monster emitted a painful, warped wail, the struck area caving in deeply, several eyeballs within bursting instantly, splattering foul. Spiritual pollution-laden fluid. However, the monster's resilience was beyond imagination, the indented area quickly filled by surrounding gel, more eyes rotating, malevolently fixing on the Duke, its spiritual attacks becoming more focused and sharp, attempting to drill into the seams of his armor and directly assault his soul. Pure physical attacks aren't effective. This thing's nature is more akin to a spiritual aggregate. The Duke concluded instantly. He merely intended to test various aspects of his strength in this form. After entering the dark form, he barely felt any threat. With a thought, the Duke's massive dark gold wings behind him flapped violently, stirring a furious airflow that coiled the surrounding dust into a vortex, using this force to retreat several meters and temporarily distance himself from the monster. The Duke's pure black vertical pupils flashed with a light utterly distinct from the darkness of the dark form, warm and pure. His enormous dark gold hand grasped at the void. Suddenly, an aura emerged, at odds with the surrounding deathly gray, warm and pure. His palm light gathered, and a magnificent and awe-inspiring weapon took form, manifesting into reality the blazing sun judgment. The sword was composed of an almost translucent pale energy body, within which adhered a viscous liquid light, flowing and pulsing gently, emanating a soft yet undeniable pure halo. The 3-foot-long blade was slightly broader than a typical knight's sword, with flowing, elegant lines carrying a divine majesty. At the hilt, 2 slightly upward curving energy body light-forged wings sharply contrasted with the fierce dark gold wings behind the Duke, one hand darkness, one hand light. The Duke, in his dark form, wielding the holy sword of light judgment, exhibited a unique aura. The moment the blazing sun judgment appeared, its inherent light attribute field naturally spread out, seemingly dispelling some of the oppressive gray-white around it. The icy atmosphere pervading the air seemed to encounter its nemesis, slightly receding. The eye monster let out an unprecedented sharp screech, filled with pain and extreme loathing. Countless eyeballs on its surface convulsed violently under the holy light as if burned, and some smaller ones directly shut their eyelids. Duke felt the warm current emanating from the blazing sun judgment, not only slightly alleviating the discomfort from the absorption of his spiritual power, but also exerting enormous pressure on the eye monster. He grasped the massive blazing sun judgment in one hand and swung it seemingly casually towards the eye monster ahead. A giant cross-shaped light blade, forged entirely of pure holy light, instantly shot forth from the sword. Light cross had edges as sharp as solid matter and a core glowing brilliantly like a miniature sun, seeming to compress countless tiny sacred runes within. It tore through the nightmare space's stagnant air, carrying a fierce purifying momentum, slashing toward the monster at a speed far exceeding Duke's previous tests. After Duke's strength improved, the light cross-slash performed with the blazing sun judgment was far more powerful than before. Especially with the blessing effect of the light divine status, the light cross-slash alone was already nearing the power of a level 2 magic. The eye monster felt a tremendous threat and let out an unprecedented sharp howl. All its eyeballs turned blood red as if congested. Pushing its spiritual power to the extreme, its gelatinous body squirmed madly, forming a substantial, milky white spiritual barrier in front of it, resembling solid amber. Countless tiny faces of resentment twisted and wailed on the barrier's surface, trying to fend off this sacred blow. The light cross-slash smashed fiercely against the spiritual barrier, resulting in a violent explosion of glaring white light and filthy spiritual energy. The holy purifying force and twisted nightmare energy battled ferociously, producing deafening, annihilating booms. The sharp edges of the light cross, like a red-hot iron, stubbornly cut into the barrier, singeing and sizzling its surface. As numerous faces of resentment evaporated in the holy light, the toughened spiritual barrier visibly thinned and became transparent, covered with web-like cracks. Finally, with a crisp shattering sound, the spiritual barrier completely collapsed. The energy of the light cross-slash was nearly spent, and the remaining light impacted the monster's body, forcing it to fly back fiercely and slam into the rear wall. The monster emitted a piteous scream, as its gelatinous body was scorched by the holy light, producing large, blackened, hard-to-heal wounds from which tiny wisps of white smoke continuously emerged. At least dozens of eyeballs became permanently dimmed and ruptured in this confrontation, losing their sheen. Its aura significantly weakened, and its spiritual cries became intermittent, filled with anguish and terror. Barely supported its body, as numerous intact eyeballs fixedly stared at Duke's blazing sun judgment, filled with bitter hatred, but more with an instinctive fear of that pure destructive power. Though it desperately blocked the light cross-slash, it suffered heavy damage, completely comprehending this entity before it held the power sufficient to utterly obliterate it. This strike of the light cross-slash inflicted considerable damage on the demon, yet it seemed still insufficient. Duke grasped the hilt of the blazing sun judgment with both hands, injecting more immense magic power and the light aura from the light divine status into it without reservation. The blazing sun judgment emitted a deep and solemn chime, as if echoing from the depths of the celestial kingdom. The pair of light-cast wings at the sword guard spread out at an unprecedented amplitude, glowing fiercely, transforming into two gigantic illusory wing shadows composed entirely of pure light, solemnly flapping behind Duke. With every movement, countless gold-white light dust, infused with a sacred aura, and where they fell, even the stubborn gray-white tone of space was briefly expelled, as if injected with transient vitality. The surrounding light visibly dimmed and distorted, as if all the light and even the feeble energy contained within space itself were forcibly stripped and extracted by an invisible force, madly converging towards the now absolute focal point, the sword blade. The blazing sun judgment itself could no longer be described as bright. It transformed into a miniature sun descending upon this world. The liquid light within the sword no longer flowed, but violently boiled and roared like lava heated to the utmost. Terrifying energy compressed and transformed within, emitting vast heat that subtly distorted space, combined with soul-trembling majesty. At the sword core, the golden light that was only faintly visible before now expanded like an awakening dragon's eye, becoming incredibly clear, profound, and majestic. This time, the eye monster's howling was weak. It futilely tried to curl up but seemed to have its will to resist shattered under the immense light pressure. The layer of pale light on its surface evaporated instantly like dewdrops in sunlight. Countless eyeballs instinctively shut tightly, while the curled gelatinous body trembled violently, emitting desperate spiritual waves. This demon evidently was still newly born, currently quite weak and yet to mature. Nonetheless, it was already nearing a level 2 life. If given more time and Duke arrived later, handling it would indeed have been challenging. An incandescent torrent, indescribably mighty, erupted from the sword tip. It wasn't merely an energy eruption, but more akin to a divine spear, invisibly hurled by a giant god, piercing through heaven and earth. The light pillar was as solid as liquid platinum, imbued with indomitable will and absolute purifying power by its core stately golden stream. Where the light pillar passed, space emitted low, burdened moans. This was no explosion, but the forced eradication of all anomalies and filth in that area. Gray-white dust, the lethargic atmosphere lingering in the air, and even the distortion of space itself instantly evaporated and smoothed over in the path of the light pillar. The eye monster bore the brunt, unable even to react. When the tip of the light pillar touched the monster's body, that resilient gelatin, those dense eyeballs, and that twisted spiritual core were like snowflakes thrown into a star, disintegrating, purifying, and returning to nothingness without emitting even a whiff of smoke. Gold-white holy flame sphere noiselessly yet violently expanded from the position where the monster initially was, like a destructive lotus blooming silently. Within the sphere, there was only extreme light and heat. A few seconds later, the soul-searing light began to slowly diminish and contract. At the original spot, the nauseating eyeball monster had completely vanished, leaving no residue, no stain, as if it had never existed in this world. Only the area that had been scorched by the holy flame sphere showed a strange, slightly glassy smoothness, as if it had been instantly melted by high temperatures and then cooled. The air no longer carried the stench and mental pollution, replaced by a peculiar, fresh, pure scent akin to the world after a torrential rain, the sun illuminating the land, even carrying a faint, warm fragrance. The dead silence of this place had been broken, though still. Desolate, it no longer felt oppressive, instead filled with a holy tranquility. The Duke stood with his sword. The 3-meter-tall dark form of the dark race cast a long, majestic shadow amidst the fading judgment twilight. The light of the blazing sun judgment sword gradually retracted, returning to a slowly flowing liquid light form, yet the purifying aftermath still lingered like warm embers, surrounding the sword and him. As he was about to put away the blazing sun judgment and continue his exploration, his vertical pupil slightly contracted, his gaze falling upon the center of the area purified by the holy flame. There it was not empty. A crystal about the size of a pigeon egg, entirely round, was quietly lying on the glassy surface. It resembled a deep, dark purple, as if absorbing the faint light around it, with misty vapors slowly circulating inside, occasionally flashing a very faint gleam, like pupil contraction. Like the previous monster's filthy and uncomfortable feeling, the energy emitted by this crystal was cold, but extraordinarily pure and concentrated. It was a highly concentrated blend of spiritual origin and nightmare plane energy, forcefully refined and purified by the light attribute power, with the filth and violence purged, leaving only the core essence. The Duke could distinctly feel it contained quite a considerable amount of spiritual power. He walked over, still maintaining the dark form, raising his vigilance. First, he used spiritual power to investigate, confirming there were no issues before picking up the object from the ground. In this place, no amount of caution is ever excessive. Placing it in his large palm, he discovered it was actually an eyeball, albeit only superficially resembling one. The eyeball contained a high concentration of exceptionally pure spiritual power, which was rare. The Duke realized it was akin to items that could directly enhance spiritual power, similar in nature. Consuming it should increase his spiritual power, but it shouldn't be rashly consumed. To be prudent, it still required investigation before proceeding. Maintaining the dark form, the Duke began systematically surveying the dead silence of the mirrored castle. His massive dark golden wings slightly drooped, footsteps on thick dust, silent as always, with only the thin shadowy aura around him dispelling the discomforting gray-white light. He proceeded along the twisted corridors, scanning each corner with his pure black vertical pupils, using spiritual power as a fine comb, sifting through potential dangers. Banquet hall, gallery, living room, family chapel. He investigated them one by one. In certain areas, he indeed sensed the lingering faint aura with a spiritual sucking sensation. But it was very faint, seemingly traces left by the previous eyeball monster's activities, not nurturing new entities. Occasionally, he would find even stranger living creature like writhing patterns on walls or floors, symbols of deeper nightmare plane power eroding reality, yet currently stable. The castle was eerily empty besides his own presence, as if devoid of any moving entities. That absolute silence pressed on the heart more than any noise. Suddenly, a very subtle, yet originating from the essence of space, tremor was felt, as if the entire mirrored castle gently shook. The Duke promptly halted, keenly sensing his surroundings. The mottled marks on the wells seemed to writhe more intensely, with more dust trickling from the ceiling. Before he could analyze the cause of this tremor, a very faint, yet directly penetrating murmur pierced his eardrums, or more accurately, penetrated the soul barrier, infiltrating his mind like numerous tiny insects. The sound defied any worldly language portrayal, chaotic, twisted, filled with unfathomable malice and insane fragments of information. It was not a single sound source, but seemingly emanated from all directions: the walls of the castle, the floor beneath, the gray-white sky, and even the depths of his consciousness. Just hearing these puzzling, fragmented phrases made the Duke's head feel like countless red-hot iron needles fiercely piercing it. The spiritual power within his sea of consciousness, initially calm like a serene lake, suddenly stirred into a turbulent storm, becoming chaotic as if this foreign, beyond comprehension will was forcibly tearing and assimilating it. A powerful nausea and dizziness swept over him. Even with the strong mental resistance afforded by the dark form, it was unbearable. His 3-meter-high body even swayed a bit, forcing him to steady himself against a nearby wall. The Duke was shaken to the core. This sound was beyond what the previous eyeball monster could emit, possibly not belonging to this mirrored space at all. This felt like fluctuations from an existence within deeper, more terrifying levels of the nightmare plane, unconsciously radiating across dimensions, accidentally flowing into this fragile mirrored space. Just the aftershock of its power almost shattered his mental defenses. This place was no longer safe to linger in. Staying would threaten not only the investigation, but his soul could be corrupted or torn by these nightmarish whispers. He transformed into a dark gold stream of light. No longer concerned about alarming anything, rushing along the route he entered, heading swiftly towards the castle's lower basement. The rapid movements intensified the spatial distortions, and those eerie whispers seemed clearer and more malicious, pursuing him relentlessly like a festering wound. He almost crashed through the dilapidated stone room door, charging into the ritual chamber. On the ground, the remnant gateway node he previously activated was flickering, with intensely unstable, fluctuating brightness due to the external spatial instability and the influence of those terrifying whispers. The Duke's massive dark race hand pressed directly on the charred center of the residual formation, no longer pursuing precise control. Rather in the most brutal manner, flooding his own boundless magic power and spiritual power into the ritual nodes that were about to collapse like a dam burst. A strong spatial tug came, the distorted surrounding images, the ear-piercing whispers, the disintegrating spatial cracks. All rapidly receded, blurred, and disappeared like a retreating tide. In the next instant, the feeling of solid ground came, and the air was filled with a familiar musty and dusty scent. The Duke opened his eyes. He had returned to the stone chamber in the basement of the wizard plane. Beneath his feet, the residual formation had lost all its luster, becoming an ordinary charred mark with no energy reaction, as if the passage had never existed. All around was silence, only his own breathing and the faint sound of the butler Ossen anxiously pacing back and forth outside the door. Those maddening whispers, distorted spaces, endless dust. All had disappeared. The familiar atmosphere of the wizard plane enveloped him, bringing an indescribable sense of security. This was the feeling one got only after visiting another plane and then immediately returning to the wizard plane. People who had long been in the wizard plane found it difficult to have this experience. They didn't know how comfortable it was to be in the wizard plane. The Duke quickly dismissed the dark form, returning to his usual appearance. Though his face was slightly pale and his spiritual power greatly depleted, he had managed perilously to return before the ritual completely failed. He calmed the slightly turbulent breath within him, caused by forcibly activating the ritual and resisting the whispers, tidied up his wizard robe, and then opened the heavy old wooden door. The butler Ossen was anxiously stationed outside the door. Seeing him emerge, he quickly approached. "Wizard sir, are you all right?" Even though he hadn't heard any noise, he instinctively felt some unease, the source of which came from behind the door where the Duke was. Seeing the Duke come out now seemed to ease his unease somewhat, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm fine, the issue is temporarily resolved," the Duke said calmly. "Take me to see the Earl." Inside the study, Earl Laurent was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Seeing the Duke's return, he immediately walked briskly up to him, his eyes filled with expectation and fear. "Duke Wizard, how is the situation?" The Duke did not answer immediately, but first took a look around the richly aristocratic study before slowly speaking. "Earl, sir, the main source of the problem has been found and dealt with. There is an illegal energy resonance structure in the castle cellar, essentially a dangerous ritual not properly guided and controlled. This ritual produced an energy aberration that could invisibly draw upon living beings' spiritual vitality, causing victims to fall into a state akin to deep sleep and ultimately perish from exhaustion. The old gardener Hans, an ordinary person, had a weaker spiritual power and was long subjected to the erosion of such abnormal energy fluctuations, which resulted in his mental disorder. The bizarre scenes he saw were a twisted reflection in his consciousness of this energy pollution. He omitted the specific information about the nightmare plane, explaining it with terms more aligned with the wizarding world's knowledge, like energy aberration and energy pollution. This was both to make the Earl understand and to conceal some information. Normal persons starting that ritual would certainly be unable to directly discern that it was the nightmare plane. At most, they would see it in a projection space of a certain plane without gaining more information. While Earl Laurent did not have a deep understanding of sorcery, the terms illegal ritual, energy aberration, and drawing spiritual power were enough for him to grasp the severity and basic cause of the matter. He turned pale and murmured, "Indeed, it's some kind of evil ritual." The Duke nodded, giving final confirmation. "Yes. Now the aberrational core has been cleared. The ongoing spiritual siphoning effect it emanated has ceased. The energy environment within the castle is gradually returning to normal. In the short term, there should be no more bizarre death incidents." Upon hearing this, Earl Laurent exhaled a long breath as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted, showing a look of relief after a disaster, and quickly said, "That's great. Thank you so much, Duke Wizard. You are a great benefactor to the Laurent family. As for compensation." However, before he could finish speaking, "No, impossible. You've ruined it. You've destroyed my power." A voice full of resentment and madness shouted from outside the study. Immediately afterward, the study door was violently burst open, and the second son Calvin charged in like a madman. His hair was disheveled, eyes bloodshot, face an abnormal pallid shade, and his once fairly handsome face twisted with extreme anger and a hollow feeling from losing something important. He stared fiercely at the Duke, the venom in his eyes almost overflowing. "Calvin, such insolence! What nonsense are you babbling in front of wizards, sir?" Earl Laurent shouted in shock and anger. Nonsense, father, it's him, this damned wizard. Calvin pointed at the Duke, his voice shrill. I felt it, my connection to the Eye of Prophecy is severed. It's dead, you killed it, you stole my power. Eye of Prophecy. The Duke's gaze narrowed, immediately connecting it to the eyeball monster he purified with the light judgment. He looked coldly at Calvin. I see. This creature connecting to the other plane, feeding on souls and spiritual power, was indeed something you conjured through a ritual. You call that power? What do you know? Calvin waved his arms excitedly, a sickly fanaticism emerging on his face. It's a shortcut to probing truth, power beyond the ordinary. I could feel my spiritual power growing. I could see more realities of the world, though it required a little insignificant price. On mentioning the price, his gaze flickered, evidently referring to those dead servants and relatives. To him, the dead were just some insignificant servants and some irrelevant relatives. Nobles had no shortage of relatives, and Calvin wouldn't care about these things. Upon hearing this, Earl Laurent's face instantly became ashen, his body slightly trembling from rage and disappointment. Calvin, you. It was really you, those people's deaths, all because of your evil ritual. They were just too weak. Their souls sacrificed for my great journey is their honor. Calvin, already completely steeped in obsession and madness, roared at the Duke. You've ruined everything. Give me back the Eye of Prophecy. Return my power. The Duke gazed at Calvin, who appeared as if possessed. With eyes free of emotion, only a cold scrutiny. Foolish, do you think you can wield the power of other planar demons? The increase in strength you feel is nothing but a toxic spirit corruption fed back to you by that creature. It planted a seed in you, using the souls within the castle to nourish itself. When it grows to a certain extent, or when you can no longer provide enough nourishment, you will become its final and most delicious meal. I destroyed it, which is equivalent to cutting out a tumor on you. In a sense, I saved your life. Nonsense. You lie. That is my power I worked hard to obtain. Calvin refused to listen. The residual corrupting power within him seemed to retaliate in response to his extreme emotions, making him increasingly unstable, as he bared his teeth and claws trying to pounce at the Duke. Enough! Earl Laurent shouted in anguish, ordering to the outside guards. Come in, take young Master Calvin back to his room and guard him closely. Without my command, he is not to take a single step out of the door. Immediately, 2 strong guards rushed in, ignoring Calvin's frantic struggles and curses, forcibly dragging him out of the study. The study regained its silence, but the atmosphere was even heavier than before. Earl Laurent seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. He slumped back into the chair, his voice hoarse. Duke Wizard, I am embarrassed to show my face. I never expected that the cause of all this tragedy turns out to be my own son. The Duke calmly said, Lord Earl, the corrupt power has already eroded his mind. Although the creature has been eliminated, the lingering effects may not completely disappear. I suggest you find a priest from the Divine Hall of Light skilled in mental calming or purification for his long-term treatment. Furthermore, the ritual in the castle basement can no longer be used, but the erosion from the other planes sometimes leaves undetectable marks, and any future anomalies must be immediately taken seriously. He paused, then continued, As for my payment, settle it according to the contribution points agreed upon in the Night Hall mission. Earl Laurent nodded quickly. Of course, of course. Thank you again, Duke Wizard. I have one more request. Please speak. The Duke said calmly, already vaguely guessing what the other party was about to say. Earl Laurent hesitated for a moment, lowered his voice and said, When you go back to the Night Hall to hand over the mission regarding the matter of that ritual, could you leave it unmentioned? Or just say it was some unknown natural phenomenon or an ancient lingering curse? After all, conducting such rituals that communicate with other planar existences in the Seville Empire is a very serious matter, with blurred boundaries with the actions of evil god cultists. Once recognized by the tribunal, the entire Laurent family might face utter annihilation. The Duke fell silent for a moment, fully understanding Earl Laurent's fear. In a country like the Seville Empire where knights and wizard powers coexist, and demands for order and loyalty are extremely high, privately conducting dangerous rituals involving other planes, especially those resulting in casualties, is indeed viewed as extremely dangerous and nearly treasonous behavior. Severe punishments, including stripping of nobility, confiscation of property, and even execution of those involved, are not out of the question. However, the Duke was merely a traveler visiting. He did not wish to entangle himself in potential troubles of local nobility, nor be burdened with any unnecessary risks or responsibilities. He raised his eyes, looking calmly yet resolutely at Earl Laurent, slowly shaking his head. "I'm sorry, Lord Earl, I cannot agree to this request." Earl Laurent's face went pale. The Duke continued to explain. "I, through the Night Hall, took on the mission. After completing the mission, I have the duty to provide a truthful and complete investigation report, concealing critical information, especially the core route involving other planar rituals that is sensitive and dangerous, is irresponsible to the entire civil empire and may lead to future similar incidents not being correctly evaluated and warned. Besides, papers can't hide fire. The tribunal or the empire's intelligence agencies might have other channels to know of clues. If discovered later, and I had deliberately concealed it, it would instead land me in a passive position, even suspected of being connected to the ritual." He had no personal ties with Earl Laurent. There was no need to conceal on behalf of these nobles, involving himself in their matters. Earl Laurent opened his mouth, finally nodded in despair. His face filled with bitterness. He knew what the Duke said was true, and understood that a wizard, especially a foreign wizard, could not possibly take such a huge risk to deceive official institutions for his family. I understand. Thank you, Duke Wizard, for your honesty." Earl Laurent's voice was somewhat dry. "I will immediately arrange for someone to accompany you to the Night Hall to handle the payment and contribution points." "Thank you." The Duke did not say much, then under the guidance of Austin the steward, went to the Night Hall to prepare to hand over the mission. Watching the Duke's figure fade away beyond the study door, the polite smile that Earl Laurent had been maintaining instantly crumbled, replaced by endless fatigue, pain, and a trace of deeply embedded ruthlessness. Only he remained in the study, the heavy silence pressing down to the point of suffocation. The Duke's words were like a cold judgment hammer, shattering his last sliver of luck. Concealment. Impossible. A wizard, especially one from the West Coast, has no reason to bear such a great risk for the Laurent family. Reporting the matter of the ritual truthfully to the Night Hall was inevitable. So, what awaits the Laurent family? The civil empire severely punishes private communication with other planes, especially when it results in serious consequences. At minimum, deprivation of nobility, confiscation of estates, leading to the ruin of a family's century-old foundation, and at worst, being identified as an evil god follower or degenerate, sending main family members to the stake. Calvin, his foolish, greedy, power-blinded second son, by his selfishness, would drag the entire family into an abyss of irredeemable doom. "No, it cannot be," Earl Laurent murmured, his mudded eyes flashing a trace of despair, but was soon replaced by a more complex, painful emotion as a family head and a father. He couldn't stand by and watch the family's destruction, watch the ancestors' glory buried in his hands. A cold and resolute thought sprouted, growing clearly within his heart. He slowly stood up, walked to the window, looking out at the red, rocky fortress bathed in the heroic color of the sunset, which belonged to his family. Here lay the foundation of the Laurent family's struggles for over 200 years. Every familiar building, every winding street. The family owned mines and estates in the distance. All of this is the foundation that the Laurent family has fought for over 237 years, built by ancestors with swords and blood, with wisdom and loyalty carved from this barren stone. Honor his life, family above all. This was his father's admonition, old Earl Laurent, as he held his hand at his coming-of-age ceremony, engraving it in his bones, word by word. Now, this admonition tightened around his heart like a burning iron chain. He slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping across everything in the study. On the walls, portraits of ancestors from past generations hung silently, those dignified or wise eyes seeming to penetrate time, staring at him, scrutinizing how this present family head would handle a crisis capable of overturning the family. The massive desk made of ironwood and ivory was granted by the Emperor of the Empire after his great-grandfather's outstanding military achievements. The books and documents on the shelves record the family's laws, accounts, allies, and enemies. All these constitute the entities and symbols of the existence of the Laurent family. As the family head, his primary responsibility is to protect the family rather than any individual, even if that individual is his own flesh and blood. A family member, especially one of the direct heirs. falling into privately studying the forbidden, communicating with other planes. And harming innocents, this stains the entire family's bloodline and reputation, a taint that can never be cleansed. Is it better to gamble with concealment than await the unknown timing of a destructive verdict from the Empire's judiciary, or to proactively amputate that already rotten and festering part, to demonstrate to the Empire that the Laurent family still maintains internal purging ability and absolute reverence for the Empire's laws, thus seeking a slight chance of forgiveness? The answer is almost undeniable. The rules of the noble world have always been cold and realistic. Sacrifice is the most common price to maintain dignity. Earl Laurent's facial muscles twitched slightly, finally settling into a near-petrified rigidity. The last trace of softness and pain belonging to a father in his eyes was forcibly suppressed, replaced by coldness and decisiveness belonging to a family head, a political creature. He extended a slightly trembling but extraordinarily stable hand, and pressed a highly secretive bronze button underneath the desk, which only each family head knows. No sound was emitted, but within a mere few heartbeats, a heavy tapestry depicting a hunting scene on the side of the study quietly opened a slit. Two men in inconspicuous gray tight garments, with faces ordinary enough to instantly blend into the crowd shadows, slid in soundlessly like phantoms. They are the gray shadows, directly affiliated with the family head, loyal to the name Laurent rather than any specific individual, responsible for handling those matters that could never see the light. Earl Laurent didn't turn around, continuing to face away from them, his gaze seemingly penetrating the wall, resting in the direction of the West Tower. His voice was deep, hoarse, yet carried undisputable authority belonging to the upper echelon, and a hint of intensely suppressed sorrow. West Tower, young Master Calvin. He paused, the moment that name was spoken, a rusty metallic sweetness surged in his throat. He has been eroded by evil too deeply, his spirit has completely collapsed, being alive, for him and for the family is nothing but endless pain and disgrace. He took a deep breath as each word squeezed through his teeth, cold and clear. Let him go quietly. The two gray shadow members remained as still as statues, with only the subtlest nod of acknowledgement. As you command, my lord. Their response was like a whisper, without emotional fluctuation, as though they were merely acknowledging an ordinary command. Just as the conversation ended, the two retreated into the shadow behind the tapestry without a sound, as if they had never appeared. The study was once again left with only Earl Laurent. As the tapestry fell back into place, the majesty he had been supporting leaked away like a pricked balloon, his whole body trembling violently once. Stumbling, he held onto the cold window frame to avoid falling. The last threads of sunlight from the sunset illuminated a face that had seemingly aged 20 years in an instant. 2 rows of murky tears finally slid uncontrollably down the wrinkled cheeks, dripping onto the luxurious carpet, spreading quickly, vanishing without a trace. He had personally signed his son's death warrant for the continuance of the Laurent family, for that pure white falcon flag to keep flying over this Red Rock. Leaving the heavy atmosphere of Red Rock Castle, Duke, accompanied by the butler Austin, returned to the Night Hall branch located in Power Square in Red Rock City. Unlike the last time when they were taking on a mission, this time they were led into a quiet room designated for mission reporting. The quiet room was not large, furnishings modest, with walls built of soundproof and spy-proof obsidian bricks, furnished only with a heavy wood table and several high-backed chairs. A middle-aged knight with a stern expression, wearing the Night Hall's steward badge on his chest, was already waiting there, a crystal used for recording and a thick stack of dossiers on the table. Austin the butler stopped at the door, bowed and retreated, leaving the space to Duke and the steward. Duke Wizard, I am Stuart Raymond, in charge of verifying and recording this mission. The middle-aged knight's voice showed the same precision as his expression, meticulous. Please detail the mission execution process and outcome. Duke sat across from the steward, his expression calm, beginning the narration. He described arriving at Earl Laurent's mansion, how he examined the death scene and discovered abnormal energy residue characteristics, not curse or evil spirit, but closer to phenomena of spiritual extraction and contamination. He mentioned old florist Hans's abnormal mental state, attributing it to prolonged exposure in such an abnormal energy field. Based on this, I refocused the investigation on possible energy sources within the castle. Duke's voice was steady and clear. Ultimately, An activated but out of control illegal ritual base point was found in the castle's underground area. He deliberately omitted the nightmare plane, which would trigger the highest level alert, instead opting for a more general, yet equally dangerous description. The ritual attempted to connect and extract energy from a high-risk other plane, its nature inclined towards spiritual erosion and distortion. The ritual itself had already lost control and gestated a materialized energy aberration, an amalgamation living on devouring living spirits' spiritual origins. The peculiar death incidents within the castle were all caused by this entity. The Duke briefly explained how he located and finally purified the aberrant entity, emphasizing that its core had been destroyed. The ritual's base point was nearly ineffective, and the remaining energy was negligible. The abnormality of the castle had been essentially eliminated. Regarding the specific details of the battle, especially the dark form and blazing sun judgment, he naturally skimmed over them, only mentioning that he employed certain powerful purification methods. Steward Raymond listened intently, occasionally tapping his fingers on the crystal, leaving behind glowing records. His brows furrowed tightly upon hearing of the high-risk other plane and energy aberration. So, means that the tragedy at the Laurent Earl's mansion stemmed from someone privately conducting a forbidden ritual connecting to a high-risk other plane. Raymond asked solemnly, his tone exceptionally severe. This is a serious offense, crossing the red line in the Seville Empire. Based on the scene's traces, that's indeed the case, the Duke confirmed, but he did not specify who, as it was beyond the scope of his mission, and surely the Laurent Earl had already made a decision. The ritual itself has been completely destroyed, and its specific origin and construction method cannot be traced. My task was to resolve the abnormal event. Investigation into the root cause might be better handled by the Night Hall and relevant Empire departments. He skillfully tossed the ball back, fulfilling the duty of truthful reporting while avoiding direct involvement in accusations against the Laurent family. He merely stated objective facts. There was an illegal ritual that produced monsters and led to deaths, and both the monsters and the ritual had been dealt with by him. Steward Raymond gave the Duke a deep look, seemingly trying to discern something from his calm face, but ultimately only nodded and made the final recording on the crystal. I understand. Thank you for your detailed report, Duke Wizard. You successfully eliminated a serious supernatural threat. According to the task assessment, you will receive the agreed task reward. Once the matter is fully resolved, you should also receive additional rewards. Please wait a moment, I will handle the paperwork for you. The Duke nodded slightly, thank you. He knew that once this report was submitted, the Laurent family would inevitably face an examination storm from the Empire. But that was no longer his concern. He was just a passerby, having completed his task and received due rewards, which was enough. Just 2 days after the Duke left Red Rock City, the anticipated storm at Laurent Earl's residence arrived at lightning speed. There were no prior notifications, no polite calling cards. On an overcast morning, a group of knights clad in Seville Empire Tribunal standard black armor and draped in dark red cloaks, led by an elder wearing the high-ranking steward badge of Night Hall and the tribunal judge's emblem on his chest, surged straight into Red Rock Castle like a black iron torrent. The castle guards dared not even make any gesture of obstruction, only fearfully opened the gates, letting the team exuding a chilling murderous aura proceed without hindrance. The leading elder, Judge Malcolm, with hair and beard as white as snow, had a face as cold and hard as if carved by a chisel. His gray eyes seemed to pierce right through the skin, into the depths of one's soul. He didn't even go to the reception room, directly requesting to meet the Laurent Earl in the castle's main hall. In the main hall, portraits of ancestors observed silently from above. The Laurent Earl, dressed in formal Earl attire, tried to maintain composure as he stood in the center, but his fingertips trembled slightly beneath his sleeve. Butler Austin and several core family members stood by, with lowered heads, not daring to breathe heavily. Earl Laurent. Judge Malcolm's voice was not loud, yet carried an iron-like quality as it echoed in the hall. According to the task report submitted by the visiting wizard, the Duke, it is confirmed that there was an illegal ritual of connecting to a high-risk other plane inside your Red Rock Castle, and it has resulted in multiple deaths. According to the Empire Nobility Code and Extraterritorial Contact Control Regulations, I, Judge Malcolm, Level 3 Judge, together with Night Hall stewards, Hereby initiate comprehensive examination procedures for the Laurent family and its fief Red Rock Castle. He did not inquire but directly announced. This meant that Empire institutions had already unilaterally accepted the Duke's report, categorizing the event as extremely serious. Your Honor Judge, Laurent Earl took a deep breath. Responding with a long-prepared speech in a tone full of sorrow and remorse, I admit. As the family head, I bear an irrefutable responsibility for negligence. I am deeply pained and ashamed by such a horrific tragedy occurring within the castle. Upon discovering the abnormality possibly linked to certain inappropriate research, I took the strictest internal measures immediately. He tried to steer the topic towards the results of internal handling. However, Judge Malcolm raised his hand and coldly interrupted him. Internal measures. Earl, what we need now is the full picture of the facts. Who conducted the ritual? What was the purpose? Are there accomplices? Has irreversible planar pollution already occurred? These are not issues that can be brushed aside with one word about internal handling. He ignored Laurent Earl further and directly ordered the black armored knights and several investigators in rune robes behind him. First team, seal off the castle's underground area, focusing on investigating the ritual site mentioned in the Duke Wizard's report for in-depth residual energy analysis. Second team, review all the castle's library collections, especially those involving mysticism and other planar knowledge, all to be sealed for inspection. Third team, isolate and question all family members, stewards, servants, especially those who have had close contact with the second son Calvin Laurent. I want to know his all whereabouts, contacts, and items over the past 6 months. From now on, Red Rock Castle allows entry but no exit. All external communications temporarily controlled. Orders were issued one by one, cold and efficient. The black armored knights and investigators dispersed immediately like precise machinery to execute the tasks. Laurent Earl's heart sank to rock bottom. He hadn't anticipated such a rigorous and direct examination, and evidently, the tribunal was determined to uproot the matter completely. He initially hoped to put a hasty end using Calvin's self-conclusion, but now it was clear that this was merely the beginning. The following days felt like being trapped in a never-ending nightmare for the Laurent family. The investigators found residual traces in the basement after the ritual's destruction, confirmed its high-risk nature of connecting to other planes, and collected energy samples for further analysis. The library was rummaged through, and several ancient books evidently containing forbidden knowledge was sealed separately, becoming crucial evidence. What tormented Laurent Earl most was the isolation and questioning of family members. He himself was repeatedly interrogated about everything related to Calvin and whether he, as family head, was aware or even allowed it. The eldest son of Earl Laurent, Eric, daughter Marjorie, and even some elder collateral relatives were not spared. The atmosphere within the castle was tense, with rumors spreading amid oppressive silence. Especially after the investigators confirmed the second son, Calvin, had indeed committed suicide due to a mental breakdown, the verdict overseer Malcolm looked at Earl Laurent with a more profound meaning in his eyes. That gaze seemed to say, silencing witnesses, a good tactic, but this does not hide much. The net of the investigation tightened ever more, and Earl Laurent felt like an insect trapped in a spider's web. Every struggle only caused the cold silk to bind tighter. The letter he presented to the Night Hall pleading guilty appeared so pale and feeble in the face of this meticulous examination procedure. Now he could only pray that the Empire's board could be lifted a bit higher and fall a bit lighter, pray that the ancestors' glory could still protect the Laurent family, preventing them from being entirely submerged in this storm. Yet all of this was beyond his control. For the first time, he felt so clearly how fragile the so-called noble glory and family foundation were in face of the Empire's cold laws and absolute power. The joint examination by the Night Hall and tribunal was like a precise and ruthless surgical operation, thoroughly exposing the Laurent family's hidden abscesses and hazards to the Empire's view. The review lasted an entire month, during which Red Rock Castle seemed like an isolated island, and the endless stream of visitors and caravans vanished without a trace, replaced by the cold gaze of black armored knights and the endless glow of probing magic from investigating wizards. Ultimately, the decree signed personally by verdict overseer Malcolm was filed with the noble parliament of the Empire and delivered to Earl Laurent. This document, sealed with both the Empire's emblem and the tribunal's sword seal. It was coldly phrased and unquestionable. Second son Calvin Laurent privately researched and held a forbidden ritual connecting with a high-risk other plane, resulting in the death of 4 Empire civilians and 1 noble collateral member, with irrefutable evidence. His actions constituted the crime of heretical contact and murder. As he is deceased, his personal criminal responsibility is not pursued, but his reputation is permanently revoked, and he is expelled from the family lineage. Earl Laurent, as the family head and lord of the fiefdom, failed to timely discover and prevent the forbidden research behavior of direct relatives, bearing unavoidable serious dereliction and inadequate supervision responsibilities. The Laurent family as a whole, having failed to effectively restrain its members, resulting in a malignant event harmful to the Empire's safety and stability, has severely tarnished the family reputation and is deemed unsuitable to continue bearing the heavy responsibility of Red Rock City lordship. The punishment came swiftly, stripping the Laurent family of the hereditary rule over Red Rock City, revoking their Earl title and demoting them to Viscount. The new fief was designated as a barren small town named Greystone Town at the Empire's northern frontier, along with a small amount of surrounding land, whose yield and strategic value could hardly compare with the prosperous Red Rock City. Half of the Laurent family's immovable properties and liquid assets in Red Rock City and surrounding areas were confiscated and poured into the Empire's treasury, as compensation to victims' families and to cover the Empire's investigation costs. Main members of the Laurent family are required to relocate to Greystone Town within 3 months and without the Empire's permission. They may not return to the Empire's core areas for 100 years, nor assume any important Empire positions. This decree, like a clap of thunder, completely shattered the Laurent family's 200-year foundation. Although they were not completely exterminated, losing the foundational land of Red Rock City, the esteemed Earl title, and most of their wealth, being exiled to a remote frontier, was no different from a slow death for a once prestigious family. After the decree was announced, the decline of the Laurent family began at a visibly rapid pace. Former allies and vassal families hastened to sever ties, fearing implication. Red Rock Castle, once bustling with visitors, now stood desolate. In the family's guard, those with some capability and connections began seeking new paths, spreading disarray. With half the fortune confiscated, the family-run mines, caravans, estates, and other enterprises were either directly seized or rapidly withered due to broken financial chains. Creditors flocked in demanding repayment, further aggravating the financial collapse. In Red Rock City and the broader Seville Empire's noble circles, the Laurent name had become synonymous with downfall, taboo, and disgrace. It became taboos avoided during noble salons and banquets. The social circle completely excluded them. A caravan, far smaller than before, carried Viscount Laurent's family and a few loyal servants, silently departing Red Rock City under the gaze of countless eyes filled with sympathy, contempt, or indifference. They left this Red Rock City, cultivated by generations, soaked with ancestral efforts and glory, heading to that unknown, barren, and uncertain northern town. Red Rock Castle was taken over by the Empire and, shortly after, bestowed to another emerging noble who achieved merit in the Plain Wars. In the midst of this event, Duke received his task reward, the most critical being 3,000 points of Night Hall contributions. He planned to use these 3,000 Night Hall points to redeem 2 high-tier breathing techniques and then some high-tier combat techniques. These were mostly prepared for future subordinates, as Night Hall enforces strict controls over breathing techniques. High-tier breathing techniques can only be taught to direct relatives or soul-bound slave creatures, as slave creatures are considered personal property. There's no restriction. Duke stood before the obsidian counter at the Night Hall Resource Exchange Center, his fingertip gliding over the textual flow on the crystalline panel. The Knight Deacon handling the reception pushed 2 inheritance crystal stones etched with crimson flame patterns towards him, their voice as stiff as legal codices. According to Night Hall breathing technique control, Ordnance redeemed high-tier breathing techniques. Molten Heart Iron Forging breathing technique and Fury Wind breathing technique are limited to the following teaching methods: direct blood relatives and soul contract-bound slave creatures. The rules were numerous, and the deacon recited them for a long period, as if reciting scripture. Though the regulations were lengthy, enforcement was not always strict. If you silently passed them on to someone, Night Hall generally would find this difficult to detect, and such occurrences were not unheard of. Moreover, if you possess certain power and status, even if Night Hall finds out, they would likely turn a blind eye. As long as you did not proliferate them extensively and on a large scale, Night Hall could pretend to be unaware. However, this is based on your strength. Having strength means rules will bend around you. But if you lack strength and background and dare violate Night Hall regulations, you will certainly face punishment. After Duke exchanged 2 breathing techniques, he spent 2,000 contribution points. With the remaining contribution points, he exchanged for several crystals bearing high-level combat skill inheritance, marked with strict teaching restrictions. These combat skills are powerful arts that a first-level knight can truly master. First is the Blazing Sun Slash, which can highly compress and transmute one's fighting spirit, simulating the intense heat and destructive attributes of a micro-solar core. The slash not only possesses terrifying physical cutting power, but also carries extreme high temperature and sun-scorching effects, capable of continually eroding the opponent's fighting spirit defenses and body, and significantly subduing and damaging energy bodies and spiritual bodies. Next is the Flowing Shadow Dodging Step from the Body Technique category. When performed, fighting spirit forms a special energy circuit beneath the feet, enabling the practitioner to execute short-distance, inertia-defying bizarre dodges, leaving behind faint energy reactions, enough to confuse spiritual perception. With advanced mastery, one can even make flash-like movements within a small range, serving as an excellent technique for advancing, evasion, and creating attack blind spots. Following that is a high-level combat skill known as 1,000 Overlapping Waves Strike, an extremely profound technique for force exertion and fighting spirit control. Its core lies in stacking force. Each attack is not the end of power, but a concealment and accumulation of part of the force, like a hidden current, directing it into the next attack. Theoretically, it can stack infinitely, but with each additional stack, the physical load and fighting spirit control requirements rise geometrically. Upon successfully stacking multiple layers, the final outbreak of power is earth-shattering, like the mighty waves in a tsunami, possessing terrifying penetrating power and destructive force capable of demolishing any defense. Lastly, there's the defensive Immortal Bastion, which consolidates fighting spirit to form an incredibly solid energy barrier, seemingly eternal. This barrier not only has strong physical and energy resistance, but also contains a trace of immortal characteristics. When broken, it can absorb part of the impact energy and instantly convert it into a small scale. Indiscriminate fighting spirit shockwave, disrupting nearby follow-up attacks and granting the practitioner valuable time for a breather or counterattack. After carefully storing these powerful high-level combat skills and 2 breathing techniques into his space ring, Duke left the Night Hall with satisfaction. Any of these combat skills, when spread, are enough to become the crown treasure of a small knight family, yet now they are effortlessly in his pocket. After leaving the Night Hall, Duke checked into a small inn in Torch City, selecting a relatively secluded room. Duke set up a portable witch array for defense and anti-peeping, then entered the light god court. In an instant, his figure slowly faded in the room, as if merging into the void. The scene before him suddenly opened up, no longer the confines of the inn but a vibrant, vast, and holy world. There was no sun in the sky, yet it naturally exuded soft and bright light like eternal dawn. Beneath his feet stretched land seemingly formed from the most fertile soil mingled with pure light energy, and afar, lush vegetation covered hills undulated in the light green mist of life energy. The air was thick with almost tangible life energy, causing every cell in his body to rejoice, with even his spiritual power gaining a slight nourishment and soothing. This was the Light God Court, an area nearing 5,000 square kilometers, a plain prototype rapidly evolving with Spring of Life and World Tree Seed as its core. Duke's figure appeared near the Spring of Life at the center of the godly court. The spring's scale had increased several times, its clear water emitting a sacred golden glow within the green light, forming a gentle pillar of light. At the deep end of the spring, the World Tree Seed floated slowly like top-grade jade, covered in complex life pattern engravings, its inner aura circulating, emitting a naive consciousness of satisfaction and desire. Duke thought of something, and the eye crystal left by the eye demon appeared in his hand. In his own plane with uniquely different rules, he held absolute control, free from unexpected threats. The eye crystal exposed in the life energy-rich environment of the light god court immediately reacted differently compared to the outside. Instead of being intensely suppressed and scorched as under the holy light, it seemed submerged in a gentle yet vast ocean of energy. The mist inside the crystal shifted rapidly at first, appearing flustered, but soon calmed and became orderly. The instinctive desire to absorb spiritual power subsided, soothed and guided by the surrounding gentle yet potent life energy, becoming less aggressive. Suspended mid-air, Duke held the crystal in his palm, carefully sensing the peculiar changes. With spiritual powers deep probing, his understanding of the crystal became extraordinarily clear and profound. The structure of its spiritual power absorption revealed itself, a highly efficient and concealed energy channel far surpassing ordinary spiritual power theft techniques. In the Light God Court, Duke completed initial research on the Nightmare Demon's eye crystal. He meticulously recorded observed energy changes, structural evolution, and reactions of spiritual power and life energy upon it on thick parchment sheets. These unique materials might spawn new research directions or magic concepts in the future. After repeated probing and guiding in different energy environments, Duke confirmed the eye crystal's most core, stable value: the highly condensed and stable spiritual origin within it. The spiritual origin, derived from the soul essence and spiritual power devoured by the eye demon, enriched with additional spiritual power, had undergone violent purification by the light judgment and gentle sorting by the light god court's life energy, stripping away most of its madness, pollution traits, and nightmare plane's chaotic imprint, leaving pure, absorbable spiritual force. This should increase his spiritual power a lot, so it shouldn't be wasted. Sitting cross-legged by the spring head, on grass akin to emerald jade, he held the eye crystal, which subtly revealed green streaks within its dark purple hue. Breathe in deeply, allowing rich life energy into his lungs, placing his spiritual sea in its most active and peaceful state. Without hesitation, he placed the pigeon egg-sized crystal into his mouth. The moment it entered, it didn't transform into a solid, but instead acted as though alive, directly turning into a cold and heavy fluid, plunging down his throat. Its target was not his stomach, but seemingly transcended material barriers, directly merging into his mind. This eye crystal is essentially a spiritual power resource, similar to other precious spiritual power resources. After Duke consumed it, he digested it, and the eye directly transformed into a stream of pure spiritual energy, flowing into his mind and began integrating with his spiritual power. This type of spiritual power resource generally consists of highly pure spiritual energy, making it effortlessly absorbable by any being with spiritual power. However, these resources usually have limitations. Once absorbed to a certain extent, further absorption becomes ineffective, requiring different types of resources. This eye crystal likely shares similar limitations, though the exact number needed for effect remains unknown. Originating in the nightmare plane, Duke has no means of obtaining it in large quantities, so precise data is unattainable. The absorption process was extremely rapid and smooth, and the spiritual power enhanced by the eye crystal was quickly absorbed and fully digested by Duke. He then glanced at the data panel on the skill tree, realizing how much spiritual power the eye crystal had enhanced. Spirit, 194.7202.3 free attribute points. 8. This single eye crystal increased Duke's spiritual power by 7.6, which is a significant amount. Despite Duke's already high base spiritual power, an increase of 7.6 points demonstrates the substantial spiritual energy contained within the eye crystal. These creatures born from the nightmare plane are excellent resources should they be obtainable in large, stable quantities. Duke shook his head at this thought, acknowledging the nightmare plane's abundance of resources and opportunities as well as high danger levels. Needless to say, he had just endured that terrifying murmur. Had he returned any later, Duke might have been trapped there forever, unable to return. That murmur likely stemmed from some terrifying being, not even directed specifically at Duke. It seemed like a slumbering behemoth snoring, whose noise posed a severe threat to surrounding lesser life forms. Only beings at the top life level can produce such murmur, which is unimaginable to ordinary life forms. The nightmare plane, being a top-tier plane, hosts 9th level life forms. The wizard plane's strongest currently is level 6 life, which is only considered mid-level in the nightmare plane and is insignificant. To ordinary life, the nightmare plane is a life-forbidden zone, where survival is impossible without sufficient strength. Yet, the nightmare plane isn't solely populated by high-level beings. Many inhabitants are. Below level 1, these indigenous lives have unique survival modes and habitats, incomparable to external life forms. Even the top beings of the nightmare plane will not wantonly slaughter native low-tier life forms. This is common among most planes. To protect native low-tier life forms is a well-understood norm. However, if life from other planes enters, the risk level escalates dramatically. Duke temporarily chose not to adventure in the nightmare plane, not being urgently deprived of resources. Once his strength reaches a certain level, resources unattainable solely through magic stones will likely become necessary. At that point, primitive bartering or self-exploration of specific locations may be required. Luck also plays a part. That time has not yet arrived, so Duke remains relieved from hazardous resource acquisitions, enjoying relatively stable days. Upon confirming the solid spiritual power enhancement brought by the eye crystal, Duke shifted focus to the high-tier breathing technique obtained from the God of Light, Light Divine Breathing Technique. Previously, Duke's interest in the Path of the Night was stalled due to reservations. The wizard path mainly involves tempering and sublimating spiritual power from gaseous to liquid, to crystallization requiring purity and control at each stage. Conversely, the Night's path, especially the high-tier breathing technique, emphasizes drawing external elemental energy and integrating with one's life seed, ultimately achieving elementalization, surpassing ordinary life forms to become a first-level knight comparable to an official wizard. Duke previously worried that elementalizing his life seed might affect his various higher-level elemental affinity talents. Moreover, if life seed elementalization is attempted before advancing to crystallized wizard, it could interfere with or even contaminate the purity of his spiritual power, posing unpredictable risks during crystallization. After all, while lower-tiered, two systems might coexist. Any tiny external energy interference at critical breakthrough moments can be fatal. However, the situation has evolved. Duke has not only successfully become a level 1 crystallized wizard, but also consolidated a crystal core infused with light divine status, granting near-native affinity and control over light attribute energy. Practicing this light divine breathing technique now not only poses no hindrance, but may even yield unexpectedly synergistic effects due to his light-oriented attributes. Duke selected a location near the Spring of Life, where the energy was densest and most tranquil, sitting cross-legged to unfold the light, divine breathing technique details within his mind. His spiritual power immersed itself, absorbing the vast flow of information instantly deluging Duke's mind. Embedded within this information is an ancient, solemnly imprinted insight, elucidating the true essence of this technique. Transforming oneself into a furnace, inviting light in, igniting the sacred flame, and forging the foundation of immortality. Duke's initial task involves adjusting his breathing. Rhythm and life energy flow according to the prescribed method. This was not difficult for the naturally resilient Duke. Soon, he found himself tuned to a unique cadence, with his chest gently rising and falling in sync with his breath, and his body's life energy, akin to awakened streams, commenced flowing through designated wizard meditation contrasting, intricate pathways. Simultaneously, Duke opened his senses to perceive the light attribute elements surrounding him. Within the light god court, this proved effortless. Countless tiny, flickering golden specks seemed attracted, starting to permeate Duke's body through his skin pores with each breath. The next step involves concentrating and compressing the ingested light attribute elements with his own pure life energy at the location of his life seed in the lower abdomen. The life seed is about the size of soybean, entirely displaying a smooth milky white, emanating stable yet vigorous life energy, beating faintly like a heart, supplying the material body with fundamental extraordinary vitality. Next is the first step of elementalization, inducing external light elements to permeate the life seed. Duke operated the breathing technique while slightly activating the complex 6-element crystal core in the sea of spirit. Light attribute elements, like a warm stream, slowly washed over and enveloped the life seed. Initially, the life seed passively accepted the nourishment from these light elements. Its milky white glow seemed to become slightly more lustrous. This is a gentle, gradual beginning, allowing the life seed to gradually adapt and become familiar with the characteristics of light energy. As the permeation deepened, the Duke began to construct a more complex energy cycle. He controlled the intake of light elements, not merely wrapping, but attempting to penetrate the internal structure of the life seed. The unique rhythm of the breathing technique drove the life energy within the body and the light elements together, using the life seed as the core, forming small energy vortices, like countless chisels, starting to sculpt and change the essence of the seed from the inside. This process requires extremely high control. Too much strength may damage the seed's structure, too little, and the elementalization process is slow. The Duke, relying on his crystallized wizard spirit control, perfectly managed this process. He could clearly feel subtle changes occurring inside the life seed. Some originally neutral life energy nodes began to be assimilated, illuminated by the light elements, emitting a platinum micro-glow. This process is essentially the life seed's process of elementalization, which for most great knights is a somewhat long process, requiring a period to fully elementalize the life seed. But for the Duke, himself possessing high affinity with light elements, coupled with the light divine status, and surrounded by the energy of the light god court, with the blessing of various enhancement effects, the process of elementalizing the life seed could be greatly accelerated. He took a deep breath, fully operating the light divine breathing technique while invoking the power of the light divine status. It's as if a cluster of sacred flames were ignited. Inside, immensely pure light energy, much greater than before, surged in like a tidal wave, instantly flooding into his body, targeting the life seed which had mostly transformed into platinum. A violent sensation of energy wash came, a sense of heat and expansion from the abdomen. The life seed, under the impact of vast light energy, emitted a faint, glass-like chirping tremor. Its form began to destabilize, the surface's luster flowing like liquid, while at its core, an extremely dazzling, as if concentrating all worldly light, blazing white core was forming. This is the final stage of elementalization. Breaking before establishing. The old and pure life energy structure was completely dismantled and restructured, deeply integrated with the laws of light, constructing a new, eternally burning light element core. The Duke steadied his mind, enduring the discomfort brought by the energy core's restructuring, using his strong will as a guide, directing this final transformation. For him, these are minor issues, but for ordinary great knights, this stage would be quite a test. When the surging tides of light gradually calmed, when the heat and expansion transformed into a warm, full sensation, as if a miniature sun was hidden inside, the transformation was complete. Under the Duke's inner vision, the pea-sized milky white life seed had disappeared. In its place was a diamond-shaped crystal about the size of a pinky fingertip, entirely semi-transparent, blazing white, as if carved from the purest light crystal. It quietly floated there, slowly rotating without needing guidance. It autonomously absorbed thin light elements from the void, continuously emitting warm and strong light power, purifying and strengthening the Duke's body, even corresponded to the wizard crystal core in his sea of spirit, forming a wonderful cycle of energy. The Duke slowly opened his eyes, as if a sacred radiance flowed within them. He successfully took the crucial step on the knight's path, relying on his deep foundation and the assistance of the light god court, completely elementalized the original life seed, forging a light element core, formally stepping into the ranks of first-level light knights. Light divine breathing technique. LV2 672/1000. The Duke didn't plan to invest much in the knight's path, only trying occasionally when he had free time. After all, having more skills doesn't hurt. With the skill tree in him, learning other skills is never a loss, they would always improve. After ascending to a first-level knight, he also planned to test his own knightly strength, see how the application of fighting spirit and other aspects were. The Duke remained in the light god court. The energy here was abundant and safe. He stood up, a slight movement of heart thought, trying to guide the power of the life seed in his abdomen. Initially a bit unfamiliar, since it differs from the spirit power that moves like limbs. The operation of fighting spirit relies on specific energy veins and body instinct. But soon, relying on his strong spirit control and familiarity with his own body, he mastered the knack. Strands of warm, pure energy with a faint sense of heat were extracted from the elemental core, flowing along the specific fighting spirit pathways recorded in the light divine breathing technique. This energy displayed a liquid platinum texture. Along its path, muscle fibers seemed slightly activated, full of a sense of strength. He tried to condense the fighting spirit in his palm, only to see his right palm quickly covered by a gentle yet solid platinum white light, as if wearing a glove made of light. The light was not glaring, but emitted a reassuring yet implicitly majestic aura. He approached a man tall, hard, milky white rock, a naturally formed mineral within the god court. Without using any magic, purely with physical strength, wrapped in light fighting spirit, he punched out. A muffled sound, the surface of the struck rock instantly showed a clear fist mark, several inches deep, smooth edges, even with slight signs of melting. The destructive power far exceeded his usual purely physical strength, and it came with a hint of light burning and purification characteristics. Then, he moved his heart thought again, rapidly spreading fighting spirit throughout the body. A thin yet dense sacred aura enveloped his skin, like wearing an invisible light battle suit. He manipulated a smaller rock to hover, then accelerated it towards himself. The rock hit the layer of fighting spirit defense, making a crisp sound, then was bounced away by a soft yet tenacious force, the surface showing signs of light energy burns, and the Duke himself only felt a slight impact, unharmed. This is a rock he manipulated with his own spirit power. The attack strength was still considerable. The Duke maintained a state of fighting spirit defense throughout his body, simultaneously conducting high-speed movements and attack maneuvers. Testing his consumption, he discovered that with his total fighting spirit at the initial stage of a first-level knight, he could sustain high-intensity combat for about an hour. The fighting spirit would slowly recover on its own, but if he actively operated the light divine breathing technique, especially in an environment like the light god court, the recovery speed would greatly accelerate. After a series of tests, the Duke gained a clear understanding of his own light fighting spirit. The intensity is at a standard initial level for a first-level knight. In terms of destructive power and defense, it is quite good for transcendental beings at this level. The light divine breathing technique is significantly better than ordinary high-tier breathing techniques, existing on an entirely different level. So even though the Duke is merely at the knight's strength, he is stronger than knights of the same level. After becoming initially familiar with the characteristics of light fighting spirit, the Duke turned his attention to those high-tier combat technique inheritance crystals that he had exchanged using contribution points. He was curious about the effects of driving these powerful combat techniques with pure light fighting spirit. The Duke found an open area in the light god court and took out the inheritance crystal of the Sun Blade. Spiritual power penetrated the crystal, and the methods for the operation of Sun Blade, techniques for fighting spirit compression, and models for energy bursts instantly flooded his mind. The core of it lies in extremely compressing and transforming the fighting spirit within a very short time, simulating the heat and destructive power akin to a stellar core. The Duke held his breath and focused, mobilizing the light elemental core within his chest, bringing together pure light fighting spirit towards his right arm like rivers converging into the sea. Following the method, his spirit was highly concentrated, guiding this fighting spirit in a rapid rotation and compression along specific pathways in his arm. At first, only his arm felt slightly warm, emanating a strong light. But as the compression continued, his entire right arm seemed to transform into a semi-transparent light structure, particularly along the edges of his hand, where the light gathered as if it was solid, causing the surrounding air to subtly distort from the high temperature. The Duke let out a low shout, virtually slashing down toward a distant boulder. Though there was no sword, the edge of his hand, where concentrated light fighting spirit had reached its pinnacle, shot out and transformed into a crescent-shaped light blade with a core unyieldingly sharp and fiercely white gold. The speed of this light blade was astonishing, slicing through space, carrying a silence-burning destructive intent, surging silently past the distant boulder. A second of stillness later, where the light blade passed through the boulder, a perfectly smooth cut appeared, molten red as if gouged by high-energy lasers. Moreover, both the fractured boulder surface and the air along the trajectory of the light blade retained a kind of continually burning holy flame, giving off a subtle sizzling sound, constantly purifying and obliterating any contacted matter. The power is stronger than expected, the Duke assessed inwardly, gazing at the slowly cooling yet deeply marked rock. The purity and high activity of light fighting spirit made the compression and transformation process remarkably smooth, and the eruptions of solar characteristics were more pure, with attached light burn effects far surpassing ordinary fire attribute or non-attribute fighting spirit. Sunblade, LV1, 1/100, it could be due to his high affinity talent with light attributes, and the effects of the light divine status that his light attribute fighting spirit was much stronger than that of a typical first-level initial stage knight. The direct result is that the combat techniques executed by the Duke are more potent than those of an ordinary first-level initial stage knight on a different level in terms of intensity. Following this, he attempted to practice the flow shadow escape step. The key to this movement technique lies in forming a particular fighting spirit circuit underfoot, achieving short-distance extreme mobility and creating deceptive afterimages. The Duke infused fighting spirit into his legs, constructing a complex energy circuit based on the inheritance. When he took the first step, he felt his body suddenly lighten, as if some gravity's constraints were removed. With a thought, his figure instantly appeared 10 meters away, leaving behind an incredibly vivid afterimage made of light attribute particles at his original spot, even carrying a trace of his own light aura enough to pass off as real. The Duke continuously traversed and flickered within a small range, leaving behind numerous afterimages, his whole being seemed to be shuttling through light. Thanks to the inherent purity and speed of light. Fighting spirit. The trajectory during the execution of this footwork became even harder to track, and the afterimages were more deceptive. Even during extreme movement, it left a trail of fine golden light particles gorgeous yet deadly. Flow shadow escape step, LV1, 45/100, not bad. When combined with my high agility attributes, whether for surprise attacks or evasion, the effects are excellent. The Duke's bodily attributes were inherently very high, far surpassing the normal first-level initial stage knight, so the effect of this movement technique was far better than anticipated. The third combat technique emphasized the power delivery. Technique 1000 overlapping wave strike, and the Duke chose a massive ironwood as his target. He operated the heart method, converging the fighting spirit onto his fist. His first punch was fierce, but most of the force didn't fully explode, instead hiding like an undercurrent. Following, the second punch landed almost at the same spot. This time, the force was evidently stronger, as if incorporating the strength from the first punch. Third punch, fourth punch. The Duke clearly felt that each punch delivered wisely channeled and accumulated some of the fighting spirit, leading it into the next strike. When he delivered the seventh punch, the light on the surface of his fist was as bright as a small sun, crashing into the ironwood. No longer a dull thud, but like cracking thunder. The massive ironwood, requiring several people to embrace, started to crack from the struck point, ultimately shattering entirely. Sawdust flew, but was instantly purified and vaporized by the holy flame encapsulated around his fist. The power of the 1000 overlapping wave strike was also higher than the Duke expected, owing to his own strong light attribute fighting spirit, coupled with his inherently powerful physical foundation. It can only be said that with sufficient values, even ordinary combat techniques can exhibit strong effects. Moreover, 1000 overlapping wave strike is not an ordinary combat technique, but a high-tier combat technique from the Night Hall. 1000 overlapping wave strike, LV1, 7/100. Finally, he tested the defensive combat technique, undying barrier. He fully operated his fighting spirit, condensing a massive, tightly formed diamond-shaped shield phantom in front of him as if forged from light platinum. The surface of the shield gleamed with splendor, emanating an unbreakable sense of solidity. He manipulated the rocks previously used for testing to repeatedly and forcefully hit the shield of light, which remained completely unmoved, perfectly withstanding all force impacts. When the Duke simulated an intensely strong attack, enough to breach the shield of light, a mutation occurred. Just as the shield of light was about to shatter, it did not dissipate. Instead, it suddenly contracted inward and then explosively expanded outward. A pure and powerful light shockwave spread out in a ring, flattening a layer of the surrounding ground. The flying rocks were instantly pulverized and purified by the subsequent holy flame. The undying barrier is both offensive and defensive, not only with astonishing defense, but also with a final undying counterattack that is quite insidious, capable of seriously injuring or repelling enemies trying to break the defense at a critical moment. After a round of practice, Duke was very satisfied with the combination effect of these 4 advanced combat techniques and the light fighting spirit. After a brief rest in Torch City, and thoroughly digesting and organizing all the gains, including the initial mastery of light fighting spirit and combat techniques, as well as detailed research records, Duke did not linger further. His next destination was to experience the Witch Array simulation battlefield to quickly enhance his combat capabilities and also to grind proficiency levels. Duke boarded a short-distance floating airship again, but this time the destination was not a border city like Red Rock City, but a route to the real core area of the Empire. The floating airship flew through the clouds, continuously heading east over the continent. Below, the terrain gradually transitioned from the hills and plains around Torch City to richer and more densely populated areas. Huge rivers, like silver ribbons, irrigated the crisscrossed fields. Cities far larger than Torch City were scattered like pearls on the land, connected by an extensive network of roads and railways sparkling with magic light. Days later, the floating airship began to descend, and through the porthole, Duke saw a sight that even this wizard from the west coast found breathtaking. The horizon's end, the first thing to catch the eye was not the skyline of a city, but a gigantic island floating above the clouds. The island's underside was a mass of complex metal structures and an array of thrusters emitting steady blue flames, supporting tiered towers and domed buildings of strange style, exuding powerful energy fluctuations. That was Cloud Top City of the Seville Empire, rumored to be a crystallization of the Empire's highest mechanical and alchemical technologies. Home to important institutions and top academies. On the ground, an enormous mega-metropolis stretched beyond the horizon. This was Duke's destination, the capital of the Seville Empire's eastern province, famed as the heart of the empire, the megacity Iron Forge. Even before landing, the vastness of Iron Forge was already apparent. The city walls were not traditional stone, but cast from activated magic metal with a metallic sheen, rising over 100 meters high, with gigantic magic energy cannons, inscribed with complex runes and automatic targeting arcane watchtowers, standing at intervals. Above the city, not only was there the floating airship he was on, but various flying machines of different sizes shuttled back and forth. There were graceful magic sailboats, metal airships spewing steam and sparks, and even some Empire knights patrolling on mechanical construct dragons, clad in enchanted armor. The floating airship finally landed at a port on the outskirts of Iron Forge, comparable in size to a small city. Stepping off the gangway, Duke was instantly engulfed by a cacophony of orderly noise. Unique scent of mixed steam and magic energy greeted him, with broadcasts of flight information and Empire announcements in the Seville official language, characterized by a distinctive mechanical rhythm. He entered a massive passage leading into the city, where the flow of people was bustling and varied. Besides the common wizards, knights, and various races of servants, there was something relatively rare on the West Coast: mechanical wizards and their creations. He saw wizards with arms completely made of some dark blue magic metal, fingers deftly weaving miniature magic models in the air. Some wizards had half their faces replaced by intricately crafted metallic eyes and sensors, glowing with a calm blue light. Even more impressively, some directly piloted personal magic energy mechs standing 3 or 4 meters high, with sleek lines and armored plating, walking through designated channels, the heavy footsteps echoing in the air. The city's streets were incredibly wide, enough for gigantic cargo golems to walk side by side. The ground was not stone slabs but a hard, smooth synthetic material embedded with energy pathways. On either side of the street, the towering buildings had a uniform and stern style, heavily utilizing metal, glass, and luminous crystals, with giant holographic ads or Empire news occasionally scrolling across their surfaces, while public trains driven by magic or steam power silently and swiftly glided along elevated tracks. Energy towers, like a forest, were scattered throughout the city, providing a continuous supply of power to this giant construct. A low humming sound from the gigantic energy core deep beneath the city permeated the air, proclaiming a sense of power. This is the Seville Empire. Duke walked among the crowd, feeling the atmosphere completely different from Black Sail waters and even the West Coast. Here, the wisdom of wizards and mechanics were perfectly combined, forming a unique and powerful form of extraordinary civilization. Walking down the streets here, Duke even had an illusion of returning to a previous life, almost forgetting he was in a wizard plane. He found a hotel named the Heart of Gears, said to have been open for over 1,000 years. The hotel was located in the inner ring of Iron Forge, within a tower not the tallest but uniquely designed. The entire exterior of the building was not a flat wall, but an interwoven mass of brass gears of various sizes, intricate pipes, and energy conduits emitting a gentle blue glow, and these components were not static but moving slowly and rhythmically, as if the entire building were a living, breathing giant mechanical construction. Entering the lobby, the interior space was astonishingly high, with illumination mainly from large light-conducting crystals embedded in the dome and walls, and some floating light orbs moving along fixed trajectories. There was a faint smell of machine oil and ozone in the air. That was not unpleasant, but instead gave a sense of efficiency and professionalism. The most striking feature was the front desk, where there were not human receptionists but 3 elegantly styled mechanical bodies made of polished metal and transparent crystal. Their faces were smooth, curved crystal screens displaying gentle emoticons. "Good day, esteemed guest, welcome to the heart of gears." The central construct emitted a clear, pleasant, though slightly synthesized female voice. "May I assist you with checking in?" Its vocal organs seemed to be a set of precise resonance reeds within its chest cavity. "Yes, a single suite with basic laboratory functions and advanced meditation soundproofing," Duke calmly replied. "Please place your identification or badge in the sensing area." The construct raised a metal arm composed of numerous fine joints, pointing to a rune-engraved slate on the counter. Duke placed his black sail badge on the slate, which flashed with a faint light. The black sail badge was his identification credential. It could be used as proof of identity throughout the wizard plane and several of its affiliated planes. Data flowed rapidly across the crystal screen of the mechanical body, which then displayed a friendly, smiling expression. "Identity confirmed, Mr. Duke. Welcome to the Seville Empire. There are vacancies for the Precision Apartment Suite that meets your requirements. The daily fee is 500 standard magic stones or equivalent Empire coins. How long do you expect to stay? Reserve for 10 days first." Duke paid the magic stones. Transaction completed. The mechanical body retracted its arm and slid out a thin metallic card from beneath the counter, with the room number and intricate energy patterns etched onto it. "This is your room key card. Please keep it safe. Your room is on the 37th floor, room 3708. The elevator is to your left. Simply hold the room card near the sensor area to automatically reach the designated floor. Do you require assistance for your luggage?" Duke indicated no, as all his belongings were in his space ring. He approached the elevator, a transparent cylinder entirely constructed of metal and crystal. By holding the room card near the rune beside the door, the crystal door silently slid open. Inside, there were no buttons, only a gentle voice that prompted, "Card information detected, preparing to transport you to the outer corridor of room 3708. If multiple people enter, I suppose they'd be delivered to each floor sequentially," Duke thought upon hearing this reminder. The elevator ascended smoothly, and through its transparent walls, he could see the hotel's inner courtyard. A small eco-garden filled with gear transmission structures and energy pipelines, even hosting some mechanical insects flying amidst the flowers. Arriving at the 37th floor, the corridor's floor consisted of a soft sound-absorbing metal mesh, with walls embedded with light-conducting tubes that emitted a constant glow. Upon locating room 3708, he held the room card near the lock, and after a few subtle clicking sounds from inside, a heavy metal door opened inwards. The room inside was spacious, continuing the mechanical aesthetic of the exterior, but with more consideration for comfort. The walls were clad in warm-toned metal panels. The furniture bore a simple and robust design, combining warm, solid wood with cold metal materials. Upon entering, a floating light orb moved before Duke, using a synthesized female voice to inquire about his preferences for room temperature, humidity, background sound, and lighting color. Duke didn't have any special requests, opting to maintain the current settings. The light orb then floated to a corner of the room, ready to await instructions at any time. This seems to be a kind of mechanical intelligent life, a common tool in the Seville Empire that can assist with various tasks. The research into the path of mechanical wizards in the Seville Empire has become deeply advanced, extending the application of these technologies into many fields. There's also a laboratory within the suite. The workbench surface in the laboratory area is made of high-hardness magic alloy, equipped with various retractable tool arms underneath, such as tweezers, carving knives, welding needles, etc. With spiritual power or the touch screen on the desk, many intricate operations can be completed automatically. The small element extractor and waste disposal port nearby. On the wall hung a large, flat crystal-like screen, which not only can access hotel services, city maps, and news, but also connect to Anvil Castle's public information network, even with limited access to the Empire Library's public catalog. The meditation room is located at the innermost part of the suite, with a thick, soundproof metal door. Both the walls and floor inside are equipped with powerful, sound-absorbing, energy-blocking, and calming runes, ensuring absolute peace without disturbances. At the center of the meditation room, there is a miniature energy-converging matrix to slightly enhance meditation efficiency. Through the crystal screen, services can be summoned. Soon enough, low-noise, caterpillar-type small mechanical bodies deliver meals, replacement towels, and other items to the dedicated delivery window at the room's door, maximizing guest privacy protection. Duke stood by the window, gazing outside at the densely packed mechanical buildings and the constantly shuttling aircraft in the sky. The scene here is vastly different from the West Coast. It's as if he inhabits an entirely different world. After admiring the view outside for a while, Duke moved directly to the wall-sized, mirror-smooth pale blue crystal screen. He extended his finger to tentatively touch the edge of the screen. The surface of the crystal screen rippled like water, instantly illuminating and emitting a gentle glow, while a clearly articulated, slightly synthesized, pleasant female voice resonated throughout the room. Esteemed guest Duke, welcome to the Anvil Castle Public and Hotel Internal Information Service System. How may I assist you? Several clear main option icons appeared on the screen, their style simple yet rich in tech ambience, outlined with luminous lines and accompanied by subtle gear rotation animations on the edges. City Guide and Services Task and Transaction Platform News and Announcements Knowledge Base and Library. Limited access. Duke first opened the City Guide and Services, and the screen immediately switched to an incredibly detailed 3D map of Anvil Castle. The map wasn't static, it featured tiny light points, representing public transport movement. Different areas were color-coded for energy levels and functional divisions such as industrial, commercial, academic, and military zones. Using his fingers, he could zoom in, rotate the map, and click on any building to reveal a brief introduction and public access permission hints alongside. Duke saw the majestic Empire Wizard Academy, the heavily guarded arsenal, the gigantic central airport, and several large markets marked with different Commerce Association logos, all impressively precise and real-time. Yet he also realized, since the map was real-time, his every move in public areas of the city would be monitored. This made him more cautious, reminding himself to pay attention to this matter when he went out to handle tasks later. Next, he opened the Task and Transaction Platform. It's akin to an official, large-scale online bazaar and commission center, with the interface divided into major sections such as official tasks, private commissions, and the trading market. Official tasks are issued by various departments, the Night Hall, and major institutions, covering areas such as clearing specific regions of demons, capturing fugitives, collecting rare materials, and developing specific technologies, with rewards commonly being Empire contribution points, magic stones, or licensed business rights. Private commissions are released by individuals or organizations with varied content, seeking bodyguards, custom witchcraft artifacts, purchasing special potions, or even recruiting adventurers. The trading market allows for browsing and posting item sale information, ranging from regular magic potion materials and magic metals to finished witchcraft artifacts, mechanical body parts, even slave creatures, reflecting a vast assortment. Transactions can be secured through system guarantees, ensuring a high level of safety. However, trades here must also comply with the laws of the Civil Empire, with various standards and requirements for different types of goods transactions that must be strictly adhered to. Duke noticed that the information flow here was extremely fast, with information on popular tasks or scarce goods refreshing almost every second. For most everyday transactions, this trading market is extremely convenient, saving many hassles and eliminating concerns about mutual trust between the parties. However, for things that are inconvenient to appear in the trading market, such trades cannot be conducted in the market. Additionally, since taxes are required in the trading market, many people choose private trades to evade taxes. Duke then browsed the news and announcement section, with the headline news about the Empire's development progress of a newly discovered resource point. In a certain plane, accompanied by a slightly shaky battle footage shot by a flying mechanical body, showing the Imperial Army engaging in combat with some strange crystal creatures. Other news included the acceptance of a newly developed neural interactive exoskeleton by a mechanical master, adjustments in some resource exchange rates by the Empire's central bank, and a reminder announcement about strengthening the supervision of unreported contacts with other planes. The news reporting style was objective and concise, filled with the Empire's unique sense of pragmatism. Finally, he clicked on the knowledge base and library module. This section connects to the publicly accessible part of the Empire library, and Duke tried to search for Witch Array Simulation Battlefield. Numerous entries were immediately listed on the screen, but most displayed insufficient permissions, requiring a higher citizen level or a high access fee to view. Only the most basic introductory articles were available for free reading. From these basic articles, he learned that the Witch Array Simulation Battlefield is indeed one of the top technologies of the Seville Empire, developed primarily by the Empire's Mechanical and Illusion Research Institute. It is not a physical structure, but a vast network of witch arrays covering specific areas, with access points distributed in several major cities of the Empire, Anvil Castle being one of them. Its main principle is to use powerful illusion magic, soul projection technology, and a complex energy simulation system to construct a battle environment that feels almost real, where users can engage with various simulated enemies, even conduct actual combat training under specific conditions without the risk of real death. The article mentioned that using the simulation battlefield requires a fee, which fluctuates based on the strength of the simulated enemies, environmental complexity, duration, and other factors. The access location is in the Combat Evaluation and Training Center of Zone 7 in Anvil Castle. Having obtained the key information, Duke closed the knowledge base, clicked on Hotel Services, and ordered a dinner prepared by the hotel kitchen, said to fuse local specialties with flavors from other planes. He also used the system to query the most convenient public transport route to the Zone 7 Combat Evaluation and Training Center, which was a type of overhead rail transit tool known as the maglev train. About half an hour later, the dedicated delivery window by the room door emitted a soft three-tone prompt, and a green indicator light lit up. He walked over and opened the small metal hatch with a thermal rune. Inside was a square dining tray with a simple and smooth design, made of matte metal and a transparent crystal cover. Placing the tray on the table in the living area, Duke noticed that when the tray bottom touched the table, a small circle of runes lit up on the table's surface, seemingly activating a very small constant temperature witch array to keep the food at its optimal temperature. He lifted the crystal cover, revealing the full sight of the dinner. Not only was the aroma enticing, but its presentation was also highly distinctive. The main course was called grilled dragon ribs, which weren't actually from a real dragon, but from a type of large lizard demon inhabiting volcanic regions, with fire elements contained within its body. The ribs were cut into lengths suitable for a single serving, grilled to a perfect caramelized grid on the surface, brushed with a glossy, slightly sweet and smoky flavored secret sauce that reportedly blended rare spices from a certain plane. The meat looked tender and juicy, and with the accompanying metal utensil shaped like a miniature wrench. Gentle cut separated the meat from the bone. The side dish was a steamed garden salad, held in a small crystal bowl filled with a colorful vegetable salad. What was special was the extremely thin, almost transparent vegetable crisps covering the salad, which were cut into intricate geometric shapes like screws, springs, nuts, etc. The dressing was in a miniature, test tube-like container to be applied by Duke himself. The sauce was a sweet and sour mixture of fermented fruit juice and herb oil, very appetizing. The soup was served in a dark, pipe-shaped double-handled bowl with a rich, milky white broth made from a type of poultry stock and root vegetables, with some pieces similar to pasta in texture, but made from magic plant starch energy conduit noodles floating inside. The surface of the soup was sprinkled with some toasted, crushed nuts, simulating the texture of metal shavings. The dessert was a small multi-tiered serving tray, the top layer holding a few macaroons, as small as a fingernail but crafted to look precisely like gears, with a crispy shell and a raspberry jam filling. The middle layer had some chocolates with a metallic sheen, melting in the mouth with a rich dark chocolate flavor, while the bottom layer contained a few butter cookies shaped like screws, crispy and sweet. The entire dinner, from the design to the names, as well as the choice and preparation of ingredients, was deeply imprinted with the aesthetic and culture of the Seville Empire's mechanical wizards, a popular choice for visitors here. The next morning, Duke experienced a night of meditation in the tranquil meditation room of the Gearhart Hotel, and indeed the effect was quite good. He then donned a dark wizard robe convenient for movement, stored the necessary items in his space ring, and energetically walked out of the room. He had already planned his route through the information crystal screen, taking the hotel's dedicated elevator straight to the ground floor. Walking through the grand and bustling lobby, he exited the hotel door, blending into the unique, lively, and orderly morning hustle of Anvil Castle. Following the guidance, he walked for about 10 minutes to a maglev train station resembling a giant turbine engine. The station was entirely constructed of metal and glass, with a turnstile at the entrance for automated ticket verification, requiring only a swipe of the hotel room card over the sensing area for the gate to silently slide open. This is because the room card contained temporary pass authorization, included as part of the hotel service. On the platform, a streamlined silver-gray train quietly rested on the track, with the indicator lights flashing. The train's body is covered with smooth metallic skin, with the Seville Empire's eagle emblem and gear symbol painted on the side. Below, intricate energy-diverting runes flicker faintly. The Duke boarded the train along with the sparse crowd. The interior was spacious and bright, with comfortable seats. Most passengers sat quietly, some resting with closed eyes and others operating small personal information terminals they carried. As the train started, there was almost no jolt or noise, only the extremely faint sound of air friction and the humming of energy flow. It glided rapidly along the transparent energy tracks, suspended in mid-air and through the wide windows. The street scenes of Anvil Castle unfolded like a flowing picture scroll before the Duke's eyes. Below were bustling streets, where various models of magic-powered vehicles and cargo golems traveled in an orderly manner. In the distance, towering energy towers spouted stable light streams, while giant holographic advertisements flickered information alternately. Even further, one could see that from the chimneys in some factory districts, what was emitted was not black smoke, but processed steam with magical glows. About 20 minutes later, a clear synthetic voice from the train's broadcast announced, "Zone 7 reached. Please prepare to disembark if needed." The Duke followed the crowd off the train, exited the station, and a group of buildings with a style completely different from the hotel and commercial district appeared before him. This was the Combat Evaluation and Training Center. The entire center covered a vast area, surrounded by tall alloy walls with defensive spikes. The main entrance was a grand arched metal gate, with the center's full name engraved above in cold metal letters. On both sides stood 4 battle magi golem guards over 5 meters tall, painted in black and yellow warning colors. Their eyes scanned the incoming and outgoing crowd, exuding undeniable deterrence. The entrance was crowded, but orderly. Among them were Imperial Knights clad in standard armor, wizards in various colored robes, and many mechanical wizards with noticeable mechanical modifications. Some carried large weapon boxes, while others directly piloted small single-person mechs. The air was filled with a mix of metallic, ozone, sweat, and faint residual energy scents, unique to combat environments, creating a sense of tension. The Duke walked into the spacious reception area of the hall, brightly lit inside with noisy sounds. Numerous information screens were hung around, continuously displaying the usage status of various training rooms, selectable scenarios and difficulty levels for simulation battles, and some public challenge rankings. Staff in uniform gray attire with rank badges on their chests moved among them, providing services to visitors. He went straight to a service desk labeled Individual Access to Witch Array Simulation Battlefield, where a young woman in her 20s sat. Her left eye was replaced by a precisely structured, mechanical eye, with calm blue light flickering in her pupil. "Hello. I need to use the Witch Array Simulation Battlefield," the Duke said. The woman with the mechanical eye lifted her eyelid, swiftly scanning the Duke, seemingly conducting some basic assessment. First time using, her voice was efficient, devoid of excess emotion. Please present your identification credentials and indicate your approximate skill level and needs. We can match you with suitable simulation scenarios and intensity. A touch screen rose in front of her. The Duke presented the Black Sail medallion again. Level 1 crystallized mage, also a first-level novice knight. Needs: high-intensity, high-frequency combat training. Environment and enemy types are not limited as long as there's sufficient pressure. The woman quickly operated on the screen, her mechanical eye projecting a faint light that lingered for a moment on the medallion shown by the Duke, seemingly verifying the information. Information confirmed. Recommended level is 6-star intensity, adaptive pressure mode, random environment. Mixed enemy types. Basic access fee is 5,000 level 1 standard magic stones per hour. Energy consumption and scenario complexity might incur additional fees calculated based on actual usage. First-time users must sign a safety agreement, clearly informing that despite strict testing, there is still an extremely low risk of spiritual load overload in the simulation battlefield, which is exempted by our center. Do you accept? Accepted. The Duke naturally had no objections. The Witch Array simulation battlefield here had strict pressure level classifications. Level 1 was suitable for level 1 mages and knights, while 6-star was a more specific pressure difficulty. There were a total of 10-star difficulties, with 6-star being above middle difficulty, more suitable for crystallized mages to challenge. In terms of the Duke's apparent strength, level 6-star was the most suitable for him. Primarily, this was his first time using the Witch Array simulation battlefield, and the attendant specially chose a more conservative level for him. Alright, please pay the basic fee. Then head to Zone C, the 2nd access hall and the 19th access chamber. Your access code is C219. Wish you a successful training. The attendant handed over a metal token glowing with the code and a virtual agreement requiring a spiritual imprint confirmation. The Duke paid in magic stones, left a spiritual imprint on the agreement, picked up the token, and turned toward Zone C as directed. 5,000 level 1 magic stones per hour. This cost was definitely not low. If it were just once, it wouldn't seem much. But if used long-term, it would mean at least hundreds of thousands of magic stones spent each month. For ordinary level 1 mages, it's impossible to afford such expenses. But this is for the West Coast. The East Coast is evidently much more prosperous than the West Coast. The average income for wizards here would also be significantly higher, and earning money is relatively easier. For these wizards from the East Coast, this expense is not so unacceptable. The Duke now had over 60 million magic stones. Even among level 1 mages on the East Coast, he was considered well off, and this expenditure was manageable. He was more concerned with how effective the Witch Array simulation battlefield would be. If it was effective, spending more wouldn't matter. Holding the coded token, the Duke followed the signage through the wide corridor, arriving at the 2nd access hall in Zone C. The atmosphere here was more solemn, the hall neatly lined with dozens of silver-gray access chambers resembling metallic sarcophagi. The doors were closed, with dim blue energy patterns flowing on the surface. Occasionally a door opened, and people came out, some looking exhausted, others excited or reflective. The Duke found the 19th access chamber and brought the token close to the door's sensing area. The door slid up silently. The interior space was small, with only an ergonomically designed metal seat, above which hung a net-like crown constructed from numerous fine crystal threads. This is an access pod for regular human body sizes, and there are also some access pods for those of unconventional sizes. Because there are quite a few bloodline mages among the wizards, or due to other reasons they have modified their bodies, this kind of regular access pod is not suitable for them. The Seville Empire naturally considered this point and specifically researched some unconventional types of access pods, enabling the majority of wizards to use them, but such types are considerably more expensive. Duke stepped into the access pod, and the door closed behind him. Following the simple instructions displayed on the light screen beside him, he sat on the seat and put on the crystal crown. The crystal filaments on the crown seemed to possess life, automatically adjusting their position, lightly fitting his head. Consciousness connection initializing. Environment loading. Intensity setting, level 1 6-star. A cold, synthetic voice sounded inside the pod. Duke felt a slight dizziness as if his soul was gently tugged. In the next moment, the scene before his eyes abruptly changed. A surge of scorching, dry air mixed with a thick sulfurous stench rushed toward him, almost suffocating him. He found himself standing on the edge of a massive, dark red lava lake constantly bubbling, on black reefs. A searing sensation came from his feet. The high temperatures capable of melting steel felt even through his boot soles. The sky was an oppressive murky yellow, with no sun or moon in sight. Only continuously falling ash and the eerie red glow reflecting from distant volcanic eruptions, permeating the air with a vibe of destruction and frenzy. The center of the lava lake churned violently, and 3 gigantic figures slowly rose. They were magma giant beasts, composed of cooled black lava and flowing hot magma within, standing over 5 meters tall, with terrifying orange-red light shining through the cracks on their rough surfaces. They had no distinct facial features, only 2 burning hollows at the head position, locking onto Duke, the uninvited guest. One of them raised its massive, boulder-like arm, slamming it fiercely towards the reef where Duke stood. Rubble scattered as Duke had already stepped back onto the yellow sand. The previous spot he stood on had turned to dust, and magma crept up through the cracks. Another magma giant beast opened its colossal mouth, not to roar but to spew forth a dense stream of magma, exuding extreme heat, sweeping towards him like a waterfall. The heat wave was intense, the air warped, and Duke felt the fibers of his robe's hem curling and blackening from the high temperature. Yellow sand automatically appeared, blocking the extreme heat of the incoming magma. Where the yellow sand touched the magma, a vast amount of energy was absorbed, yet much of the yellow sand was roasted to a bright red by the intense heat. It was evident that this magma was not ordinary in nature, but a product infused with some peculiar energy. Before he could catch his breath, the 3rd magma giant beast slammed its arms into the surface of the magma lake, hurling not lava, but countless high-temperature missiles forming a swarm, tracking automatically like living creatures, blanketing Duke. At the same time, the shadow beneath his feet wriggled suddenly. Several shadow tentacles, pure in form and jagged along the edges, broke through the hard reef, coiling snake-like around his ankles, delivering an ice-cold, bone-chilling sensation that pierced his soul, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding heat. High temperatures, physical pounding, energy barrages, shadow restraints. Attacks came from all directions, leaving virtually no room for evasion. The difficulty of level 16 star was already showing its menacing side. Duke remained calm under pressure, his spiritual power highly concentrated. His feet stepped onto the yellow sand, his form darting ghost-like across the limited reefs, narrowly avoiding the heavy punches and most missiles of the magma giant beasts, while using the powerful force of metallic yellow sand to shatter the shadow tentacles coiling around his ankles. He seized the opening amidst the magma giant beast's attack, launching a precise ray of light that hit the core crack in one beast's chest, visibly dulling and weakening the previously robust rocky shell. Duke also approximately understood the weak points of this magma giant beast, knowing these made handling them much easier. He was like dancing on the edge of a blade, each move precise and efficient, utilizing the environment and the enemy's attack rhythm, seeking that slim chance of survival in the stormy offensive and delivering a fatal counterattack. The oppression of combat felt unbelievably real, with sweat evaporating from his forehead upon emergence, his lungs subtly aching from inhaling the scorching air, his mind needing to stay constantly tense, predicting attacks from different dimensions and attributes. During this process, Duke tried to use those not max-leveled spells as much as possible for offense or defense. Of course, not only these spells were used. As in actual combat, you couldn't rely solely on a few spells. Increasing real combat experience was also one of the purposes of coming here. After dealing with dozens of demons here, the scene abruptly shifted. The cold void, fragmented floating isles, soundless desolation. This was the Star Realm's remnants, the enemy being the Void Whisperers, formless and intangible, able to attack the spiritual origin directly. No earth-shattering explosions, only shrill cries and psychic shocks acting directly on the consciousness, as if billions of ice needles pierced into the soul. Duke felt the sea of knowledge tumultuous. Twisted hallucinations even appeared before his eyes. He had to guard his spirit with all his might while dealing with the half-transparent phantoms flickering in the void, trying to devour his life energy. Next up was a dark, damp underground thicket filled with giant fungi and glowing spores. Here the threat wasn't from ferocious beasts, but from omnipresent spore clouds, some causing hallucinations, some highly toxic, some even capable of corroding energy shields. Lurking predators camouflaged as the environment struck deadly ambushes with their viscous tentacles bearing potent paralyzing toxins. Every scene was incredibly real. Every kind of creature possessed a unique and troublesome mode of attack. The extreme environmental changes, the physical feedback from monster attacks, and spiritual shocks were all simulated vividly, as if he was really struggling for survival in those perilous other planes. Training time is up. Energy connections severed. The prompt sound pulled Duke back to reality. He opened his eyes, exhaling a deep breath, as if expelling the residual sulfur smell and mental pressure from the simulated battlefield altogether. Although he successfully coped with it, the intensity of level 16 star indeed gave him a slight pressure, but nothing more, far from his limit. He pushed open the pod door, heading straight back to the service desk. Level 16 star's intensity is not enough, Duke succinctly said to the female attendant with mechanical eyes. The attendant checked the data. The blue light in his eyes flickering slightly, understood. Based on your recent performance, I suggest elevating to level 18 stars. At this difficulty, the degree of extremity in the environment increases by 50%, and the aggressiveness, intelligence, and coordination of monsters are significantly enhanced, with the possible appearance of compound elite units. Fine. Duke agreed without hesitation. This is exactly what he wanted, a battle that walks the edge of extremity to unleash his full potential. After paying the fee and picking up a new token, he once again headed for the access pod. The door closed, bringing a familiar, slight dizziness. Darkness so thick it was like ink. It wasn't that there was no light, but rather the light seemed to be absorbed by some material, just barely outlining the contours of a massive, slick rock passage. This is the Abyss Corridor, with an overwhelming scent of blood and a low-frequency hum that could erode spiritual power filling the air. The enemies were no longer the clumsy elemental beings, or hordes of low-level demons. Shadow-fast as black lightning silently swooped down from the rock wall above, claws aimed straight at Duke's throat. This was an abyssal stalker, adept at lurking and executing a deadly blow. Duke narrowly tilted his head to dodge, the wind pressure from the claws scraping painfully against his cheek. Simultaneously, the ground beneath suddenly softened, trying to swallow him like quicksand, a trap by the burrower demon. Corrosive mucus, viscous and acidic, seeped from the rock walls on both sides. These attacks were perfectly coordinated. Extremely lethal. For an ordinary level 1 mage, this series of attacks would be quite troublesome. Likely, they would be struck down almost immediately upon landing. In fact, within the Seville Empire, there are many level 1 mages who die to such attacks, instantly meeting their end as soon as they see their enemy. But for Duke, bearing the bloodline mark of the dark race, he had a high affinity for the dark attribute and extremely strong perception ability towards the shadow space. The abyssal stalker and burrower demon were both demons, skilled in lurking and assassination. But their stealth camouflage was as good as non-existent in Duke's eyes, allowing him to easily sense their presence. So while it seemed like Duke was narrowly avoiding danger, in reality, he was effortlessly handling it. This entire space appeared to be inhabited by such types of monsters, mostly shadow creatures. For Duke, this place was likely hard to pose any threat, more like a home ground to him. To others, the abyssal stalker silently swooping down from above was a deadly killer as fast as black. Lightning, but in Duke's perception, the ripple of shadow energy stirred as it leaped was as clear as a stone thrown into a calm lake. Tilt head, step aside. The movement was minute, yet so precise that the claws, capable of tearing magic metal, swept just past his hair. His cheek didn't even feel a sting, just a slightly cool touch, like being brushed by a night breeze. It seemed like eyes grew on Duke's feet. At the instant, he sensed the change in ground energy. Structure, he had already lightly leveraged it, retreating as if weightless, leaving only an afterimage for the quicksand trying to engulf him. Corrosive mucus oozing from the rock walls twitched, the acidic energy contained within them as conspicuous in Duke's spiritual perception as fireflies in the darkness. He didn't even need to consciously avoid it. Just adjusting his movement rhythm and angle, those viscous liquids could only futilely converge behind him, corroding the empty rock. He walked through the perilous corridor, his steps calm as if strolling in his own garden. A burrower demon couldn't hold back, suddenly emerging half-bodied from the shadows in front of him, opening its jagged mouth to bite. Without even looking, Duke pointed casually, and a great holy light sword descended from the heavens. The burrower demon couldn't even react before being obliterated by the spell judgment of the holy light sword. The holy light sword's massive light attribute energy naturally suppressed these shadow demons, directly melting the burrower demon, leaving no trace behind. Judgment of the holy light sword, LV3, 45/500, two more abyssal stalkers attempted an attack from the front and back. The wind wings behind Duke barely fluttered, not for high-speed movement, but to execute a graceful spin, violating physical laws. Then two more holy light swords descended, wiping out the two abyssal stalkers. This abyss corridor, an absolute death trap for other beings, felt to Duke like his backyard. He could even sense that the bloodline imprint in the spiritual power crystal, dark red in color, was emitting a joyful glow in this environment rich with similar energy, subtly resonating with his own dark attribute affinity. When the last abyssal lurker, trying to merge with the shadows, was forcibly pulled from the shadow space and its core crushed, the entire abyss corridor fell silent. Only Duke's steady breathing and the shadow aura blending with the darkness around him flowed gently. Although the training time had not ended, he already felt bored and consciously triggered the exit command. Back at the service desk, the attendant with mechanical eyes looked at the nearly perfect combat data on the screen: 0 effective damage, 100% evasion rate, and an energy consumption curve as smooth as a line, with perfect adaptation evaluation to the shadow environment. And there was more data, with a wealth of detailed information on various aspects listed. No matter the data, Duke's performance was impeccable, as if the level 1 8 stars difficulty was just level 1 1 star for him. The attendant couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Duke, are you a bloodline mage with a dark attribute?" She felt a bit puzzled because Duke's information did not indicate a bloodline mage background. He was on the path of an elemental mage. Normally, an elemental mage crystallized at level 1 would struggle to achieve such perfect data at level 1 8 stars difficulty. Even the ancient members of wizard clans with a dark attribute bloodline would find it hard to perform so flawlessly. "Not at all, I want to continue." Duke shook his head, not saying much more on the topic. He wanted to keep challenging himself to see how far he could go. The mechanized eye attendant didn't ask further, processing the data quickly and making a suggestion. Based on cross-difficulty adaptability assessment, you should directly start the level 1 9 stars difficulty. This difficulty will introduce multiple environmental rule dynamic shifts and compound elite units. Please be prepared. Sure. Duke paid the higher fee, picked up a new token, and once again walked toward the access pod. Without giving Duke any time to adjust, the moment he appeared, he found himself in a space so fantastically bizarre with rules that were in utter chaos. In the previous second, he was still standing atop a scorching sea of lava, the stone beneath his feet melting, the heated air distorting his vision. The next second, the scene around him shattered like a broken mirror, replaced by a realm of absolute zero, frigid cold instantly invading his body, even the air seeming to freeze. In another instant, the space flipped, and he was floating in a void like astral world, a sensation of weightlessness washing over him with distant broken stars and silent energy storms. The rules of the environment were switching rapidly and chaotically, each switch accompanied by severe changes in the laws of physics. Gravity, temperature, energy affinity. Even material forms were frantically altering. This was not just a test of the physical body, but the ultimate challenge to mental stability and immediate adaptability. And the enemy appeared alongside. It was a peculiar demon, its form unfixed, rather a mass of constantly writhing, color-shifting, contour-changing energy assembly. In the lava environment, it would conjure fiery whips. In the ice-bound realm, it would shoot soul-freezing ice ray. In the astral void, it could control gravity, forming twisted spatial traps. More troubling, as the environment switched, random elemental minions corresponding to the new environment would coalesce around the demon, lava fire spirits, frost skeletons, void aberrations. They were not independent entities but linked to the demon's core energy, sharing perception, coordinating attacks. Attacks came from all directions, with attributes and modes changing unpredictably with the environment, alternating high heat and severe cold, seamlessly connecting physical impacts and energy erosions. mental disruption and space distortion. If an ordinary level 1 crystallized mage were here, they wouldn't last 3 rounds of environmental switching without losing control over energy or facing mental collapse. Yet Duke's response displayed a transcendent, almost instinctual adaptability. Deep within his gaze, it seemed 6 base elemental colors were rotating and appearing. When the heat of lava swept over, his fire elemental affinity talent emerged, not only greatly diminishing the damage from the heat, but granting him exceptional perception of the flame energy flow, easily predicting and guiding the track of the fiery whip. When the severe cold set in, the water elemental affinity made him akin to the inhabitants of northern icy plains. Significantly weakening the rigidity from the biting cold, his spirit more condensed in frigid environments, instantly analyzing the weaknesses of the ice ray and shattering them. Every dramatic environmental switch for him was merely a change of stage backdrop. With his talent for high affinity with the 6 elements, it was as if he wore an invisible, environment-suited comfortable cloak that allowed him to adapt to new environments at the fastest speed. He was no longer passively resisting the environment, but began to guide and utilize it. Every time the environment switched, the concentration of free elemental energy particles in the environment would greatly increase. Similarly, the strength of corresponding elemental magic would also greatly increase. For other wizards, it's impossible for their mastery of magic to be so comprehensive, inevitably facing unsuitable environments. But for Duke, no matter how the environment switched, he could always use the most suitable elemental magic to attack. This trial for most wizards had good training effects, allowing them to adapt in advance to the complex environments in the endless plane. Most level 1 mages couldn't endure several environmental changes, but Duke not only remained strong but felt no pressure. He had already gone through 2 rounds of environmental switching, and if it weren't for the troublesome demon, would have ended it long ago. But he was still very relaxed. The primary pressure from this trial came from the environmental stress, which, for him, was non-existent. 10 minutes later, Duke emerged from the access cabin, looking relaxed. The mechanical eye service clerk looked at him. An icy synthesized voice seemed to carry an almost imperceptible ripple. "Mr. Duke, your comprehensive score under level 1 9-star difficulty is 9,987 points. This score has been automatically recorded into the Anvil Castle's Practical Assessment Center level 1 Mage leaderboard, current rank, 37th. Duke raised an eyebrow slightly. He didn't care much about the ranking, just found the scoring system interesting. The clerk continued introducing with her emotionless voice. Level 1 10-star final trial. You will continuously challenge 10 projections of real beings from the endless plane, confirmed to possess level 1 peak combat power. Collected through data, they are the standout members within their own plane, possessing unique and powerful combat styles. Upon defeating 10 consecutively, you will be considered to have passed. Please note, each opponent's strength far exceeds that of previous composite elite units. Due to huge energy consumption, once the challenge begins, it cannot be exited midway until completing 10 consecutive battles or the challenger's death. Do you confirm opening 10 consecutive level 1 peaks? Duke's eyes finally sparkled with intense interest. This is what he wanted, the collision of pure strength and technique, engaging those at the pinnacle of level 1 life, then stated, "Confirm opening." After paying a full 50,000 level 1 magic stones as the fee, Duke took the special token representing the final challenge, its rim shimmering with dark golden patterns. As he sat in the access cabin again, the moment consciousness connected successfully, he found himself in an enormous pure white circular arena. Around the arena expanded an infinite starry sky. Beneath his feet was a smooth, mirror-like surface engraved with countless profound runes, emitting energy waves stabilizing space. A grand and cold voice echoed within the arena. Level 1 10-star, final trial start. First opponent. From the core plane, Flame Demon Commander Balsa. On one side of the arena, space distorted, and a mighty figure stepped out, up to 5 meters tall, covered in dark red lava armor, with large curved horns growing on its head, wielding a gigantic sword ablaze with abyssal flames. With each step, the rune-engraved ground beneath its feet slightly reddened, exuding terrifying high temperatures, its single eye burning with a desire for destruction. This was purely a master of power and flame, its fire carrying unique hellish corrosive and soul-burning characteristics. Duke could clearly sense the opponent's exceedingly condensed, almost overflowing furious fire elemental power, far surpassing any prior simulated battle fire creature. Come. Duke took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as a knife. Magic power quietly circulating within. He knew this would be a tough battle, and there were 9 more such battles. Faced with the Flame Demon Commander, advancing with the inferno of hell like a volcanic eruption, Duke did not retreat an inch. The wind wings vibrated at high frequency, pushing his speed to the limit in an instant, his figure trailing a shadow, carving a strange arc as he maneuvered to the side of the demon. The Flame Demon Commander Baal emitted a deafening roar, seemingly bulky, yet reacting with astonishing speed. The burning giant sword did not pursue Duke's elusive figure, but instead, with agility unfit for its size, plunged into the ground beneath it. With the sword as the center, the dark red, crack-laden lava ground spread instantly like a living creature, covering half of the arena. Scorching magma gushed from the cracks, forming a seething lava field, emitting terrifying heat and sulfurous toxic gas. The pure white rune ground beneath Duke's feet was instantly corroded and melted, forcing him to rise into the air. But the chaotic hot airflow and rising poisonous smoke within the field severely disrupted the stability of the wind wings. Meanwhile, Baal's burning single eye locked firmly onto the airborne Duke, swinging the giant sword. 3 abyssal fire blades were released in a fan-shaped formation, sealing off most of his escape routes. Even before the fire blades arrived, the soul-searing sting had already struck. A gleam of brilliance erupted in Duke's eyes, his magic power surged wildly, with incredible speed. He gripped the air with both hands. A holy light sword, more solid and gigantic than ever before, swiftly formed. Its blade flowing with a near-liquid holy radiance, fiercely stabbing at the most violently erupting magma vent below. The clash of holy light and the infernal lava resulted in an explosive sizzle akin to cold water dripping into hot oil. The pure power of purification and the filthy flames of destruction annihilated each other, temporarily sealing the vent, halting the expansion of the lava field. Seizing this brief interval and the turbulent energy from the collision of holy light and hellfire, Duke's wind wings twisted bizarrely, narrowly threading through the gaps between the 3 fire blades by a hair's breadth. Hovering around him, metallic yellow sand floated, ever ready to handle unexpected situations. Though the situation seemed perilous, Duke remained completely unflustered in his heart. Annoying insect. Baal, seeing the domain suppression broken, grew even more furious. It ceased long-range attacks, its massive body stomped the ground, cracking the solid rune surface, launching into the sky like a burning meteor at furious speed unbefitting its size, the giant sword cleaving toward Duke with mountain-splitting force. Where the sword edge passed, the air ignited completely, leaving a lingering trail of flames. Pure extreme violence. Duke felt as if the surrounding air had been evacuated and ignited by the sword, forming an invisible fiery prison, leaving no time to dodge. At that moment, intricately fine metallic yellow sand particles emerged from thin air. Like a flowing golden torrent, rapidly gathering, stacking, and compressing. A massive, sturdy fortress of yellow sand, with solidified rune glows flowing on its surface, majestically formed before Duke within a millisecond before the burning giant sword struck. The fortress was not lifeless. The sand on its surface continued to flow and reconfigure at high speed, continuously strengthening the impact zone. The Flame Demon Commander Baal's mountain-cleaving burning giant sword struck viciously on the thickest front of the yellow sand fortress. The indescribable horrific collision, sound transformed into a tangible shockwave, rippling even the stable space of the arena. Sparks and sand exploded in a ring. The abyssal flame on the giant sword viciously burned the sand, hissing explosively, attempting to melt it into glass. Yet the metallic yellow sand seemed endless. With a layer being melted away, more sand emerged from within the fortress to replenish, the flowing sand layers constantly dissipating the terrifying impact, while the metallic yellow sand itself absorbed the strike's contained energy, resounding a deep rumble throughout the venue. The yellow sand fortress trembled violently, a deep, burning slash mark appeared on the front, but ultimately did not shatter. It steadfastly protected Duke behind it, isolating the destructive force outside. What disbelief flickered in Baal's burning single eye, as the giant sword and sandy fortress stalemated. When Baal's old force expired and new force was yet to form, Duke moved. The looming yellow sand fortress adjacent to Bal suddenly, without any sign, collapsed inward, forming a massive vortex of quicksand exerting powerful suction, attempting to drag in the burning giant sword and even Bal's arm. Simultaneously, from the fortress top and sides, innumerable sand tentacles, like living tendrils, shot out, wrapping precisely around the sword hilt, arm joints, and legs. These sand tendrils carried magic power as well, dragging with sluggish gravity. Accursed sand grains! Bal roared, trying to retract the giant sword to break free. But the suction of quicksand and the wrapping sand tentacles delayed its actions fatally, and in the fleeting attack gap created, Duke's figure emerged stealthily from the opposite side of the sand fortress like a phantom. The wind wings behind him gently fluttered, his whole form transformed into a dark golden line, swiftly maneuvering to the slight opening in Bal's exposed side rear due to its struggling. There, under the heavy lava armor at the scapula, was an inconspicuous, energy-weak old injury fissure. The simulation of the Witch Array battlefield was evidently exceedingly realistic, almost perfectly replicating all data of Bal's original self, including these old injuries. Duke's spiritual perception had been extended, naturally observing these details, now targeting them precisely. In his hand, a shadow of the blazing sun judgment had appeared at some point, this level 2 witchcraft artifact, its brilliance assembled, poised to strike. The viscous liquid light within the sword flowed and circulated at unprecedented speed, emitting a heart-palpating energy wave. The phantom of light cast wings at the crossguard, automatically extended, growing unprecedentedly solid and vast. Like two genuine wings of light gently fluttering, scattering endless dust of light. He did not choose to risk a close attack on the fissure, but instead poured his internal magic power madly into the blazing sun judgment. Roar! Damnable! Bal sensed the rapidly assembling, soul-stinging and fear-inducing pure power of light. It roared furiously, a fierce light exploding in its single eye, attempting to forcibly break free from the sand tendrils' entanglement, even at the cost of igniting some abyssal fire within, sacrificing some defense for instant burst power, striving to disrupt Duke's charge-up. Those entwining sand tentacles sensed Baltz's outbreak, and did not resist directly, instead instantly softening and dispersing, transforming into countless streams of sand sliding away with Baltz's struggling force, only to reconvene immediately, making them extremely troublesome. Though the yellow sand fortress was damaged at its front, it simultaneously extended more sand streams, constructing temporary flowing sand shields in front of Duke, buying him precious charging time. The charging time seemed prolonged, yet all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Just as Baltz's outburst scattered some of the sand, Duke's charging was already complete. The blazing sun judgment seemed to transform into a miniature sun core, the sword body becoming so incandescent that it was blinding, its core with an awe-inspiring golden glow resembling the awakening dragon's pupil, targeted at the fatal old wound crack at Baltz's back. The surrounding air was distorted and ionized by this extreme light and heat, emitting a low hum. Every sound seemed to be devoured by that sword tip, erupting torrent of blazing white, as solid as the celestial god's spear. This beam was no longer a simple energy beam, it contained an absolute will of purification and destructive power. At its core was that dignified and profound gold, scorching traces even on the virtual arena space as it passed. The speed of the beam surpassed thought, precise as destiny itself, piercing through the crack under Baltz's shoulder blade the instant it broke free from most bindings, yet before it had time to completely turn around or gather its strongest defense. The moment the beam hit the crack, Baltz's heavy lava armor met its nemesis like snow, beginning to melt and vaporize at a visible speed from the opening. The abyssal flames within the armor and flesh, before this supreme pure power of light, evaporated instantly like mist under the blazing sun. Baltz let out a wail of utter despair, filled with pain, unwillingness, and a deep-seated fear of this holy power. Its massive body was hit by the terrifying kinetic energy within the light column, staggering forward, trying to resist using the hellfire within, but it was all in vain. The power of the light judgment, through the perfect breach of the old wound crack, surged into its body like the fiercest termites, destroying and purifying its energy structure from within. Its body radiated piercing gold and white light, from the inside out, as if turning into a lantern about to shatter. Finally, in a silent yet soul-shaking energy immolation, The enormous body of the flame demon commander Baltza completely disintegrated, turning into countless ashes flickering with the last flames, and even the ashes were purified into nothing by the remaining holy flame, as if it had never existed. In the arena, only the slowly dissipating trail of the blazing white beam remained, and the fresh scent lingering in the air, akin to the sky after a storm, starkly contrasting the hellish searing sulfur smell from before. A grand, cold voice echoed. First challenger, Flame Demon Commander Baltza, defeated. Second, from Eternal Ice Abyss Frost Banshee Circe. The arena transformed into a world of eternal ice blue. Freezing cold that could freeze the soul, Circe's figure drifted unpredictably in the blizzard, her song seemingly a deadly soul-freezing spell. The battles came one after another. Top-level one-peak powerhouses from different planes, each with unique characteristics, took turns on stage. Duke's combat style grew increasingly varied and efficient. He no longer adhered to fixed routines, but flexibly combined wizard magic, knight combat techniques, talent magic, and various witchcraft artifact powers based on opponent characteristics. Light and darkness, elements and physical, defense and burst became more seamlessly integrated through practice. Though each battle was anything but easy, with massive consumption, he always found the key to victory, overcoming each one with strong adaptability. While Duke was fighting on the virtual battleground, an unusual stir gradually emerged in the hall of the Anvil Castle Practical Evaluation and Training Center. A few young wizards, wearing standard robes of the Seville Empire Royal Academy and sporting badges of different levels on their chests, entered together. They had an extraordinary demeanor, with sharp gazes. Clearly elite students of the academy. They here to temper themselves using the Witch Array simulated battleground. A blond youth leading them prepared to register for connection. His gaze inadvertently swept over the largest public crystal screen in the hall's center, showing real-time high-difficulty challenge dynamics, and his steps suddenly halted. "Look," he whispered in astonishment, pointing at the screen. The others followed his direction and saw on the screen a notification strip with striking dark golden sheen scrolling at the top. Level 110 star, final trial is underway. Current challenger, Anonymous ID C219, opponents defeated, 7/10. Current status, engaged in battle. Comprehensive real-time evaluation, S+, extremely excellent, level 110 star. Someone is challenging 10 star at level 1, and they've already defeated 7. A petite female apprentice with glasses gasped, her face full of disbelief. How is this possible? That's prepared for those old monsters who have fought for hundreds of years at the frontier, and other planes, right? Even those freaks in the academy only dare to occasionally attempt 9 star. Not only challenging, look at the evaluation. S+, is this evaluation system malfunctioning? Another male student, burly, and with obvious metallic modifications on his arms, scratched his head. The blond youth leading them, Rain Hassan, was from an imperial noble family and was himself a level 1 crystallized wizard, slightly famous within the academy. He stared at the screen, his eyes gleaming. The system won't be wrong, at least not on such core data. An S+ evaluation means the challenger's performance has exceeded the system's regular judgment standards for level 1 peak, approaching the theoretical limit. He turned to look towards the service desk, where other wizards and knights, drawn by the screen's information, were gradually gathering, discussing in low voices. ID C219. Can't discern the identity from this ID either. Rain quickly filtered the information in his mind. An outsider, or someone from the academy. Who cares who it is, getting to the level 110 star 7th round and maintaining S+ evaluation, that's definitely monster level. The metal-armed male student got excited. Shall we go take a look? We should be able to see non-confidential basic combat energy projections at the Zone C entrance hall, right? Even if we can't see exactly who it is, we can get a sense. This proposal immediately gained everyone's approval. Level 10 star challenges are already rare, and those who can reach such progress are even rarer. For these talented individuals, witnessing battles of this caliber is a precious opportunity to observe and learn. A few quickly came to an agreement and hurriedly headed towards the Zone C access hall, putting aside their own training. Not only them, but several other groups in the hall were also attracted by this rare challenge information, all converging towards Zone C. Meanwhile, in the virtual arena, Duke had just defeated the 8th opponent. This was an ancient tree man, elder from the plant plane, controlling endless poisonous vines and deadly spores, now reduced to burning ashes. Duke's breathing was heavier, his forehead covered with sweat, the burden of continuous high-intensity combat becoming clearly evident. Yet his eyes remained as bright as stars, fixed on the center of the arena, awaiting the appearance of the next opponent. A significant amount of his magic power had been consumed, but it was quickly recovering. With the Earth Spring spell and the Earth Blessing attribute, his magic power recovery speed was extremely fast. The power of the six-element compound spiritual crystal also showed itself at this moment. Both magic power and spiritual power recovery remarkably swift. This six-element compound spiritual crystal was like a powerful engine running wildly. Especially in this continuous high-intensity combat, Duke's spiritual power crystal truly began to operate, barely utilizing even 1% of its capability in ordinary times. In the arena, grand and cold voice continued to announce without a trace of emotional fluctuation. 8th challenger, ancient tree man Elder Thorn Crown defeated. 9th, from the trickster goblin empire, the warlord Bang Bang Doctor. Amidst a chaotic and piercing sound of metal scraping, steam jetting, and strange gibbering laughter, the arena scenery suddenly changed. Duke took a deep breath, gripping the blazing sun judgment in his hand, with sand silently swirling beneath his feet. In just this short moment, his magic power nearly fully recovered, a speed that would leave an ordinary wizard in complete amazement. However, the fatigue on his spiritual power couldn't be quickly recovered, but for Duke it was only somewhat tiring, still sufficient to support continued battle. By now he realized, this level 10 star challenge was not only about the powerful combat ability of these individuals, but also a test of a wizard's endurance and sustained combat capacity. Level 10 star challenges are exceedingly difficult for those at the level 1 mage stage. The level 1 peak lives that appear all hail from various planes with extremely powerful individual strength. Not only are they strong, but their combat experience, techniques, and wisdom are top-notch, essentially making it a battle against a group of cunning old foxes. Even the strongest level 1 crystallized mages, lacking experience, would easily be outmaneuvered. The tree man Duke just defeated was an absolute nightmare for many young wizards in the Seville Empire, simply unbeatable. Even the young talents of the Seville Empire Royal Imperial Academy find these opponents a headache. However, it's also an opportunity to hone oneself, accumulating experience through repeated virtual deaths. After all, this is just a simulated battlefield, where death is not real. But the experience accumulated from each virtual death is substantial and beneficial for their future. Duke, who upon his first encounter could succeed in initial kill, is a prodigy-level talent even within the entire Seville Empire. He simply doesn't realize this, nor does he know his own level, only finding it somewhat challenging. Outside, Ryan and others reached the public observation area on the outskirts of the second access hall in Zone C. Here there's a huge one-way energy projection wall, vaguely showing an energy flow intensity simulation map inside the corresponding access pod, and very simple outlines of the battle scenes. Duke was unaware of this feature. Otherwise, he would certainly choose to turn off this spectator function. While the spectator function obscures much information, he still didn't want others to see the process, even if it's just very basic information. However, being a newcomer, his unawareness is quite normal. At this moment, in the projection area representing Pod 19, the intensity of the energy flow and the shifting attribute gleams captivated all onlookers. Despite being unable to see specific combat details, the powerful sense of energy mixed with holy, heavy, blazing, cold, and corrosive auras, seeping through the barrier, was enough to make any level 1 extraordinary feel a chill. So strong, and how can these energy attributes be so complex and variable? The petite female apprentice adjusted her glasses, trying to analyze the energy spectrum, yet feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. Ryan continuously watched the projection, softly speaking, he's about to reach the 9th stage, if he truly accomplishes a 10-in-a-row victory. They had just discovered more information, learning that this challenger was attempting the level 10-star challenge for the first time. This was what astonished them even more. Even if Duke didn't achieve a 10-in-a-row win, just his current performance was already abnormal. 9th challenger, Warlord Bang Bang Doctor defeated. With the grand announcement, the short, green-skinned figure that had turned the arena into a hell filled with walking bombs, remote mines, and bizarre energy beams, finally fragmented into scattered parts and black smoke after Duke used the Sand Guardian to endure a round of saturation bombing, and precisely detonated the core energy concealed in its mechanical armor. Duke knelt on one knee, using the blazing sun judgment to support his body, breathing heavily. His wizard robe was blackened and damaged in many places, his face a mix of dust and sweat. The continuous life and death battles with 9 level 1 peak beings yielding not just massive energy depletion, but also immense mental fatigue. Each victory felt like walking on a razor's edge, allowing no room for error. Though appearing battered, his state wasn't severely hindered, aside from his left arm having been wounded by the blast energy from a large bomb explosion, stripping away a piece of flesh. To him, it was a minor injury. The bleeding had stopped and was quickly recovering. The barrage by Bang Bang Doctor made one's scalp tingle. Even with the protection of the Sand Guardian, Duke couldn't entirely safeguard himself. The recent big explosion shattered the fortress formed by metallic yellow sand, with the energy piercing through to cause such an injury. At this moment, outside in Zone C's observation hall, a scene of uncontrollable uproar had broken out. The ninth one. He really defeated the 9th one. The petite female apprentice covered her mouth, her eyes wide as saucers, staring fixedly at the projection wall where the light representing cabin 19 was gradually calming after a violent energy explosion. I've seen the data on that Dr. Boom. Its firepower, coverage, and mechanical trickery are among the most troublesome at level 1 peak. Yet he managed to dismantle it. The excitement on the boy with the metal arm's face had already transformed into shock and some awe. Rain Hassan's breathing involuntarily became rapid as he tightly watched the information flashing on the screen. Level 110 stars ultimate trial in progress. Current challenger, anonymous, IDC 219. Opponents defeated, 9/10. Current status adjusting. Comprehensive real-time evaluation S+ maintained, the 9th one. S+ evaluation can still be maintained. Rain's voice quivered slightly, unnoticed by himself. As an academy elite, he understood better than others what this signified. It wasn't just mighty strength. It represented that the challenger possessed a terrifying stability, adaptability, and unfathomable depth. Consecutive 9 high-intensity, extremely varied style battles hadn't caused any noticeable decline in his performance. The last challenge. What do you think the final one will be? Someone whispered, their tone filled with anticipation and tension. The 10 opponents at level 110 stars aren't fixed and change periodically. Thus, no one knew what kind of existence the last opponent would be before it appeared. Soon, the information on the 10th challenger appeared on the viewing screen. Final Guardian loading. Identity confirmed from Annihilation Rift observation record. Codename, Destruction Dragon Nidhogg Young Form, Threat Level, Level 1 Theoretical Limit. Characteristic overview, extremely high resistance, physical strength surpassing regular level 1 life, breath carries dragon breath characteristic. Data loading completed, ultimate trial about to begin. Destruction Dragon Nidhogg. The monster said to roam in the depths of the Annihilation Rift that even level 2 beings are reluctant to provoke. Its young form's data was recorded, made into a guardian. What a joke! Is this the kind of thing a level 1 can handle? Getting a touch of its breath means game over. Finished, this anonymous elite is likely stopping here. Getting to the 9th challenge is already a miracle. The observation hall exploded instantly, with exclamations, doubts, and sighs resounding non-stop. Even Rain and the others' faces turned exceedingly serious, showing a hint of paleness. As Academy elites, they have more access to knowledge and understand what the name Destruction Dragon Nidhogg represents in the realm of level 1, an almost despair-inducing weight, one of the terrifying existences at the pinnacle of level 1 life forms. Theoretical limit of level 1. Rain muttered, repeating those keywords. His gaze at the projection of cabin 19 filled with complex emotions. Inside the virtual arena, Duke naturally heard the grand introduction, and his pupils slightly contracted. This is more like it, he murmured, holding the blazing sun judgment before him. Remnants of light fighting spirit and magic power within him began operating with unprecedented efficiency. The sand grains of the Sand Guardian no longer swirled, but quietly hovered around his body, as if entering a dormant state, ready to be unleashed. The central space of the arena peeled away like a fractured mirror, revealing a void of darkness behind it. Then a dragon claw covered in scales black as the night, seemingly able to absorb all light, slowly reached out from the void and pressed onto the arena's ground. With just this motion, the ground composed of sturdy runes groaned under the pressure. Spiderweb-like cracks instantaneously spread out for hundreds of meters from the dragon claw. An indescribable terror of a dragon's might, mixed with extreme majesty, pure destruction, and ancient vastness, raged across the entire space like a tsunami. Duke felt his breath catch, his body as if oppressed by an invisible mountain, his movements sluggish. This was not just energy pressure, it was absolute bloodline intimidation. Dragons in the endless plane are an exceptionally powerful race, naturally stronger than most, imbued with an inherent intimidation. Duke was indeed feeling the suppression of bloodline. Yet he did not enter the dark form. After all, this was merely a simulation battle, where data is monitored, and there was no need to reveal all his trump card tricks. If he knew the battle was being watched, he certainly wouldn't reveal them. Next, an enormous black dragon head, akin to a mountain, fully emerged from the void. Its eyes were not burning flames or cold vertical pupils, but two slowly rotating dark whirlpools, seemingly capable of drawing in souls. Just by being under the gaze of those eyes, Duke felt his spiritual power rubbed like a cold file, delivering waves of piercing pain. The young form of destruction, Dragon Nidhogg, with only a part of its body entering the arena, had already surpassed the combined presence of the 9 previous opponents. It did not bellow or demonstrate. It merely gazed coldly upon Duke, like an ant, with those eyes resembling dark whirlpools. Then, it slightly opened its gigantic mouth filled with dagger-like fangs. Breath, gray and seemingly absent from any color spectrum, encroached lazily like smoke yet quicker than visual capture, spreading towards Duke. Where it passed, the sturdy rune ground, air, and even space itself vanished silently as if erased pencil marks, leaving a trail of absolute void. The final battle entered its most perilous death stage. The moment Nidhogg appeared, Duke's eyes grew intensely serious, all his mind and power converging in high unison at this moment. Many excellent young wizards who reached this stage have faced Destruction Dragon, but were instantly defeated by its breath. Reaching this point is after having already been exhausted, and facing Nidhogg's opening breath, the battle ends almost before they can react. The breath carried immense destructive energy, and the attribute of Dragon's breath, ordinary energy shields could hardly block it. At that moment when the gray breath, seemingly capable of erasing existence itself, spread with an unavoidable speed, the deepest consciousness of Duke, that ancient and rustic destiny bell that had always hung quietly with its hands eternally rotating, suddenly underwent an unprecedented dramatic change. A massive amount of yellow sand gathered around him, countless grains continuously surging from the yellow sand crystal, though it was uncertain if they could withstand the gray breath. Duke was unsure, but he could only try his best. He hadn't anticipated that the long, quiet destiny bell would stir at this moment. A sound, not resonating in reality, but directly vibrating in Duke's soul essence, like a grand bell tolling from ancient times, resounded explosively. On the clock face, the slender hand that used to spin aimlessly and slowly, as if nudged by an invisible giant hand, began to rotate frantically as never before. It spun so fast that it became a blur, even causing a slight tremor throughout his mind. Outside, time seemed to be stretched by this high-order power, the front of the gray mist of the breath of destruction nearly touching Duke's outermost layer, the yellow sand fortress formed by the Sand Guardian, with the sand vanishing at a visibly rapid rate in silence. However, within that instant caught in a balance of life and death, the pointer of the Destiny Bell, after seemingly endless revolutions or maybe just one, weighed down by a predetermined heaviness of fate, came to a halt at one mark. The chosen mark dispelled the original murk, blooming with an ancient gold glow as profound as the starry sky and as deep as the earth. An array of information, accompanied by the lingering resonance of the toll, flowed into Duke's mind almost instinctively. Mark ancient barrier, fate's decision, grant absolute protection in the moment of universal destruction. Ability manifestation, ancient barrier. In reality, without time for thought, Duke's body reacted ahead of consciousness. With movements as instinctive as breathing and heartbeat, the remaining light fighting spirit, magic power, and the force flowing in his bloodline all seemed drawn by an invisible vortex, not by his active control, but in compliance with the Destiny Bell's guidance. completing the gathering and transformation in an inexplicable and mysterious manner. No runes, no chance, and no pre-constructed magic model. Just before Nidhogg's destructive breath could erase Duke along with the space he was in, a wall silently appeared before him. This wall was not made of any known substance. Neither metal nor stone, neither light nor dark. Its color resembled the oldest mountain rock weathered by countless ages, or the ash left after a star's demise. Its surface bore simple yet profound dark gold patterns originating from the same source as the Destiny Bell's body. These markings were not static, but pulsing slowly, as if possessing life and breath of their own. This ancient barrier was not large, just enough to completely shield Duke's form. It appeared so naturally, so inevitably as if it had always belonged there, existing between Duke and the destructive breath, a point of destined convergence in the trajectory of fate. No earth-shattering explosion. No roar of energy collision. The gray breath of the destruction dragon Nidhogg, sufficient to annihilate regular level 1 peak life and even some weaker level 2 life defenses, met with what was like the cosmos's most indestructible and eternal dam. The gray mist energy swept over the ancient barrier, producing an odd sound akin to intense heat-searing ice, yet immeasurably deep. The dark gold patterns on the barrier's surface suddenly lit up, stable and resilient, silently dispersing, nullifying, and dispelling the destructive energy. The breath could no longer advance even a millimeter. From behind the barrier, Duke clearly felt the terrifying force embedded within that gray breath. This was true dragon breath containing destructive power. Nevertheless, all the thoughts of destruction and annihilation were entirely blocked by this seemingly thin yet conceptually indestructible barrier in front of him. An unprecedented feeling engulfed Duke wholly. He realized the existence of the barrier. It was derived from the Destiny Bell, a defensive power chosen by the Bell driven by fate for this exact moment of peril. There was no need to understand its complex principle or maintain its energy structure, just as there was no need to think about how to make his heart beat. Maintaining the ancient barrier had become an instinctive extension of his body and soul. Is this the feeling of an awakened? Duke thought flashed through his mind. Not attaining power through learning and researching, but having innate abilities respond naturally at critical moments, seamlessly united and perfectly natural. This power connected intimately to himself, far surpassing any acquired magic or combat techniques through training. In the dark whirlpool like dragon eyes of the destruction dragon Nidhogg, a distinct wave of emotion arose for the first time, a cold surprise, as well as a deeper fury fueled by being blocked by a seemingly insignificant entity. It seemed unable to fathom why its invincible breath of annihilation would be stopped by such a peculiar wall suddenly appearing. In the virtual arena, the Destiny Bell tolled, and the ancient barrier quietly emerged, steadily holding off the destruction dragon's breath. However, within the public observation zone in Zone C's second access hall at the Anvil Castle Combat Evaluation and Training Center, all the spectators focused on the energy projection from Cabin 19, including Academy Elite Rain Hassan, witnessed an entirely different and incomprehensible scene. On the huge one-way energy projection wall, representing the internal energy state of Cabin 19, the simulation diagram had originally surged into the deep red zone symbolizing extreme danger and theoretical peak value when the destruction dragon Nidhogg appeared, filled with intricate ripples representing destruction, dragon might, and high energy reactions. When that gray mist breath was simulated for release, the energy reaction on the projection diagram reached a stratospheric peak, leaving everyone breathless, predicting in the next moment the curve representing the challenger's life signs and defensive energy would plummet like a cliff, eventually hitting zero. Yet the anticipated end did not arrive. On the projection diagram, during the instant that gray-black energy stream indicative of the breath of annihilation was about to engulf the energy map representing the challenger's defensive strength, a sudden alteration occurred. No intense energy confrontation ripples emerged, signifying the effect of powerful defense, nor did any new or known energy attributes get recognized and labeled by the system. The deadly gray-black energy stream was like colliding with an absolute void. There was no rebound, no explosion, and no usual energy dissipation trajectory when dispersing. The gray breath just stopped advancing abruptly on the projection map in a manner that defies all energy observation common sense. and then silently disappeared from the simulation display, as if it had been erased like pencil markings or, more like its fundamental existence had been negated by a higher-tier presence. It was as if the dragon's breath, powerful enough to obliterate a level 1 peak, had never been breathed or dissolved by itself upon touching a border undetectable by the system. Meanwhile, the real-time feedback data stream sidebar of the system was madly scrolling with cold prompts warning, unknown energy disturbance detected at target area challenger coordinates, analysis failure, disturbance type unclassifiable, energy spectrum missing, trace of rule interference, reading error. Logical conflict, detected attack behavior, destruction breath Nidhogg, energy release record, but no corresponding energy arrival and effect record detected. System self-check in progress. No hardware errors found, data chain intact, virtual environment stable. Conclusion, phenomenon observed, unable to parse the cause, recorded as an out-of-protocol event no. 734. Comprehensive evaluation module. Affected by unknown interference, evaluation suspended, S+ rating temporarily locked. The observation hall fell into dead silence, with only the slightly piercing tick-tock of the system prompts and people's suppressed breathing. Everyone, including the well-informed Rhine, stared in shock at the absurd data on the projection wall and crystal screens. What happened? The petite female apprentice's voice was dry as she adjusted her glasses, trying to find a reasonable explanation from those logic and reading error prompts, but her mind was blank. The dragon's breath is gone, murmured the boy with the metal arm. Just like that, it's gone, not blocked, not neutralized. The system didn't even see the process, it's just gone. Unknown energy disturbance. Out of protocol event. Rhine repeated these words, a chill rising from his spine. He knew better than anyone else how powerful and precise this witch array simulation system was, created by the cutting-edge forces of the Seville Empire, capable of almost perfectly replicating and analyzing most known energy forms, rule applications, and combat models from level 1 to level 4. What could be something that the system cannot classify, reads as error, or even creates logical conflicts? In the virtual battlefield, Duke was oblivious to the anomalies observed by the outside world. He only felt the indestructible protection of the ancient barrier and the tranquil and immense power brought by the Destiny Bell. This power seemed independent of the rules of the witch array simulation system, existing on its own. The system could only detect the disappearance of the dragon's breath, but couldn't comprehend the existence of the barrier itself, because it involved a level that might have touched the higher concept of destiny, far beyond what this system was designed to interpret for simulating regular energy and material interactions. Duke took a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions. The barrier still stood firm between him and Nidhogg, buying him precious time to catch his breath and gather strength. In the dragon eyes of the Nidhogg, the dark whirlpool violently rotated, revealing a light of fury completely provoked. It couldn't understand why its breath failed, but it didn't stop it from taking a more direct and violent form of attack. Its massive body began to push deeper into the arena, and its huge claw covered in black scales rose with space-ripping force, preparing to deliver a physical strike of devastation. The last enormous holy light judgment sword descended from the sky, severing the head of the destruction dragon Nidhogg. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. The colossal black body of Nidhogg, akin to a mountain, suddenly went rigid. Its dark whirlpool dragon eyes, seemingly capable of devouring everything, abruptly expanded, with the rotating darkness within pausing, shattering, and revealing an almost human-like emotion of shock, as if it couldn't believe it would be ended here, in this manner. Immediately after, endless cracks spread instantly across its body, centered around the hit dragon eye. There was no deafening explosion, no bloody spectacle. The body of the destruction dragon Nidhogg, along with its soul freezing, existence obliterating extreme oppressive aura, began to dissipate noiselessly like a weathered sand sculpture or an image erased by a higher dimensional force, transforming into fine gray-black light points. As the last speck of black light vanished, the entire virtual arena shook violently. The Annihilation Rift environment, simulated and on the brink of shattering due to Nidhogg's arrival, peeled away like a fading curtain, revealing the stable, pure, silver-white spatial essence composed of countless basic runes beneath it. The warm and gentle restorative radiance from the witch array system, like mercury pouring down, uniformly filled every inch of space. dispelling all remaining coldness and destruction aura. The ancient barrier that was once indestructible, now covered with tiny cracks, quietly retreated as it had appeared, merging into the deep consciousness within Duke, where the destiny bell, with its hands slowly rotating, had been restored. Far weaker, yet seemingly conclusive bell resonance gently reverberated in Duke's soul before it completely subsided. Duke staggered a step, barely supporting himself with the blazing sun judgment, breathing heavily. He appeared disheveled, his robe torn. Multiple injuries on his body, his complexion pale. Both his spiritual power and physical strength nearly exhausted. Yet his eyes shone with astonishing brilliance, like stars quenched in flame, filled with weariness but revealing deeper sharpness. He could feel that some boundaries within himself had been broken through in this fight of life and death, gaining a faint, yet undeniable mysterious understanding of power, especially of the profound destiny bell. At this moment, the grand, cold system voice, seemingly with a barely detectable hint of confirmation now, resounded through this silvery white space that returned to calm. 10th Challenger, Destruction Dragon Nidhogg Young Form, confirmed defeated. Level 110 Star Final Trial, fully completed. Challenger, Anonymous Code C219. Final evaluation in progress. Outside, in the Zone C Observation Hall, the projection on the wall, representing the despair-inducing huge dark energy symbol of the Destruction Dragon Nidhogg, was completely extinguished before everyone's eyes. The next moment, the entire training center, all public areas, including various access halls, rest areas, and the main crystal screens above the service desks, was simultaneously covered by a brilliant, golden announcement that seemed almost tangible. Anvil Castle Field Evaluation and Training Center Witch Array Simulation Battlefield, Level 1, Historic Record Breakthrough. Challenger, Anonymous, Confidential Code. C219. On this day, for the first time, the challenge of Level 110 Star Final Trial was completed with a perfect 10 continuous slashes clearance. Final Comprehensive Evaluation Level. S+ Limit Maintenance, Historical Comprehensive Ranking Update. First place Previous Record Holder, Current Empire Marshal Estaruntal, Evaluation S Clearance Time, Real Time 7 hours and 29 minutes, New Record Clearance Time, Real Time 3 hours and 17 minutes. Virtual Honor Title awarded, Breaker of Limits. This record has been synchronized to the Empire Royal Database and the Eastern Province Honor Roll. A deathly silence enveloped all areas that saw the announcement. Soon after, Zone C Observation Hall erupted like a lake struck by a massive stone. First, directly dethroned as first in history, 10 continuous slashes, cleared in one go. Oh my god, Marshal Estaz's record was broken, and by more than double the speed. S+, it's really S+ maintained to the end, that dragon's breath disappearing just now. Could it also be some kind of hidden ability he possesses that the system can't fully analyze, reaching an S+ evaluation? Breaker of Limits. How long has it been since that title appeared? Anonymous. C219. On Earth is it? A monster secretly cultivated by the Empire, or just some passing big shot? The silver-gray access pod door slid upwards, and the ozone-scented cool air poured in, dispelling the illusion like energy remnants and mental pressure left from the cockpit's simulated battle. Duke took a deep breath, rubbed his slightly aching forehead, and stepped out. However, what awaited him was not a quiet corridor. The outer area of access pod number 19 was now jam-packed with people. There were young people wearing various apprentice or official wizard robes, sharp-looking knights, and many curious mechanical wizard modifiers. They either stood on tiptoes to look around or whispered, their eyes burning as they focused on Duke, who had just stepped out. Despite his current fatigued appearance, against the backdrop of the shocking announcement, this appearance seemed more like a badge of honor. He's out, it's him, C219, looks so young. Did he really take down the doomed dragon? SHH. He's looking over here. As Duke's calm gaze swept over, the discussions instinctively quieted down, but the curious and probing glances became even more intense. Rain Hassan and others were also in the crowd, watching this miracle-working anonymous individual. Duke frowned slightly. He didn't like being watched this way, especially after just enduring a high-intensity mental exhaustion battle. He was about to quietly leave when several staff members dressed in the deep blue uniforms of the training center, with high-level badges on their chests, swiftly parted the crowd and walked over briskly. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a stern face whose left arm was entirely comprised of exquisite silver metal, his mechanical eye emitting a calm blue light, precisely locking onto Duke. "Mr. Duke." The middle-aged man's voice was steady and powerful, overriding the surrounding noise. "Congratulations on completing a historical challenge. I am Kyle Anvil, a senior supervisor of this center, given the attention you've drawn and the record you've set, as well as..." He paused slightly, as if the light in his mechanical eye flickered. "Some unrecorded data anomalies during the challenge. The center's management hopes to speak with you privately and deliver the rewards you deserve. Please follow me." His tone was courteous but undebatable, while he gestured invitingly. The other staff members tacitly formed a small pathway, separating the overly enthusiastic crowd. Duke quickly weighed his options. The other party's official attitude, mention of rewards, and data anomalies were clearly related to his record-breaking performance and possible system detection issues of the Destiny Bell. In their domain, cooperation was a wiser choice. He nodded, responding briefly, "Fine." With Kyle the supervisor and the staff opening the way, Duke passed through the curious crowd, left the noisy access hall, and took an internal use elevator that required authorization, arriving at a quiet area on the upper level of the training center. They entered a guest room that was simple in style but exuded a sense of precision everywhere. The walls were matte alloy panels. One side was a giant one-way observation window, overlooking parts of the training field and city skyline. Besides necessary tables and chairs, the most striking feature was a crystal screen covering an entire wall, with tiny data streams flowing constantly, and a tray covered with black velvet placed on a central alloy table. "Please have a seat, Mr. Duke." Kyle the supervisor gestured for Duke to sit, while he stood in front of the crystal wall, operating and bringing up Duke's final challenge data overview and that golden announcement. "First, on behalf of the Anvil Castle, Field Evaluation and Training Center, I would like to congratulate you once again on your extraordinary achievement, clearing the level 110 star final trial completely, especially defeating the doomed dragon Nidhogge's juvenile form and setting a new historical record, is extremely rare even in the history of the Empire." He turned to Duke, the blue light in his mechanical eye appearing extremely focused. "According to the relevant imperial laws and the center's highest standard reward agreement, you will automatically receive the following rights and rewards. First, the honor title and special identity, Breaker of Limits. This is not only a virtual title, but also an officially recognized special talent identity marker by the Empire, now recorded in your personal information. Within the borders of the Seville Empire, the identity of a Breaker of Limits enjoys the same treatment as a senior honorary citizen, including but not limited to priority access to various official facilities, such as specific library areas, advanced training sites, eligibility to participate in certain high-end missions or research, permanent discounts at the Imperial Commerce Association and some official institutions, simplified entry, and exit and cross-regional transit procedures, as well as some legal consultation and protection rights. Kyle the supervisor picked up a palm-sized, strange material medallion from the tray, with edges intricately detailed in gear-shaped silver, its center carved with a complex three-dimensional rune, depicting an abstract humanoid figure breaking through a circular boundary, and solemnly handed it to Duke. The medallion felt slightly heavy in his hand, with a faint sense of energy flowing through it. "This is your limiter's token, please keep it safe. It serves as identification and can be used as a key at certain facilities." Duke received the badge, spirit slightly probed it, and sensed the precise authentication magic and the official aura of the Empire within. The practicality of this reward exceeded his expectations, essentially opening many convenient doors for his activities within the Empire. Secondly, Director Kyle continued, pointing to another item on the tray. "This is an additional personal reward given to you by the Center, in recognition of your outstanding performance. It is a specially crafted auxiliary creation that combines the Empire's top alchemy technology and the wisdom of a mechanical wizard, the Thought Core prototype." Duke's gaze fell upon the item. It is about half a palm in size, with the main body being a deep blue gemstone with multiple facets, within which liquid starlight slowly flows. The gemstone is meticulously wrapped and fixed with countless gold and silver mithril threads thinner than hair, on a platinum base that has tiny gears silently meshing and rotating continuously. The overall look is both like a delicate piece of art and a highly complex mystical instrument. The thought core, Kyle explained, is an auxiliary tool that only high-level researchers or prominent individuals of the Empire are equipped with. Although what you have is a simplified prototype, its core value lies in its structure and potential. It can securely encrypt and store vast amounts of data, including text, images, magic model structural diagrams, with efficiency far surpassing ordinary memory crystals. It includes multiple sets of Empire's basic and advanced calculation models, aiding you in complex spell calculations, alchemy formula deductions, mechanical structure analysis, and more. Most importantly, it has limited but direct access authority, capable of wireless connection with Empire's public information network and certain internal databases open to limiter, for real-time data queries, information filtering, and even receiving some directed authoritative academic or mission briefs. Its operation is entirely through spiritual power linking, driven by intention, making it an excellent companion to enhance research and action efficiency. Duke picked up the thought core prototype. It felt warm and smooth in his hand with a moderate weight. When he tried to probe a strand of spiritual power into it, the starlight within the deep blue gemstone slightly accelerated in its flow. The miniature gears on the base adjusted their rotation rhythm. A clear, concise, and mechanically aesthetic stereoscopic operation interface directly mapped onto his consciousness, feeling incredibly natural and smooth, as if a new organ of his thoughts extended outward. The Seville Empire indeed has its unique aspects. Duke internally praised the value of this reward in a certain sense. Even more enticing than the limiter identity, it directly connects to the Empire's knowledge network, greatly assisting his future learning and research. Director Kyle observed Duke's expression and added, regarding the unknown energy disturbance and protocol outside events recorded by the system during the final stage of your challenge. He paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully. The center's technical team has conducted an initial investigation, confirming no system faults or external interference. Considering your limiter identity and achieved accomplishments, management decided not to pursue. Related abnormal data has been sealed per the highest confidentiality protocol. We respect every strong individual's potential to possess tactics or depth that exceed conventional understanding. We only hope that you can minimize triggering similar system disorders when using the center's facilities. Kyle's words carried a subtle hint of helplessness and reminder. Duke calmly nodded, I understand. This challenge has been fruitful. Thank you for the center's reward and understanding. He had no intention of explaining Destiny Bell. The other's attitude conveniently spared him the trouble. Then the procedures are complete. Director Kyle displayed a slightly formal smile. You can rest here briefly or directly exit through the internal passageway to avoid outside attention. We look forward to your next visit. Additionally, as a limiter, you will enjoy a 30% discount on all expenses within the center starting today. A moment later, Duke quietly left the still bustling training center through a quiet employee passageway. Standing on the street of Anvil Castle as dusk fell, staring at the scene starkly different from the West Coast, he felt a sense of separation, as if the city's hustle and bustle and light and shadow was somewhat distant from him. Gearhart Hotel, 37th floor. Room 3708. The heavy metal door silently closed behind Duke, completely isolating the noise and light and shadow from Anvil Castle Street. The room's constant comfortable temperature and humidity and soft lighting wrapped around him, slightly soothing his mental fatigue and tension. He had just placed the limiter badge and the thought core on the workbench, preparing to first handle the grime and virtual battle-induced spiritual tiredness on his body, when the floating auxiliary light ball in the corner lightly flew over, emitting a synthesized female voice. Honored guest Duke, detected your return. During your absence, the hotel management system received real-time identity information updates from the Seville Empire's public service network. According to the Empire's outstanding contributor, Privilege Act and Gearhart Group's internal protocol, guests holding limiter identity automatically enjoy a permanent 70% discount for consumption at all of this group's industries, as well as privileges such as priority upgrades and late checkout. Review of consumption record, original stay fee, precision suite, 10 days, 500 standard magic stones per day, totaling 5,000 magic stones. Discount recalculation. Applicable 70% discount. Final fee is 3,500 magic stones. Almost simultaneously as the light ball announced, the window used for meals in the room automatically returned 1,500 magic stones. Discount has been applied. Refund confirmed. Wishing you a pleasant stay at Gearhart. The light ball finished broadcasting, slowly drifted back to the corner waiting. Duke slightly nodded. Saving the magic stones wasn't a fortune, but any savings is appreciated, and the convenience brought by this privilege is tangible. He didn't dwell much on this little episode. His gaze quickly returned to the workbench where the two newly acquired items lay. The dark silver limiter badge was set aside for the moment. His attention was entirely captivated by the exquisite thought core prototype. In the training center, he only had a rough sense. Now in the quiet and private room, he truly began to carefully examine and attempt deeper linking. He picked up this creation combining alchemy gemstone and micro-mechanics perfectly, once again gently probed a strand of calm and focused spiritual power into it. The liquid starlight within the deep blue multi-faceted gemstone seemed awakened. Its flow speed increased, emitting a deeper and more captivating luster. The barely audible gear meshing sound on the platinum base became a bit clearer. The rhythm of operation seemed to be seeking resonance with Duke's mental fluctuation. The thought core can store a vast amount of data, allowing any information to be stored and retrieved simply by manipulating it with spiritual power. This is extremely useful for wizards as research related to magic potion, alchemy, or magic invariably involves a lot of material and data. In the past, wizards relied on parchment, specially treated animal hides, or certain processed magical plant fiber sheets as carriers, using ink infused with magic power to write records. Those who were slightly wealthier or, at the forefront, would use memory crystal boards that can be repeatedly erased and rewritten, but are much more expensive. Many wizards have entire space rings filled with scrolls, and booklets classified and piled high, filled with experimental data. Magic model deduction sketches, magic potion recipe improvement notes, alchemical reaction formulas, plain insights, and even personal experiences. Such methods have had value throughout the long history of wizards, but are also fraught with various undeniable drawbacks. Firstly, there is the physical fragility and inconvenience. Parchment is susceptible to fire, moisture, and insect damage, and even with protective magic, it remains prone to destruction during fierce battles, accidental laboratory incidents, or harsh exploratory environments. Carrying it is a problem as well. Significant materials can't all be carried personally, and distributed storage risks loss. When consulting materials, one has to search through piles of scrolls, a low-efficiency process, making urgent retrieval of essential data a troublesome ordeal. Additionally, information management is inefficient with vast data scattered across thousands of independent carriers, making establishing effective indexing and association exceptionally challenging. Cross-referencing data from different experiments or searching for records related to a rare material often requires a lot of time for manual retrieval. Not to mention, amendments and updates become extremely cumbersome as research advances, often only allowing edits and additions on the original manuscript, leading to chaotic pages or forcing a complete transcription of entire materials, a monumental workload. However, the thought core from the Seville Empire that Duke held in his hands fundamentally revolutionized this traditional model. The thought core boasts near unlimited capacity, unaffected by water, fire, and the ravages of time, boasting high security. Its weight and volume are negligible, allowing one to carry an entire library with them. It is entirely driven by spiritual power, with information stored and retrieved instantaneously by a mere thought. Whether recording a sudden inspiration or storing a complex three-dimensional magic model structure diagram, it happens in the blink of an eye. Modifying, updating, and deleting are equally convenient, with no concerns about page problems. Storage format can be freely defined, with text, images, audio, even simulated energy wave features perfectly recorded and reproduced. The thought core's built-in management logic allows users to instinctively establish multi-layered virtual folders, tagging systems, and custom association rules. When retrieving materials, instead of manual searching, a mere thought query presents all related entries clearly across dimensions like correlation and time. It can even perform preliminary intelligent classification and suggestions based on the user's usage habits and markings. ThoughtCore also offers powerful computational and simulation support functions, exceeding mere storage. Faced with vast experimental data, it can quickly conduct statistical analysis, fit curves, and discern patterns. In researching magic models or alchemical formulas, it can call upon built-in algorithms to conduct stability simulations and energy flow optimization deductions, freeing wizards from a lot of tedious, repetitive calculations, allowing them to focus on creative thinking. The ThoughtCore also provides an interface for connecting to the Empire's extensive knowledge network, meaning Duke can not only store personal knowledge, but also instantly access the external latest academic developments and public database materials. In the future, if granted higher permissions or specific protocols, it could even enable secure, efficient exchanges and collaborations within certain scope, greatly expanding the boundaries of knowledge acquisition and application. No wonder the Civil Empire has progressed so far on the path of mechanical wizardry. Besides concepts, auxiliary tools like this are probably one of the keys. Duke played with the brilliantly crafted artifact in his hand, feeling emotional. After experiencing the ThoughtCore, he already had several ideas, making future experiments and research much more convenient. Duke then looked at the skill tree in his mind again, noticing significant improvements in skill proficiency, acquired from the day's battles. Cold of the Water Elf. LV2, 32/200, Meteor Rain. LV3, 5/350, Wind Wings. LV4, 14/500, Rock Golem Summon. LV3, 12/350, Judgment of the Holy Light Sword. LV4, 17/500, he intentionally used skills not yet maxed out whenever opportunities arose. After all, to him, there was virtually no pressure in terms of magic power, as his internal magic power combined with the Earth Spring is nearly inexhaustible. Unless continuously casting high-consumption types of magic that drain his internal magic power completely, it would perpetually regenerate. The Witch Array Simulation Battlefield effect exceeded Duke's expectations. Almost indistinguishable from real combat, except that oneself does not incur true injury or death. Moreover, the mindset wasn't as relaxed as one might think, knowing true death wasn't possible because, when in the throes of battle, the pressure from opponents felt tangible. Sometimes, Duke even believed that the opponents he faced were living beings, rather than just a bunch of data. Standing amid the battlefield, he felt genuinely like having a sword come down on him would truly result in death. This is why he found the Witch Array Simulation Battlefield so effective, as knowing from the start you cannot die diminishes the effectiveness of training. But this isn't felt when actually inside. Not certain if it's an effect of the simulation battlefield itself. The effect is good. In the upcoming period, I'll focus on leveling up the remaining skills to max level first inside it, Duke contemplated. He planned to first max out his existing skills before learning some new magic from the Civil Empire. The magic here likely differs in principles and concepts from those on the West Coast, and even if not practically useful for himself, they can inspire new ideas, broadening his horizons. In the months ahead, Duke's life entered a highly routine rhythm. His daily course schedule involved meditating in the quiet room of the heart of Gears Hotel, recovering and consolidating the growth in spiritual power and detailed control over strength gained from intensive simulation battles, followed by heading to the evaluation and training center at Anvil Castle, immersed in the Witch Array Simulation Battlefield. With the consumer discount brought by the identity of a limit breaker, the long-term use of Witch Array Battlefield Simulation has saved quite a bit on costs. Duke maintained his training intensity mainly between level 16 star and level 18 star. This range ensures enough pressure to hone combat skills and stimulate potential, without consuming excessively like the 10-star final trial. His goal was clear: to rapidly improve the proficiency of several newly learned level 1 magic, as well as other skills that were not yet max level, in the most realistic oppressive environment possible. The effect was remarkable. The virtual battlefield was unpredictable, ranging from lava caverns to dark forests, dormy abysses to ancient ruins. Opponents were no longer limited to those famous powerful individuals, and now included more coordinated adventure teams, cunning ambushers, and guardians relying on golems. Duke flexibly combined and deployed magic and fighting spirit combat techniques in response. However, during battles, he still preferred to use magic. This resulted in all 6 level 1 magic reaching max level over 2 months, while fighting spirit combat techniques remained unmaxed. Cold of the Water Elf. LV9 feature. Resonance of the Water Elf Meteor Fire Shower. LV9 feature. Meteor Ashes Wind Wings. LV9 feature. Wind Speed Rock Golem Summon. LV9 feature. Geocore Judgment of the Holy Light Sword. LV9 feature. Great Angel's Judgment Probability Corrosion Touch. LV9 feature. Weakness Resonance of the Water Elf. Summoned Water Elves can synchronously bear your damage, continuously restoring magic power and spiritual power. Meteor Ashes. The starfire summoned by Meteor Fire Shower turns into larger meteors. Wind Speed. Wind Wings have 200% speed. Geocore. At the core of summoned rock golems, a miniature geocore forms. As long as the golem is not completely destroyed and maintains contact with the ground, it can slowly absorb earth elements to repair itself. Great Angel's Judgment Probability. There's a probability of upgrading the judgment of the Holy Light Sword to level 2 light attribute magic. Great Angel's Judgment when released. Weakness. Vastly reduces various attributes and abilities of the target. Probability of trigger and effect depend on the target's physical strength. 6 newly learned magics had all reached max level within 2 months of intensive continuous combat. Each magic developed a new feature, all quite effective. Duke had tested them in combat and was very satisfied. Besides, he also gained 6 free attribute points. Free attribute points. 14 free attribute points accumulated to 14, and spiritual power saw a slight growth during this period of practice. Calculating now, there's still a bit more than 40 points to go before reaching the level 2 mage threshold of 256 points of spiritual power. Aside from spiritual power, physique, strength, and agility also saw slight increases, which were effects of practicing the light divine breathing technique during this time. For 2 months, Duke hasn't slept. Only when truly mentally exhausted did he actively meditate to recover some spiritual power. Otherwise, he relied on the automatic meditation feature of Magic Potion to meditate, saving meditation practice time. On this day, Duke completed a lengthy 8-star difficulty team annihilation battle, looking slightly weary but with a calm gaze as he walked out of the access pod. Just returning to the lobby of the Gear of Heart Hotel, ready to head to the elevator, 3 figures rose from the resting area and walked straight toward him, blocking his path. It was Rain Hassan, along with his petite female apprentice companion Lena, who wore glasses. The robust guy with a metal arm, Blake. Unlike the complex expressions mixed with curiosity from a month ago at the observatory hall, all 3 now displayed clear solemnity on their faces, with even a hint of barely noticeable anticipation and nervousness. "Mr. Duke, pardon the interruption." Rain stepped forward, placing his right hand on his chest in a standard Empire wizard greeting, a posture held very low. "I am Rain Hassan. These are my classmates and partners, Lena and Blake. We are from the Royal Academy of Seville Empire. A month ago, we were fortunate to witness the history you created at the training center." Duke halted and swept a calm gaze over the 3, nodding slightly as a response. He remembered those faces, the most noticeable ones among the onlookers back then. "Is there something you need?" Duke returned the gesture, his voice steady and carrying a slight weariness from just finishing training. Rain got straight to the point. "Mr. Duke, we are here boldly hoping to invite you to join us to form a team and collectively participate in an upcoming grand competition centered around the Witch Array simulated battlefield, the Anvil Castle Pioneers Contest. Or rather, its all-Empire stage name, the Void Echo Quadrant Battle." Void Echo Quadrant Battle. Duke repeated the name, which he seemed to have heard of. He had seen it on the news during recent times, but hadn't paid much attention due to focusing on practice. "Yes." Lena adjusted her glasses, taking over the topic, her voice clear and quick. "This is a large-scale event led by the Empire's subordinate Actual Combat and Pioneering Committee, jointly organized by several top academies and large commerce associations. Mainly aimed at Level 1 and Level 2 mages, categorized by level. The core rule is for participating teams to enter a super Witch Array simulation system that constructs a highly realistic and vastly expansive resource quadrant virtual world. This world's map, ecology, resource points, and even part of its natives or guardians are simulated from known or ongoing exploration real plane fragments and relic environments by the Empire. Blake supplemented, his voice resonant. The key point is that in this simulated world, exploration, combat, task completion, and defeating guardians to obtain resource points, along with final ranking rewards, can all be exchanged one-to-one for real resources, including but not limited to magic stone, rare materials, advanced knowledge viewing rights, powerful witchcraft artifacts, and even certain special plane exploration permits. The competition system links directly to the Empire. Resource repository, warranted jointly by the committee and participating commerce associations. Rain emphasized, due to the genuine and abundant rewards, the competition is exceptionally fierce and brutal. Participants are not only elite level 1 individuals from all Empire provinces, academies, and even military and civil sectors. At higher levels, there are reportedly young strong contenders from the Central Island's core area and other continents, invited or beckoned by fame. Though no real death occurs in simulated world, battles, the pain and consumption of spiritual power, are identical to actual combat, aiming to simulate the peril of real pioneering as much as possible, where team cooperation is crucial. Lena looked at Duke, her eyes serious. Our team originally planned to participate, but after witnessing your strength, we are clear that with our current configuration, we won't go far in a competition filled with strong contenders. We need someone who can truly serve as the core, a powerhouse who can make decisive actions at critical moments. And not only are you a limit breaker, but you have frequently entered high-difficulty simulation battlefields within a month, steadily improving your record, which fully proves your strength. We believe that with your addition, our team could secure more resources in the competition. Ryan handed over a metallic token emitting a faint silver glow, engraved with complex star maps and gear patterns. This is an invitation to the competition as well as a provisional team contract credential. If you are willing to consider it, we can share our known analyses about past competition formats, common opponent styles, and resource point distribution patterns. As a gesture of goodwill in inviting you, you will have priority selection rights and a higher distribution ratio of resource points obtained during the competition, which we can discuss in detail. Duke did not immediately take the token, but instead pondered over it. A competition that uses the witch array simulation battlefield, but exchanges for real resources, is indeed in line with the consistent style of the Seville Empire. Binding virtual training closely with actual benefits to maximize the encouragement of competition and growth. Young elites from all over the Empire and even other continents, it is undoubtedly an excellent platform to test one's strength, broaden horizons, and efficiently acquire resources. As for the risk issue, there's not much need for concern, as the competition takes place within the witch array simulation battlefield, and one won't suffer any substantial harm. But the problem is, Duke did not want to team up with these people. Firstly, there's the trust issue. He doesn't know these people, making it difficult to build enough trust in a short period. Lacking enough trust makes it hard to cooperate, especially in such resource-grabbing competitions. Once encountering some extremely precious resource, previous cooperation agreements can all be rendered void, almost without any binding force. Though in a simulated environment where no real harm will be suffered, losing resources because of this would still not be worth it. Moreover, this competition is conducted in levels, with level 1 mages only encountering level 1 mages. Duke is now a level 1 crystallized mage, with his combat strength almost at the top of level 1 with no need to team up with others. He has many methods and has many cards to play, many of which are not suitable to show in front of strangers. After much consideration, Duke thought that acting alone had more advantages than teaming up, so he planned to refuse their team invitation. After a brief weighing of options, Duke had made up his mind. "Thank you for your invitation and the information shared." Duke's voice remained calm. The Void Echo Quadrant contest does indeed sound like a valuable platform. Ryan and the other three heard this and looked even more expectant, but Duke's tone shifted as he continued. "However, concerning the team-up matter, I'm afraid I cannot agree." Ryan's smile stiffened slightly, and Lena and Blake showed obvious surprise and disappointment. "Why, Mr. Duke, is the condition we offered not good enough? We can renegotiate the distribution ratio," Blake said somewhat anxiously. Duke raised his hand slightly, gestured for calm, speaking in an unperturbed yet indisputable distant tone. It's unrelated to the conditions. It's mainly that I personally am more accustomed to acting alone. First, since I just got to know you all, mutual battle style, capability limits, and even trust foundations, all need time to hone. In such high-intensity, direct resource contests, if a temporary team lacks sufficient tacit understanding and stable trust, they might become a hindrance or cause unnecessary internal friction when facing critical choices or valuable resources. He looked at Ryan, eyes candid and direct. Second, given that the competition is at the level 1 mage tier, I prefer relying on my own judgment and strength to respond. Acting alone offers me more flexibility and freedom and avoids many potential issues. Duke's words were quite straightforward, yet reasonable as well. This left Ryan, who initially wanted to persuade further, momentarily at a loss for words, understanding that for a powerful limit breaker, such caution and independence are entirely reasonable. Lena sighed softly, adjusting her glasses. I understand. Mr. Duke, your concerns are quite reasonable. We were presumptuous, only considering the enhancement of the team's strength while overlooking these more practical issues. Ryan quickly adjusted his emotions. Although regretful, he maintained a respectful attitude. Of course, we respect your choice, Mr. Duke. In any case, thank you for taking the time to listen. Should you require any non-team related information, exchange, or temporary collaboration during the competition, we are still willing to communicate. This summary of the analysis of the patterns from past competitions, consider it a small gift for our presumptuous disturbance. As he spoke, he handed over a small information crystal, which evidently contained the portion of the information he promised. This time Duke did not refuse and accepted the crystal, nodding slightly. Thank you, and I wish you good results in the competition. If we encounter each other within the competition, perhaps we can collaborate temporarily. Watching Duke's departing figure, Ryan and the other two exchanged wry smiles. Definitely a limit breaker. Acting independently and cautiously, Blake scratched his head. Forget it. Such a character is inherently difficult to recruit forcefully. Let's stick to the original plan and see if we can find another reliable teammate. Ryan shook his head, withdrawing his gaze from the direction Duke disappeared. After Duke left, he returned to his room to check the intelligence information provided by Ryan. Registering for this competition requires signing up first, with a maximum of 5-person team registration, or solo participation. The registration location is at the Public Information Center in Anvil Castle City, where there is an official competition registration point. Without delay, Duke found the specific location and went directly to the place. Using the Limit Breaker badge, he quickly found the corresponding service window. He was received by a more intricate mechanical body. And after verifying his identity and strength, the process was exceptionally smooth. Mr. Duke, your Limit Breaker identity has been confirmed. Meeting the qualifications for the Level 1 group of the Void Echo Quadrant contest, are you registering as an individual or do you have a team code? The mechanical body emitted a clear synthetic voice. As an individual, Duke replied. Understood, individual entrants will automatically receive an independent identification code for actions and settlements within the simulation quadrant. Please note that individual participants might face a natural numerical disadvantage against opponents organized as complete teams. The registration fee is 3,000 standard magic stones or an equivalent in Empire currency, with a 30% discount for limit breakers, totaling 2,100 magic stones. Please confirm. Duke paid the magic stone. The mechanical body immediately spat out a specially made metal token inscribed with complex space coordinates and identifying runes. It was similar in size to the previous invitation token, but had more personalized patterns, marked with Duke's name and a flickering lone wanderer symbol in the center. Registration successful. Your competition code has been generated. The competition will begin at 9:00 a.m. Anvil Castle Standard Time, 15 days from now. Please present this token at Central Zone 3rd Teleport Hall through the designated channel to enter the competition's exclusive witch array on that day. The specific rules, resource exchange list, and basic quadrant map have been authorized to your identity-linked information terminal, which can be accessed via your Thought Core or any public information terminal. The thought core can also serve as a high-end information terminal in the Civil Empire, making things much more convenient in this nation. Leaving the registration point, Duke returned to his room at the Gearhart Hotel. He activated the thought core and, as expected, found a new encrypted entry named Void Echo Quadrant Contest in the accessible information list. As his spiritual power touched it, a vast amount of information was systematically presented to his consciousness. Detailed competition rules, behavior restrictions, resource point classification, and approximate exchange rates, examples of some publicly known environment types from previous events, and most importantly, that long list of real resources. These resources exist within the quadrant contest, and as long as you can acquire them and bring them out, you can exchange them for the corresponding resources from this list. Duke took a look, and the list spanned hundreds of pages, impossible to read through in a short time. The list includes but is not limited to magic potion materials, magic metal, crystal cores, witchcraft artifacts, special energy sources, special items, and more, most of which come from various strange planes in the endless plane. The yellow sand crystal in Duke's hand is a product from a strange other plane. Unlike a witchcraft artifact forged by human hands, it is born in a special plane, under a special environment. There are many things similar to it, often possessing extremely strange and powerful functions. For instance, while the yellow sand crystal is considered a level 1 witchcraft artifact by the standards of a witchcraft artifact, it is far more useful and powerful than a level 1 witchcraft artifact, and cannot be accurately judged by the standards of the wizard plane. It is said that some planes even have axes capable of opening planes, and such items can no longer be simply evaluated by level, even surpassing world-class secret treasures. 15 days passed in no time. Amidst regular meditation, moderate adaptive training, in-depth study of the competition materials. On the morning of the competition day, Anvil Castle was shrouded in a layer of dawn fog with a slight metallic sheen. Duke checked over his belongings, most importantly, his thought core and the space ring he was wearing. The supplies were adequately prepared, and his spiritual power and physical condition were adjusted to their best. The duration of this quadrant contest would be quite prolonged, either bringing your food or finding food on site within the quadrant contest grounds. The food and water found within, as long as there are no problems with them, can be consumed and drunk. However, most wizards should not have to resort to this, as carrying a space ring in the competition is allowed, and preparing sufficient food and water is not an issue. He changed into comfortable attire suitable for movement, layered with an unassuming dark gray traveler's cloak, gently lowered the hood, and stepped out of the Gearhart Hotel. On the street, the flow of people heading towards Central Zone 3rd Teleport Hall noticeably increased, moving swiftly with sharp presences, scrutinizing and wary of one another, as an invisible tension of the nearing contest permeated the air. As he passed through a large intersection, Duke unexpectedly encountered the Rhine team. Rhine, Lena, and Blake were fully armed, dressed in uniform-style lightweight enchanted leather armor, with several auxiliary witchcraft artifacts flashing different glows on them, clearly well prepared for this competition. Beside them was a new face. A tall and thin young male wizard with a large metal bookcase on his back and an elusive gaze. Apparently a newly recruited teammate. "Mr. Duke, best of luck and fruitful rewards." Rhine was the first to spot Duke, greeted him proactively, maintaining a polite demeanor. Lena and Blake nodded in acknowledgement, pausing momentarily on Duke's simple attire. "You too," Duke calmly responded, without saying much more, as they passed by each other, urging into the crowd heading in different directions. The brief encounter marked that they would be competing on the same battlefield in different manners. Central Zone 3rd Teleport Hall was a splendid domed structure with a spacious interior, now already crowded with hundreds of contestants, split into different passageways for the Level 1 and Level 2 groups. Amidst the noise were low conversations, faint sounds of weapon checks, and announcements from mechanical body guides. This was just one of the entry points for the competition, with many more similar entry points spread throughout the Civil Empire. Duke displayed his competition token, passed through security and identity verification, and was guided to the Level 1 group's teleportation area. Here, dozens of light gates emitting stable space fluctuations were neatly arranged, with each gate overseen by a small mechanical body for final calibration. Number L 7342, Solo contestant Duke. Teleportation is about to begin. Please stand firm and maintain stable spiritual power. Good luck. As the cold prompt from the mechanical body faded, Duke's vision was engulfed by a gentle blue radiance. A slight sensation of weightlessness and spatial displacement followed, but it was not intense. When the light dissipated and the feeling of firm ground returned, Duke found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Along with him appeared 4 other wizards, 2 men and 2 women, spaced about 10 meters apart, clearly loners at a random teleportation point or temporarily assigned together. The location they found themselves in was a rather desolate and rocky mountain forest. The sky was a heavy leaden gray with dim lighting. The ground was covered in gray-brown sandy soil and sparse shrubs with leaves resembling iron sheets. In the distance, darkly contoured mountain ridges stretched menacingly, while variously sized, twisted gray-white rocks were scattered nearby. The air was filled with an inexplicable sense of age and a faint, unsettling aura. It was very quiet, not a breeze to be heard. The 5 scrutinized each other warily, none eager to speak or intending to make a move. Having just arrived here, they had no reason to fight. Their purpose was to acquire resources, not engage in mindless battles unless there was a grudge. A brief stalemate was broken by an impatient male. Voice, I'll go scout ahead. This damned place looks sinister. The sooner we understand the situation, the sooner we can act. The speaker was a guy dressed in brown leather armor, with 2 short-handled war axes hanging from his waist, looking like someone who dabbled in both wizardry and knighthood. He was evidently quite confident in his skills and didn't want to waste time here. Before he finished speaking, he swiftly moved forward towards a relatively open, rocky slope with agile movements. The other 3, including a witch holding a magic wand with faint green vine shadows entwining around her. Young warlock dressed in a lavish robe with an arrogant expression, and a skinny man crouching on the ground quickly sketching probing runes with his fingers, merely watched coldly or continued their investigation, neither stopping him nor following. The Duke also remained still, but his eye of darkness had silently activated, with shadow perception spreading out while his spiritual power was highly focused, alert to any anomalies. This place felt very off to him, and the premature actions of the one who moved first seemed unwise in his view. The speed of the man in the brown leather armor was very fast. With a few strides he had charged nearly 100 meters, appearing about to cross a seemingly unremarkable gray-white stone slab half buried in the ground. Just as his right foot was about to step over the stone, it seemed to come alive, with an oily, multicolored, bizarre sheen flashing across its surface. The man's running figure suddenly stumbled, as if an invisible force had tugged hard at his ankle, or like he stepped onto a block of ice smeared with super lubricant. What? He barely managed to let out a short gasp of surprise before losing his balance and tumbling forward heavily in a posture far from his agile capabilities. Falling over should have been harmless to a level 1 mage. He could even adjust his pose before hitting the ground. However, a frightening scene unfolded. As his body touched the gray-brown sandy earth, there was no sound of impact, no dust cloud. His body, along with the leather armor and war axes, melted away like a snowman in the scorching sun, like water droplets in a boiling oil pot, silently and swiftly, under the horrified watch of everyone. Flesh, bones, clothes, metal, all transformed within a fraction of a second upon contact with the ground into a pool of dense, dark red, lightly bubbling thick blood water, then quickly seeped into the sandy soil, disappearing, leaving only a slightly darker trace and an air filled with a bizarre mix of sickly sweet and rusty smell. The whole process was so fast it left no time to react. Death-like silence enveloped the remaining 4. The witch holding the vine wand turned pale, instinctively stepping back half a step, the vine shadows around her trembling violently. The arrogant young warlock's pupils shrank, as his arrogance was replaced by fear. The fingers of the skinny man crouching on the ground froze in mid-air. The glow of the probing rune flickered uncertainly. The Duke's breath also slightly halted, his gaze sharp as a knife, staring at the now ordinary gray-white stone slab and the seemingly innocent sandy ground surrounding it. A normal level 1 mage should never be tripped by a stone. The warning bells in his heart rang loudly. The weird and lethal scene far exceeded ordinary traps or magic. That stone, or the patch of land, contained some kind of bizarre, instant death power. The gruesome melting of the man in brown leather armor felt like a cold steel needle, piercing the remnants of any carelessness or fluke in the minds of the remaining four. The sweet, rotten smell permeated the air, making the desolate forest even more eerie and unpredictable. The Duke's heartbeat quickened slightly, but his gaze grew more calm and icy. Unlike the other three, who merely showed fear or stood frozen, he immediately pushed his perception ability to the limits allowed by the current environment. The sharp perception ability granted by the Eye of Darkness swept across the sand that had swallowed life and the gray-white slab that triggered the catastrophe. The naked eye, they seemed indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. Even the mottled marks on the stone appeared so natural. Yet, the Duke's shadow perception detected a subtle, almost environment-blending residue of negative energy lingering in the area, carrying a silence that unsettled the soul. However, the most crucial hint came not from the darkness and shadow, but from the earth beneath. The Duke's high-level Earth Element Affinity Talent ability revealed itself. His Earth Element Perception ability, like plant roots, cautiously probed the ground below and the area ahead. Ordinary wizards' perception of the Earth Element might only identify the soil's texture, density, or detect obvious earth vein energy fluctuations. But under the Duke's high affinity perception, the Earth Element seemed to have more subtle emotions and states. In the normal surrounding area, the Earth Element activity was uniform, deep, and steady, like the slow breathing of a sleeping giant beast. However, in the sandy area ahead, especially around the central gray-white strange stone, the Earth Element activity showed bizarre gaps and inertness. The feeling was like a lively forest suddenly had a patch drained of all sound and life signs, leaving only an absolutely silent blank area. Normal, lively Earth elements flowed there, like streams into a fathomless dark pool without ripples, becoming stagnant, cold, and carrying a hungry inertia. That strange stone was the core and most dangerous anchor point of this inertness zone. It's not merely a spell trap, more like the land itself, or some curse attached to the land and rocks being triggered. The Duke quickly deduced, high-level Earth Element affinity can sense this anomalous inert zone, but without this kind of affinity, or without being cautious enough, it's extremely difficult to detect early. That guy didn't die unjustly. It seems the difficulty of this competition is higher than expected. Initially thought being all level 1 mages wouldn't present much challenge. But now, it seems the difficulty of the competition lies not just from other contenders, but also from the competition site itself. Exploration was completed in the blink of an eye as the Duke nonchalantly withdrew his perception, while his body had slightly adjusted position, shifting his center of gravity backward, completely dismissing any notion of approaching or passing through that direction. His gaze swiftly surveyed the surrounding paths available, the left side featuring denser, increasingly twisted and sinister gray-white stone forest interspersed with iron leaf shrubs, seriously obstructing view with too high an unknown risk. On the right side was a downward slope, with relatively sparse strange rocks, but in the distance there seemed to be a faint, elusive grayish-purple mist, equally ominous. Behind them was the direction from which they had been transmitted, possibly attracting other latecomers or triggering unnecessary skirmishes. Directly ahead, in the direction the victims rushed toward, had already proven to be a deadly dead end. That rock might be a treasure, but without sufficient intelligence, it's still unwise to rashly seize it. After all, there are still a few people watching from the side, and even if he manages to get it with some effort, it will most likely lead to some disputes. Others are more likely to hide and wait until Duke is about to succeed before appearing to fight for it. Moreover, Duke had no confidence in obtaining that rock, as his understanding of such cursed items was still too limited. Duke's gaze finally fell on a narrow gap at the right front, between the deadly sandy ground and the grayish-purple mist slope. It was the angle between two towering rock walls, forming a natural corridor, with a bare and darker solid bedrock surface, almost free of sandy soil covering, and no sign of those grayish-white strange rocks. The corridor inside was dimly lit, but at least within visible range, there were no obvious weird energy fluctuations or suspicious objects. Although it was unclear where it led. Compared to the other directions, this bedrock corridor seemed relatively clean and stable. At least underfoot, as Duke made his judgment, the other three survivors seemed to reluctantly recover from their shock. Damn, what the hell is that? The arrogant young warlock cursed under his breath, his face still pale. He held a flashing protective charm, cautiously scanning the surroundings, his previous arrogance gone. The vine which bit her lip, her magic wand emitting a faint light. A few real, spiky dark green vines emerged from her sleeve, gently dancing in front of her, serving both as a defense and a probe. The land, or the rock, is peculiar, they can't be touched lightly. She seemed to have detected something as well. The crouching thin man finally finished his detection rune. It flickered a few times before extinguishing, and he shook his head with a grim expression. The interference is strong. I can only confirm the energy field in this area is very chaotic and full of malice, the specific type of trap I can't decipher. The three instinctively huddled a little closer to each other, temporarily forming a fragile defensive circle, their eyes cautiously sweeping over each other, then warily looking at Duke, the sole loner. Duke ignored their silent alliance and vigilance. Having confirmed the direction, he neither hesitated nor made any sound. His figure moving slightly, his footsteps light and swift, as if melting into the dim light, heading straight for the bedrock corridor he had chosen. His decisive and sudden action instantly drew the attention of the other three. Where is he going? The arrogant warlock squinted his eyes. That stone gap, the vine witch questioned. He seems pretty sure. The thin man stared at Duke's rapidly receding figure. Duke did not explain, nor did he need to. In such a treacherous, competitive environment, trust is a luxury, and information is currency. He chose the path based on his own judgment. Whether others followed or chose another direction was none of his concern. One advantage of acting alone is the absence of consultation. Decisions are immediate executions. His figure swiftly vanished into the shadows of the rock wall angle, disappearing from the view of the other three. The bedrock corridor was even darker and damper than outside, with a faint scent of minerals and moss lingering in the air. The solid rock beneath gave a reassuring feel, at least for the moment. There was no perception of that strange, eerie inertia. He moved not fast but with enough caution, ensuring every step landed on solid bedrock, avoiding any suspicious crevices or attachments. Only the faint sound of his own footsteps and the distant, vague wailing, whether of wind or something else, met his ears. After traversing the dark bedrock corridor for about half an hour and avoiding two areas emitting faint energy disturbances, the light ahead gradually became brighter and softer. The end of the corridor revealed an unexpectedly open view. Duke slowed his steps, silently shifting to the shadow of the rock wall at the corridor's exit, cautiously peering outside. What met his eyes was a world completely different from the previously desolate and lifeless forest of strange rocks. This was an unimaginable, primeval forest teeming with abundant life force. As far as the eye could see, towering ancient trees, requiring even several people with arms outstretched to encircle. The trunks a deep iron gray or dark brown, with bark rough as dragon scales, gnarled roots deeply embedded in fertile, humus-covered black soil. The tree crowns were like canopies, blocking out the sky and the sun, with strands of pure golden light as if filtered, seeping through the gaps between the branches and leaves. The air was filled with an overwhelmingly rich aroma of vegetation, the moist earth scent, and a quiet yet vast resonance of life energy, sedimented over countless years. Vines as thick as a child's arm entwined the ancient trees, blooming with strange and large flowers. Ferns, mosses, and lichens thrived on tree roots and rocks, vibrant and green, some even emitting a faint magic power glow. A distant, clear bird call and the rustling of creatures indicated a vibrant life. Unlike the oppressively leaden sky outside, the ancient forest here seemed shrouded in a faint, life energy-filled verdant glow, rendering the whole environment sacred and tranquil. Such dense life energy. Duke marveled silently. This kind of environment often signifies abundant resources, but might also shelter powerful native creatures or guardians. He did not rashly step in, but instead observed more carefully, simultaneously fully releasing his perception ability, scanning for energy flows and potential dangers within visible range. As he concentrated on sensing his surroundings, a peculiar, subtle thrill from deep within his being quietly emerged. The source was the world tree seed lying silently in his light god court. At this moment, the world tree seed emitted a clear and gentle directional wave. It seemed to be attracted by an extremely pure and ancient energy source somewhere in this vast forest, like a compass sensing a magnetic pole, transmitting to Duke a vague, yet firm sense of direction. This feeling was very subtle, not a specific map guide, but a connection and attraction at the life level. guiding him towards a particular location within the forest's depths. The world tree seed. Is it guiding me? Duke pondered in his heart. The world tree is one of the symbols of life and nature in the endless plane, and its seed has an innate desire for pure and powerful life energy, along with extraordinary perception. That which can evoke such a reaction from it is definitely not ordinary. This is undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity, but it could also be an unpredictable peril. However, the guidance of the world tree seed holds immense value in itself. Even if others were to come here, without the guidance provided by the world tree seed, they would likely find it difficult to discover what is hidden here. Duke contemplated for a moment and decided to follow this intuition from the world tree seed. He suppressed all emitted energy fluctuations, operating his dark attribute affinity talent ability to the utmost, blending his entire presence almost completely into the shadows of the ancient trees around him, nearly merging into the shadow space, becoming obscure and hard to detect. Duke moved like the most agile phantom in the forest, avoiding the soft humus that could leave traces, choosing instead to leverage exposed tree roots, rocks, or thick moss to silently proceed in the direction the intuition pointed. The deeper he went, the taller and more robust the ancient trees became. The aura of life grew more intense and pure. Along the way, he saw many magical plants emitting waves of magic power, some even reaching the standard of level 2 magic potion materials, but he did not linger to harvest them, because he always remembered that this was a competition field, and he was not the only one here. If he missed the opportunity to acquire more important treasures because he picked some ordinary magic potion materials, it would be a case of losing big for something small. The guidance of the world tree seed became increasingly clear, the goal seemingly within reach. Finally, after passing through a natural curtain formed by hanging aerial roots and bypassing an enormous silver leaf ancient tree emitting a serene moonlight-like glow, a small forest clearing appeared before Duke's eyes. In the center of the clearing was a pond, no larger than a basin, crystal clear. The water was an indescribable, vibrant green, with a faint milky white mist floating above its surface, where tiny points of light seemed to dance. Standing just meters away, Duke could feel the most pure life energy emanating from the spring. Just breathing a few vapors of that mist made his spirit uplifted, soothing the subtle mental fatigue accumulated from frequent battles over the past month. The spring of life. Duke recognized it immediately. This familiar aura was undoubtedly the spring of life. The spring of life before him seemed only as large as a basin, as if not much, but only Duke knew how precious this was. The portion of spring of life he had obtained before was just a little original fluid sealed in a pedestal. Compared to the spring of life here, that little portion amounted to no more than a spoonful. Duke did not rush to act but remained calm and continued lurking, observing the surroundings. The treasure may be fine, but he needed to have his life to take it. His gaze was quickly captivated by something else. Beside the spring, on the edge of the spring of life in the moist black soil, grew a small tree, at most reaching Duke's waist. The tree had a warm jade-like texture, its slender branches containing resilient life force, and its leaves appeared to be carved from top-grade emerald, with clear veins emitting a soft green glow. On the sparse branches, 5 golden yellow fruits were prominently hanging. The fruits were about the size of a baby's fist, with smooth and fine skin, showing a plump, dripping, alluring golden yellow hue with a golden liquid-like glow seemingly flowing inside. The peel naturally bore extremely mysterious silver patterns as though containing some ultimate truth of nature. A strange fragrance, more introverted than that of the spring of life, yet seemingly reaching the source of life, wafted lightly from it. Just a hint of this scent made Duke feel his life's energy cheering and dancing, even causing the world tree seed within his consciousness to be filled with utmost desire, trembling slightly. This tree, this fruit, Duke observed for a moment, trying to identify any features he could recognize. He had never seen anything like this in any book or information, but judging from the intense reaction of the world tree seed and the life source aura exuding from the fruits, these 5 golden fruits were likely of immeasurable value. Still, Duke did not act rashly and continued to be wary of his surroundings, probing the situation here. He had a constant feeling that if he were to move forward just like this, the outcome might be tragic. But he could never pinpoint the source of this feeling. He dared not make any rash moves, continuing to explore the situation. At the top of the emerald tree, beneath the shadow of an emerald leaf, the space rippled like water, a barely perceptible faint ripple. Immediately afterward, a small snake, completely green, as thin as a finger, and about a foot long, seemed to slither out from another dimension, silently gliding along the jade like branches. The little snake appeared without any warning, as if its existence was entirely integral to that tree and that space. Its green was pure and profound, akin to the most excellent imperial jade, its scales smooth and sleek. Reflecting the filtered light of the forest, its vertical pupils were pure gold, cold and indifferent, with no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. It appeared tiny and delicate, almost charmingly cute, but at the moment it appeared, all the hairs on Duke's body stood erect. Danger sense originating from a life's instinct, as if targeted by a natural predator, flooded him like ice water from head to toe, almost freezing his blood and thoughts. Duke's danger perception shrieked madly. The aura emanating from that green snake was obscure and unfathomable, with its energy level indiscernible, but it was a presence far beyond the first and second levels, seemingly touching some higher order rule. This was most likely not an ordinary guard generated by the witch array simulation system, but rather was more like an imprint or projection left by some real higher-ranking entity. The little snake did not seem to notice Duke in the shadows immediately. It elegantly slithered down the trunk, came to the spring of life, lowered its head, flicking its delicate tongue, gently sipping the green spring water. As it drank, the light of the spring water dimmed slightly, while the luster on the green snake became more gentle and introverted. Duke held his breath, even his thoughts seemed halted, concentrating on concealing all of his presence, fearing to attract the attention of that terrifying entity. His only thought at this moment was how to retreat, quietly, without alerting the other party. The golden fruit and the spring of life are good, but one must have the life to take them. However, just as the small snake finished drinking the spring water and slightly raised its head, its golden vertical pupils seemed to sweep aimlessly around. Its actions paused almost imperceptibly. Those cold golden vertical pupils, precisely and astutely, penetrated the shadows of the ferns, locking onto Duke. "I've been discovered." Duke's heart contracted sharply. An overwhelming sense of impending doom and inescapable despair tightened his spirit. Under the gaze of those golden vertical pupils, he felt as if all his concealment was rendered useless, as if he were standing naked in an icy wilderness. His body was stiff, even his fingers unable to move. His spiritual power seemed frozen. Any thought of using magic or fleeing couldn't take shape. This was the suppression brought by an absolute disparity in status. The small snake tilted its head slightly, seemingly pondering this weak presence intruding into its territory, producing a hint of curiosity or perhaps disturbance. Duke couldn't discern. He only felt that the cold gaze seemed to become a tangible pressure, ready to crush him. Soul and all, at the critical moment when Duke believed he was doomed, deep in his spiritual sea, the six-element compound spiritual crystal, which fused six elemental attributes, seemed faintly touched by the exceptionally perilous aura reaching a high level from the outside. At the core of the crystal, the divine status of the god of light rippled faintly, spontaneously emanating an almost imperceptible, ancient, majestic, and extraordinarily pure aura belonging to a god. This was the divine status of the god of light naturally, exuding after sensing the aura of the small snake. Scent perceptible only to Duke and the small snake. This trace of extremely faint divine status aura caused a hint of extreme human-like bewilderment to flash through the golden vertical pupils of the small green snake, ready to act, which then turned to understanding, and finally transformed into a complex calmness. The terrifying aura locking onto Duke receded quietly like a tide. The small green snake took another deep look in the direction where Duke was hiding. Its gaze no longer filled with oppression and danger, but with an indescribable depth, as if it saw the divine status deep within Duke's spiritual sea through his body. Afterward, it didn't make any attack or expulsion actions. Its slender body elegantly turned, just as when it appeared, faint ripples formed in the surrounding air, and its figure silently melted into the void, disappearing entirely as if it had never been there. Only the faint remnant of pressure in the air, almost dissipated, and the icy touch of cold sweat soaking Duke's back, proved those few thrilling seconds were not an illusion. Duke stood frozen in place. After a few breaths, he slowly exhaled the breath he'd been holding, his body slightly weakened, leaning against the old tree trunk behind him. He felt such immense pressure for the first time. Even when he encountered the three-headed dog before, he didn't have such a sensation. Most likely, it was because the difference in life level between himself and the small snake was too great, and they were too close, plus the small snake directly locked onto Duke's aura, which brought such enormous pressure. Duke's thoughts twirled, immediately understanding the key. That small green snake definitely sensed the aura of the divine status of the god of light. Clearly, the rank or origin that aura represented made the small snake change its attitude, even allowing him to remain here. Regardless, the deadly threat was temporarily lifted, and the mysterious small snake seemed to have left the spring of life and the golden fruit to him. Duke dared not delay, who knew if the snake would change its mind or other dangers would follow. He quickly adjusted his state, and after confirming there were no other hidden dangers around, he swiftly walked to the spring of life. He didn't first touch the 5 tempting golden fruits. Instead, he took out several specialized, large containers made of inert crystal. Carefully collecting all the emerald green water from the spring of life, the water felt warm to the touch, containing a majestic life force. After securing the spring water, he then turned his gaze to the small jade tree. Observing up close, he could even more feel the extraordinary nature of those 5 golden fruits, each one like a natural art piece containing astonishing life essence. A bolder thought flashed through Duke's mind. Looking at that jade-like small tree, he thought, this tree can bear such magical fruit. Its intrinsic value is perhaps even more immeasurable. Maybe it itself is an extremely rare or even extinct ancient variant. Duke approached the small jade tree, not touching the fruits first but crouching down to closely examine the soil in which the tree rooted. The soil was dark and fertile, emanating a rich life aura, clearly not ordinary soil. He carefully used his hands to remove the top layer of humus, exploring the distribution of the tree roots. The roots weren't very deep or extensive, but they were exceptionally transparent, like green crystal veins deeply rooted in the black soil, closely connected with the surrounding life energy. Duke briefly pondered and took out a specially prepared magic silver spade from the space ring used for gathering rare plants, combining spiritual power and earth element perception to delineate the overall outline of the tree roots like the most precise scanner. Then he started digging extremely cautiously along the perimeter of this outline. His movements were gentle, with magic power seeping in, trying to extract the entire tree along with its rooted. Approximately a water jar-sized massive black soil mass without damaging the main root system. This process required tremendous patience and meticulous control. Duke was wholly focused, keeping his hands particularly steady. It took nearly half an hour before he successfully extracted the small jade tree along with its original soil at the root intact. After the tree left the earth, the foliage seemed to slightly curl, the light dimmed slightly, but the overall life aura remained stable, and the 5 golden fruits remained unscathed. Duke dared not slack off. Immediately took a large stable space box, used originally for storing large alchemy materials from the space ring, carefully placing the small jade tree along with its large soil ball inside. Once confirming it was temporarily safe, he swiftly closed the box and stored it back into the ring. After completing all this, he sighed with relief. Looking around, the originally vibrant small clearing now only had a pit and traces of a dried-up spring, looking somewhat desolate. What struck Duke as peculiar was that the spring of life and tree he collected were clearly tangible and didn't require settling and exchange after the competition ended. Normally, for example, the level 2 magic potion materials not far away, after picking, are actually intangible, cannot be placed in a space ring. Only the competition system records them, considering them as gains to be settled after the competition finishes. Most of the resources in this competition are like this. They are virtual when acquired, and the competition system records the relevant data. After the competition ends, or if you die midway or quit early, you can settle and obtain these gains. Unless you're unlucky like some, dying right upon landing and gaining nothing, you can only accept your bad luck. However, the spring of life and that small tree before us is different. They truly entered Duke's space ring, existing as real, tangible resources. Duke hesitated for a moment upon seeing this scene, unsure whether this place is a simulated competition venue or the real world. Recalling the competition rules and terms carefully, it seemed none explicitly stated the resources here were virtual. The notion of virtual resources is based on past participants' experiences. Thus, the competition officials never said the resources here are virtual. There might truly be real resources stored here. This made Duke even more perplexed, uncertain about the form of existence of this competition venue. It seems not entirely simulated. It feels very real. Suddenly, he remembered his experiences in the Oracle plane, seeing a strange similarity between them and those players. Duke speculated that this place likely exists in some plane, but the Seville Empire had extensively modified it, crafting it into a competition venue. In reality, it's where a real plane and which array simulation system are combined. But this is just Duke's guess, lacking more information to obtain further results. Duke looked at the spring of life and the small tree in the space ring, resisting the urge to place them in the light god court. Because he's still in the competition venue where every action is likely monitored. To be safe, best not to put them in light god court. Having done all this, Duke didn't leave immediately. His gaze swept over the pit left by the excavated small tree and the surrounding black magical soil that lost its luster due to the dry-up of the spring of life. Thinking about it, he felt the soil capable of nurturing such magical trees and springs must be extraordinary. Though not as remarkable as the tree and spring, the rich life energy and special substances it contains might help in future cultivation of magic potion plants, research of magic, or nurturing the world tree seed. Can't waste it. Duke immediately got to work, taking out the silver shovel and several spare storage chests, quickly but carefully collecting the darkest, most vibrant life-imbued, undisturbed black magical soil around the pit, accumulating about several 100 pounds, neatly packing them into the space ring. He stopped only when the remaining soil still had nutrients, but was no more than the humus elsewhere in the grove. Duke knew well that as a self-made little wizard, careful calculation is crucial. No resource should be wasted. Already here, he might as well take the soil too, no waste allowed. Now the once vibrant, silently radiant small clearing was entirely transformed. All that remained was a bald pit, some scattered common dirt, and dried spring traces, devoid of any magical aspect. Duke didn't linger, carefully scanning one last time to confirm no new threats approached, then swiftly left towards a direction away from here. Choosing a different path than the way he came, further into the towering ancient forest, intending to quickly distance from this likely marked place. However, as he moved roughly 100 meters and steadied his mind, using spiritual power habitually to sense backward for a final precautionary sweep. His senses, along with instinctive gaze back, captured a scene starkly different from moments earlier. The clearing he left, the pit he dug, and the area he personally witnessed becoming desolate were transforming in strange, rapid ways. Like a painting soaked in water or a mirage under sunlight, the scene began to blur, distort, and fade. The traces of the pit, scattered dirt, dried spring. All these man-made or transformative signs faded and vanished at a logic-defying pace. In their place was a swiftly growing scene, merged seamlessly with the environment. Common ferns covered the original clearing. A few seemingly, naturally formed rocks appeared perfectly. The ground color was indistinguishable from the surrounding humus. In mere breaths, the magical clearing once hosting spring of life and the emerald small tree was entirely erased from the forest, as if it had never been there. Were it not for the substantial gains in the space ring or the still moist cold, sweat on his back reminding of the recent danger, Duke would almost doubt he'd experienced an overly realistic illusion. Stopping behind a giant tree, he looked into the now ordinary forest from afar, thoughts swirling. Space self-repair. Scene reset. Or was the treasure spot itself a temporary wonder dependent on certain space rules or energy nodes? Once the core is taken, the anchoring point disappears, the specially twisted or created space automatically collapses, reverted. Duke drew from his knowledge of space plane and understanding of witch array simulation systems, making a hypothesis. This further confirmed the echoing void isn't a fixed, immutable dead world. It's a highly dynamic, possibly intricate space rules simulating living special plane space. Special resource points are likely not scattered everywhere. They require specific conditions to trigger, or once acquired, permanently vanish, unable to be mined by future explorers. In this world, not only must you be adept at discovery, but also quick to obtain. Slow and you'll lose. Furthermore, after leaving a resource point, the spot may not be safe. It might turn worthless, even disguised. Duke silently noted his crucial observation. He also felt a hint of relief. Fortunately, he was decisive, not only taking the core treasures but also any beneficial soil, and performed a backward glance when leaving, catching this key change. Otherwise, if trying to return by memory or marking later, he'd find himself empty-handed. After leaving behind the bizarre clearing that had returned to normal, Duke cautiously traversed the ancient forest for about another hour. He chose a spot nestled between several extraordinarily large trees, whose roots intertwined to form a natural barrier, with vines above interwoven like a canopy in an extremely secluded corner. The terrain here is slightly elevated, making it easier to observe the surroundings, and the intense life energy of the ancient trees provides some cover for the subtle energy fluctuations generated by his own activities. After setting up several simple witch arrays mainly for early warning and confounding aura, Duke finally allowed himself to relax slightly, transferring his full attention to the astounding bounty within the space ring. Rather than immediately inspecting the carefully placed emerald sapling, he focused his thoughts on the 5 golden fruits. Deep within his consciousness, the world tree's seed continued to communicate its clear craving for them. Yet Duke needed to first understand what incredible effects these fruits had. Recklessly consuming unknown mystical items could easily lead to problems. He gently picked a fruit from the small tree. The golden-hued fruit marked with silver natural patterns lay silently on soft silk, emitting the fragrant scent of life origin that invigorated his spirit. Duke carefully did not touch it directly with his hand, but used highly concentrated spiritual power to gently lift it, suspending it before him. The first step was basic energy perception. Duke used a trace of extremely fine spiritual power, like a precision probe, cautiously piercing the fruit's skin. The skin appeared tender but was surprisingly resilient, neither rejecting the spiritual power probe, while its internal structure seemed to contain natural encryption, blocking overly intrusive probing. Duke took out the thought core, utilizing its auxiliary analysis module, beginning to record and compare any minute energy characteristics. The utility of the thought core emerged, as it possessed strong capabilities in data storage, analysis, and organization, swiftly providing results in this aspect. Gradually, some information was parsed. The life energy contained within the fruit was astonishingly pure and voluminous, far surpassing any life element magic potion materials or natural treasures Duke had ever seen. But this was not all. Within the vast life energy, 2 even more mysterious origin forces seemed intertwined. The first one manifests as an extremely gentle, yet fundamentally noble characteristic of life extension. When Duke's spiritual power simulated absorbing a wisp of the fruit's outermost energy aura, he distinctly felt that his body's deepest part, representing the origin of life, seemed to be injected with a warm, invigorating stream, conveying a sensation of fulfillment and extension. Life extension. Duke's heart trembled, instantly coming to an insightful realization. This sensation closely matched descriptions of certain life-extending treasures he had read about. Additionally, since he had personally consumed similar items, understanding their general characteristics, though nothing he had taken before had the effects as potent as the fruit in his possession. Although unable to measure precisely, based on the strength of the life origin feedback brought by this wisp, it was roughly estimated that consuming one such fruit in its entirety could likely extend the lifespan of at least level 2 beings by about a century. A century of lifespan carries immense value for level 2 and below wizards, especially when confronting bottlenecks or nearing the end of life. This could be a decisive asset. The fruit's second characteristic surprised Duke even more. Within the enveloping vast amounts of life energy, there lay a peculiar and pure spiritual nurturing force. This force does not directly increase the quantity of magic power, but acts on the more fundamental spiritual origin. When Duke attempted to guide a wisp of this spiritual nurturing force to contact his spiritual power, the 6-element compound spiritual crystal within his spiritual sea unexpectedly began to subtly tremble, radiating a clear sense of craving and comfort, like sweet rain after long drought. The crystal's luster seemed to brighten slightly, its rotations speeding up a bit, directly nourishing and increasing spiritual power, seeming incredibly compatible with no tension or rejection. Duke meticulously sensed it. On the wizard's path, the growth of spiritual power is fundamental, yet, as time progresses, advancement becomes increasingly difficult, requiring meticulous effort or rare opportunities. a treasure that can directly, safely, and prominently increase spiritual power. Its rarity and strategic value even exceed many life-extending treasures, for it directly impacts combat readiness, spell mastery, and future advancement potential. He observed and calculated meticulously, based on his current foundation as a level 1 crystallized mage. With spiritual power already consolidated and formidable, if he fully absorbed the spiritual nurturing force within one fruit, the enhancement in spiritual power intensity might equate to several months, or even more than half a year, of his usual meditation and hard labor. Moreover, this enhancement is rooted, rather than a fleeting burst through potential exhaustion. For wizards, things that can simultaneously extend lifespan and increase spiritual power are rare treasures. Moreover, the lifespan and spiritual power increased by this item are substantial. Auctioning it could likely fetch an exceptionally high price. The only issue now is uncertainty regarding the maximum number of these items one person can consume. Ordinarily, the number of times similar items can be consumed by an individual is limited. After consuming a few, further intake would yield no effect. This golden fruit is likely the same, however. There are not many now, with only 5 in total. Following research supported by the thought core and some experimental tools, and confirming the absence of toxicity, Duke decided to try consuming one. He did not rashly swallow it whole, but first used spiritual power to carve a fine slit on the fruit surface. Immediately, a golden juice, 10 times richer than previously, seeming almost tangible, and carrying a sweet exotic aroma, began oozing from the slit, shimmering with a glowing presence like a living entity. Duke cautiously guided it with spiritual power, first extracting roughly 1/10 of a drop, allowing it to fall onto his tongue. Upon entry, the juice did not instantly dissolve. Rather, it resembled a miniature, warm sun within the mouth, unleashing an indescribable sweetness and satisfaction, followed by an extremely pure, yet incomparably gentle warm stream gliding down the throat, swiftly dispersing throughout his limbs and torso. Immediately, Duke closed his eyes, concentrating internally, observing any minute changes brought about by this small dosage. Wherever the warm stream traveled, the body seemed to emit a silent cheer. Every single cell, like a land parched by prolonged drought, greedily yet orderly absorbed this pure life energy. He could distinctly feel that his body's deepest life origin seemed to be infused with an exceptionally pure, vibrant fuel, making the flame grow slightly, burning more steadily and enduringly. That feeling was not the recovery of physical strength or the healing of wounds, but a more essential sense of fulfillment and extension, as if quietly adding a handful of fine sand to the hourglass of life. At the same time, another cooler, more lucid, nourishing force of spirituality surged straight up along the spine, gently immersing itself into the spiritual sea. In the center of Duke's spiritual sea, the stable spinning 6-element compound spiritual crystal, upon contact with this force, shone brilliantly like a gemstone carefully polished, its rotation speed noticeably increasing, becoming more agile. The internal structure of the crystal also seemed to undergo extremely subtle, yet beneficial optimization and growth under the nourishment of this force. He could clearly perceive a slight but discernible increase in his total spiritual power within just a few breaths. Although minor, this growth was solid and well-founded, far surpassing the effects of ordinary meditation. After confirming the safety and effectiveness of this minuscule amount, Duke hesitated no more. With a slight mental movement, he brought the entire golden fruit to his lips and gently bit down. The fruit's skin was crisp with a strange toughness, and the moment it broke, an even more surging yet remarkably gentle golden flood rushed into his mouth. This time, it was no longer a trickle but a gentle tide sweeping through his entire body. Sitting cross-legged, Duke assumed a meditative posture and quietly activated the meditation technique, guiding the massive energy for orderly absorption to prevent waste. The life energy within the fruit transformed into countless warm light points, merging into every corner of his body. The marrow hummed, the blood sang, and the functions of his organs seemed to be subtly enhanced. He could see his intangible life veins within becoming sturdier and brighter, an unprecedented vitality filling his entire being. The extension of a century of life was more than just a number. It truly manifested in the depth and longevity of his life's essence. The accumulated spiritual power converged into a cool stream, continuously flowing into the spiritual sea. The 6-element compound crystal, like a thirsty sponge, greedily absorbed this pure source of spiritual power. The entire absorption process lasted about a minute, during which Duke's body and spirit were immersed in unparalleled comfort, as if returning to the warm and nourishing embrace of life's origin. No pain, no stagnation at any bottleneck, only a smooth and natural enhancement. As the last trace of golden energy was completely absorbed, Duke slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer seemed to flash in the depths of his pupils, then returned to profound calmness. After absorbing, Duke glanced at the attribute panel on the skill tree. Spirit, 202.3, 210.3. This single fruit increased Duke's spiritual power by 8 points, a value significant given his base of over 200 points. The higher one's spiritual power and other attributes, the harder it is to gain even 1 point. Duke was already over 200 in spiritual power, yet eating this fruit still resulted in an 8-point increase. If he had consumed it when his spiritual power was lower, perhaps the increase would be even more substantial. Duke was unsure how many of these fruits he could consume and did not plan to eat the remaining 4 all at once. These fruits seemed quite precious, presumably not easy to grow and mature, and would need further study after the competition. If he consumed them all hastily now, he might miss a lot of information. If the remaining 4 fruits continue to enhance his spiritual power, each by 8 points, then along with free attribute points, he would reach the advancement standard to a level 2 mage. However, as his spiritual power increases, the spiritual power provided by these fruits will inevitably decrease. Even if diminished overall, it would not be too far from the level 2 mage threshold. For the next 5 days, Duke roamed the vast and ancient towering forest like a cautious specter. He adopted the most prudent strategy, prioritizing survival and observation, conducting efficient yet low-key resource gathering under relatively safe conditions. Leveraging his powerful perception ability and exploratory methods, Duke meticulously planned his route. Voiding areas with intense energy reactions or suspected lairs of powerful creatures, and cleverly circumvented traces of other participants he discovered, finding evidence of scattered battles and temporary camps. He seamlessly integrated himself into the forest environment, moving silently and choosing the most concealed natural barriers for rest. During these days, Duke discovered numerous high-quality magic potion materials hidden in secluded corners and of considerable age. After harvesting these materials, they weren't placed physically into the space ring, but awaited post-competition settlement for retrieval. These resources were provided by the competition officials and belonged to any participants who could acquire them. The Seville Empire indeed had substantial resources, as Duke found the resources he calmly gathered were at least level 2 spread out like cabbages all around. Given the vastness of the competition venue, one could only imagine how many resources were poured in. Duke continued to conduct himself these few days until 5 days later he discovered a somewhat anomalous area. Far on the horizon, the clouds above a certain region spun slowly in an implausible vortex. Though extremely faint, it was caught by Duke's keen observations in the twilight. Sensing something amiss, different from other places, he moved cautiously in that direction to investigate. As the distance shortened, the signs became more evident. The ground began to transmit extremely slight but rhythmic tremors. An invisible pull in the air grew stronger, even causing some light leaves and spores within the forest to drift in a determined direction. The sensation of energy gathering became increasingly clear, and he perceived not only himself, but multiple breaths of varying strength and nature also drawn to this gradually awakening gravitational source, like bees to honey. Just before dawn on the 6th day, Duke arrived silently at the edge of the anomaly. He hid within the dense boughs of an enormous fir tree tens of meters above the ground, peering down through gaps in the foliage. Below was an ancient, low-lying valley slightly recessed compared to the surrounding forest, where the ground no longer merely trembled, but rose and cracked like a living entity. Elaborate chains of ancient runes, emanating faint golden or dark silver radiance like the spines of a massive buried beast, was slowly surfacing from the fissures. The runes flickered like breathing, each flicker causing the surrounding space to ripple like water, accompanied by a hum as deep as an ancient sigh. The runes interlinked, vaguely forming a massive witch array, incomplete yet still exuding an overwhelming might, covering an area of hundreds of meters. At the core of the witch array, the space twisted visibly, light being torn and reassembled there, as if an invisible giant hand was struggling to pry open a crack in a door to an unknown era. Around the relic that was about to emerge from the earth, silhouettes of all kinds had long gathered. At a glance, there were roughly 30 to 40 people. These people either gathered in groups, occupying advantageous positions, or hid in the shadows like Duke, observing alone. They were all on high alert with each other, the atmosphere tense as a bowstring. Everyone knew approximately what was about to happen here. This was likely a relic soon to surface. None intended to take action immediately, at least not yet. The darkest moments before dawn, thick as dense ink, soaked through the ancient forest. Yet just as the horizon was about to brighten with the first light, the countless ancient runes at the valley's center suddenly erupted with light piercing the heavens. The light pulsed stronger with each beat, like a heart being revived, its pale gold and dark silver hues intertwining, illuminating the entire valley like daylight, outshining the coming dawn. The deep hum instantly escalated into a ground-shaking roar, as if an ancient mountain of iron was awakening and stirring below. The earth emitted sounds of agonized creaking and tearing. From the rune magic array, the solid ground heaved and cracked like a fragile eggshell. It wasn't a simple collapse or cracking, but as if an invisible, towering hand was forcefully lifting an enormous entity from the depths. Soil, rocks, and the roots of ancient twisted trees were violently cast aside, thrown like foam in a tsunami. Dust soared into the sky, only to be instantly scattered and purified by the surging pillars of rune energy light. Under countless pairs of astonished, greedy, and fearful eyes, an indescribably magnificent structure slowly broke free of the earth's confines, revealing an iceberg-like tip before fully emerging into the world. It wasn't a palace or tower common to human civilization, but something entirely its own, its form a dull gray-brown honed over endless ages, neither metal nor stone, more like a tightly condensed, metallic glossed peculiar soil or crystalline substance. The structure's surface was covered in large, simple geometric grooves and protrusions, with bold, rough lines, exuding a primitive and powerful texture. Its visible portion alone was nearly 100 meters high, like an inverted mountain or the massive head of a silent fortress. Its scale was so immense that the towering ancient trees around it instantly seemed like small shrubs. Most strikingly, embedded in the building's face was a door. The door's height occupied nearly a third of the exposed structure, wide enough for 10 carriages to enter side by side. The door, made of the same peculiar gray-brown material, had a mirror-smooth surface without any decorations, handles, or keyholes. Only the center of the door bore an extremely complex, large circular pattern formed by countless interwoven small runes, now glowing with a cold blue light as the building rose, igniting outward like a fuse. By size, proportion, and inhuman simplicity, the door was clearly not designed for humans or even standard-sized intelligent races. It stood silently, emanating an ancient, cold, fiercely forbidding yet irresistibly alluring aura. By now, the relic's vicinity had gathered over 100 people. The impact of the relic fully revealed, and the allure of the giant door overwhelming the fear of each other and the relic's interior dangers. Various lights flashed, speed-enhancing spells and temporary protective shields, even some small interference measures, exploded simultaneously. More than 100 figures shot forth like arrows or swarming bees towards nectar, recklessly charging at the slowly inward recessing, opening blue door. In the treetops, Duke's eyes narrowed. He didn't join the initial fray to rush in. Though the door opened seemingly slowly, it was indeed swift, with the gap wide enough. After a moment's observation, using both his perception ability and eye of darkness for probing, he still couldn't discern the relic's interior situation. It seemed to be an entirely separate space, with some protective witch array-like measures blocking most investigative methods. Expecting to learn much from outside seemed unlikely. It was necessary to venture in. After a moment's thought, Duke set off, his wind wings spreading behind as he stepped onto the yellow sands and flew over. Most had already entered, since there was no true death here. Many didn't care how dangerous it was inside. Upon entering the door, Duke's vision was immediately replaced by a deep, cold blue, seemingly capable of absorbing all light and sound. His body experienced a strong spatial displacement pull, as if an invisible force was deconstructing and reassembling his entire being. No external sounds reached his ears, just a high-frequency hum penetrating to the soul's core. The sensation seemed to last long, yet also like only a moment. When the feeling of firm ground returned and the blue light receded, Duke found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. He landed in a very spacious, yet relatively low, ceilinged enclosed stone chamber, its walls floor and ceiling made of the same gray-brown material as the exterior structure, smooth-surfaced, with slender crystalline strips of the same material embedded, emitting a steady yet faint cold light for illumination. The air was dry and cold, with a heavy dust and metallic rust scent mix, along with an indescribable sense of heaviness, as if the space's laws here slightly differed from the outside. Not having time to carefully inspect the surroundings, Duke sensed danger. Before him, and to his left and right, 3 panels seamlessly integrated into the smooth walls suddenly recessed inward and turned. 3 towering figures emerged from the turning portals. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, they were composed entirely of numerous dark yellow, coarse sand grains. These grains weren't loose, but tightly aggregated by an invisible force, forming humanoid outlines with robust torsos, thick limbs, and heads with simple indentations representing facial features. The sand soldiers held giant war axes or spears, also made of sand grains, and in the place of their eye sockets, 2 slowly rotating dark red glows coldly gazed at the intruder Duke. At the moment of their appearance, 3 sand giants launched an attack simultaneously. Their movements seemed clumsy, but were actually incredibly swift. The massive sand grain war axe came down with a muffled whooshing sound, while the spear shot towards Duke's torso like a venomous snake, and another giant had already swung its heavy fist. Duke's pupils contracted sharply, reacting with extreme speed, his figure retreating like a ghost while the sand swirled around him. Judging by the speed and strength of these sand soldiers, they were at least equivalent to first-level high knights, even stronger and faster than ordinary first-level high knights. Metallic yellow sand formed a heavy curved tower shield, rapidly in front of Duke like a living tide. The sand grain war axe and heavy fist struck the sand guardian tower shield almost simultaneously, producing a deafening roar. The tower shield vibrated violently, its surface sand splattering, but its energy absorption characteristic allowed it to successfully withstand the mighty attack, absorbing most of the energy contained within. However, the sand grain spear bizarrely bypassed the shield's frontal defense, piercing from a tricky angle. The speed and angle were extremely dangerous, difficult for an ordinary person to respond to. But the automatic defense counterattack characteristic of the Sand Guardian manifested again, with a shield formed of metallic yellow sand instantly taking shape, blocking the attack from the tricky angle. Duke tapped lightly with his foot, his figure floatingly retreating. From this attack, Duke realized that these sand soldiers were probably not ordinary magical constructs. Ordinary magical constructs did not possess such combat experience and skills. While evading, Duke also sent a few rock spikes flying out as a tentative attack, observing the situation of the 3 sand soldiers. The rock spikes erupted from the ground on the side, accurately striking the 3 sand soldiers. The rock spikes' rock bomb characteristic triggered, exploding with a loud boom, sharp stones scattering over the sand soldiers, creating muffled thuds, blasting shallow pits, and sand flying everywhere. But the 3 sand soldiers merely shook. The blasted parts where sand flowed quickly healed back to normal. Such a strong recovery ability. Could it be because they share the same earth attribute? Duke pondered, observing and preparing to use other means to continue probing. Duke waved his hand. A blazing white light arrow shot out, accurately hitting the chest of the sand soldier directly in front. The light arrow, containing light attribute power, was invincible against dark and undead creatures. However, after hitting the sand giant, it only caused a slightly larger pit to explode on its chest. The dark red glow flickered, and then more sand flowed, quickly filling the gap. The light attribute power contained in the light arrow seemed to disappear into thin air, having little effect on these creatures purely composed of sand and soil. The effect of light attribute magic is typical. Let's try fire attribute next. Duke's fingertip ignited with explosive flames. A giant fireball whistled out, exploding on another giant. The flames erupted, engulfing the upper half of the giant. The high temperature caused the sand surface to appear vitrified and molten, but within the giant, it seemed there was an endless supply of sand to replace the molten parts and cool down. The flames, containing enormous energy, also failed to inflict fatal damage. Duke tried other attribute magic, all producing minimal results. These creatures have strong resistance, even partial immunity, to conventional elemental magic. Duke's heart sank, instantly understanding the toughness of these guardians. They seemed able to disperse, absorb, and even assimilate most energy attacks through the special sand grains that formed their bodies. This trait is similar to some energy absorption characteristics he possesses, having a similar effect. Although physical attacks can cause damage, their regeneration speed is extremely fast unless instantaneously inflicted with a devastating blow. Even though Duke was now a first-level knight, his strength was clearly insufficient to deal with the three sand soldiers. Relying on physical attacks was far from enough. Duke's gaze fell on the ground beneath them and the sand grains composing their bodies. Sand, earth. A thought flashed through his mind. Just then the three sand giants charged again, their attacks simple yet effective, their massive weapons and fists blocking Duke's escape space. Duke's thought moved. The metallic sand originally used for defense seemed to be imbued with life and will, no longer merely forming into a shield but suddenly expanding and transforming. Half the sand still formed a barrier protecting himself. The other half twisted like two sand serpents, roaring out along his arms, not attacking the giant's body, but piercing into the ground beneath its feet and entwining its striking arms. Magic power flowed continuously into the metallic. Yellow sand, a strong gravitational anomaly exploded centered on Duke and the giant. Utilizing his gravity manipulation ability over yellow sand and powerful earth elemental affinity talent, he primarily affected the core sand grains of the giant's body, infiltrating the ground beneath it and its arms. The giant's striking movement suddenly stalled, as if its arms had suddenly become several times heavier. More critically, the ground beneath its feet, infiltrated by the sand guardian under the layered gravitational influence, instantly became soft and collapsing like quicksand. Simultaneously, the metallic yellow sand, entwining its arms, frantically absorbed the energy of sand grains. Composing its arm and its structural stability, the sand soldier's balance was disrupted. Its massive body involuntarily began to sink downward, and the sand grain structure of its arms became loose, showing signs of being assimilated and stripped away. They are immune to most energy attacks, but the sand composing their bodies can seemingly be influenced, even controlled, by more advanced earth elemental power, especially when this power acts directly on their bodies and footing. Watching the giant struggling trapped in quicksand, inefficiently trying to reorganize under the gravitational anomaly and the devouring of metallic yellow sand, Duke knew he had found a way to deal with these monsters. These sand soldiers, almost having magic immunity, are extremely troublesome for wizards, unless they are bloodline mage or mechanical wizard, who do not rely solely on energy-type magic for attacking. The recovery and energy immunity ability of these sand soldiers is too strong, probably related to these ruins. When sand soldiers are within these ruins, they gain additional power enhancements, possessing stronger recovery capabilities. Duke estimated that the reason these sand soldiers have such strong magic immunity is related to this ancient relic. Otherwise, ordinary level 1 life wouldn't have such strong spell immunity. Duke is now a level 1 crystallized mage and is a powerful presence among crystallized wizards. The spells he casts cannot have much effect on these sand soldiers, so we can imagine how others fare against them. Because this competition area is filled with level 1 mages, the things Duke struggles with are also hard for others to cope with. Generally, level 1 mages facing these sand soldiers have only one option: to run for their lives. Avoid confrontation and do not engage these sand soldiers directly. Although these sand soldiers are strong in defense and attack, their mobility is not as strong. If a level 1 mage wants to run, chances are they can still manage to do it. The strong magic immunity of these sand soldiers largely stems from the special environment of this relic and the strange sand particles that constitute them. Even outside, even level 2 mages who summon earth element guardians might not have such comprehensive elemental resistance. But what appears insurmountable to other level 1 mages is quite a different situation for Duke, who has many tricks up his sleeve and conveniently possesses targeted abilities. He can use his own ability to disintegrate and absorb these sand soldiers, directly resolving them from the source. Right now, the bodies of these 3 sand soldiers are already starting to shrink, continuously collapsing onto the ground. The movements of sand soldiers swinging their war axes and spears become feeble, their steps faltering. They attempt to break free from the constant bone-attached sand flow, waving their arms to slap, using weapons to chop. But the sand flow seems to have already merged into their bodies, rendering physical attacks almost ineffective and instead speeding up their loss of sand particles. The sand soldiers' bodies become smaller and smaller, shrinking from nearly 3 meters high to 2 meters, 1.5 meters. Their movements become slower and more sluggish, eventually ceasing all attacks, standing still, with only 2 weak points of red light flickering unwillingly in their eye sockets. Finally, when the last large piece of sand dissolves and is fully absorbed by the sand flow, there is a soft puff sound, like a candle flame extinguishing. The 3 sand soldiers completely turn into 3 piles of loose, energy-less ordinary sand, accumulated on the ground. Meanwhile, the last trace of dark red light in their eye sockets does not dissipate directly when extinguished, but instead each condense into a vivid, lively blood-like red filament. These 3 strands of red energy filament seem to contain simple consciousness. At the moment of their birth, they hesitated slightly, and without a moment's pause, with a swoosh, transformed into 3 nearly imperceptible red flows of light, shooting rapidly in different directions within the stone chamber. But their target was neither Duke nor the exit. 2 of them directly submerged into the smooth walls, as if the walls were merely illusionary. The last strand shot straight to the ceiling at the center of the stone chamber, similarly integrating seamlessly and disappearing. The directions where they disappeared, without exception, pointed towards the deeper, more central regions of the relic. Duke did not attempt to stop them, nor did he have time to prevent them, as the speed of these red energy escapes is too fast. They seem to possess some spatial penetration attribute. He didn't even have time to try, as they are likely a component of the relic's power. Indeed, defeating them isn't the key. This red energy is the core. Duke mused as he watched in the direction where the red energy disappeared, analyzing in his heart. Will it return to some control center, report information about the intruders? Or is it the very fuel driving the sand soldiers, now merely returning to the energy pool, waiting to be recombined? No matter which possibility, it implies that the defense mechanisms of this relic are more intricate than he had imagined, and it suggests that deep within the relic, there might be a central core overseeing it all. Duke walked to a pile of sand, crouched down, and used his fingers to pick up some. The sand particles were coarse, devoid of their previous mysterious energy feel, akin to ordinary river sand. Apparently, once the red energy is extracted or flees, the sand particles forming the sand soldiers lose their magic, returning to ordinary matter. He stood up, surveying the now silent stone chamber. He had solved the guardians, but the exit hasn't appeared yet. He scanned carefully once more and quickly found that near the spot where the red energy vanished into the wall, the energy patterns on the wall seem to have undergone extremely subtle changes. This is not a simple trigger point of a mechanism. Duke quickly identified the anomaly. On the seemingly smooth and even wall surface, using the disappearance point of the red energy as a center, extending outward, are several extremely fine grooves, which almost blend completely with the color and texture of the wall material. These grooves are not physical etchings, but more like imprints or pathways left by a long-term, directional energy flow. He gently placed his palm against the wall. Spiritual power, like the finest sandpaper, softly brushed over these pathway marks. They're not naturally formed. There's a regular energy circuit structure. Duke's eyes narrowed. He immediately took out the mind crux. The blue gemstone on the mind crux shimmered, the base's microgears accelerated silently, and began aiding Duke in scanning, recording, and analyzing these pathways. Soon, a vague but mostly clear pattern was constructed and projected in Duke's consciousness. It was an ancient rune array comprised of several concentric circular arcs and interconnecting, twisted vine-like lines. The structure was exceptionally simple, even primitive, carrying a sense of rawness and directness from ancient times, a style distinctly different from any modern mage schools that Duke is familiar with. If my conjecture is correct, I need to inject a certain amount of energy into the starting point of this witch array to activate it, Duke thought. He extended his right index finger, where the tip gathered highly pure magic power. Duke pinpointed the starting point of the ancient witch array pattern on the wall, gently touching the tip of his finger containing a probing strand of magic power. The moment the magic power touches the wall, the dormant ancient pattern suddenly lights up. Immediately, with the point of his finger as the center, the invisible energy pathway within the wall, akin to ignited fuses, sequentially light up in a dim red glow, the same source as the red energy. The glow meanders steadily and slowly along the patterns, filling out the incomplete concentric circular arc diagram. When the final arc is connected by the dark red light, a low and distant resonant sound emanates from deep within the wall. Immediately, the wall in front of them seemed to sag inward and soften like mercury spilling, not flipping but rather directly melting into a smooth-edged, roughly 2-person high, 1-person wide oval opening. The interior of the cave entrance was a downward sloping, deep corridor illuminated by the same cold light crystals, from which a current of air older and with faint energy fluctuations flowed out. After Duke investigated and found no potential danger, he protected himself with yellow sand and stepped into the downward extending corridor. The oval entrance behind him quietly sealed itself after he fully entered, and the wall restored itself to its original state, as if the passage had never existed. The corridor was silent, except for his nearly inaudible footsteps and a distant, deep hum as if coming from the depths of the Earth's core. The light emitted by the cold light crystals reflected on the smooth corridor walls, forming patches of dreamy halos. After walking down the deep corridor, Duke traveled for several hours in this inhumanly grand relic. Everything here, from the width of the corridors, the height of the rooms, to the scale of the steps, far exceeded the usual needs of humans. He walked through corridors wide enough for small horse-drawn carriages to pass easily, with a dome above impossible to climb, inlaid with massive cold light crystals. The rooms he passed by had doors tens of meters high, and the interiors were as spacious as plazas. The occasional remnants of furniture or decorative reliefs he saw were astonishingly large, and the figures depicted were as towering as mountains. Murals that occasionally appeared on the walls, though mottled and peeling from the ravages of time, still revealed their ancient and narrative style in the remaining parts. They were not merely decorative, but seemed to record a grand and tragic epic. The protagonists of the murals were a giant race clad in simple yet heavy armor, their bodies akin to moving hills. They seemed to have once established a powerful ancient dynasty depicted hunting colossal beasts, performing mysterious rituals, battling twisted shadows, and finally facing a certain catastrophe that swept the land, leading to the collapse of the dynasty and the dispersal and demise of the giants. The brushwork of the murals was rough and powerful, full of primitive breath and a sense of fateful heaviness. The interior of the relic was not entirely lifeless. Besides the occasional deep hum from the depths, like the pulse of the earth, Duke encountered several groups of slightly different forms of relic guardians. They were still composed of sand particles, but aside from the initial axe and spear soldier type, there were also defensive types wielding giant shields, smaller and quicker hound types, and even once, in a vast plaza, Duke encountered a sandstone colossus composed of dozens of small sand soldiers, comparable in size to a house. All these guards were without exception extremely resistant to conventional magic, but with the experience from the first encounter, Duke became increasingly adept at dealing with them. He also sensed the distant sound of spell blasts and brief energy surges from other areas, clearly indicating that other competitors had also broken through the initial areas, struggling forward in other parts of the relic or engaging in skirmishes. Duke cautiously avoided these disturbances, choosing relatively quiet paths that seemed to align more closely with some obscure guidance from the murals. This relic posed a significant challenge for other competitors, but for Duke, his abilities were just right to deal with these troublesome sand soldiers. Just as he was about to proceed along a side corridor after passing through a grand hall supported by countless massive stone pillars, which resembled an underground forest, he suddenly sensed 3 unabashed and fairly intense spiritual power fluctuations with his Eye of Darkness perception ability. He immediately stopped, quietly retreated, and hid in the shadow of a giant pillar, concealing his presence. He saw 3 figures standing at a fork in the corridor ahead. They were all dressed in identical deep red wizard robes, which had a certain classical elegance that was starkly different from the simple style commonly seen in the Seville Empire, with intricate rose patterns embroidered in silver thread on the cuffs and collars. All 3 were male, with their faces mostly obscured by the shadow of their hoods, only their tense jawlines visible. The energy fluctuations emanating from them were calm and restrained, clearly indicating they were all at the level of a level 1 crystallized mage, and their auras were very similar, obviously from the same wizard organization. Duke could not discern which wizard organization they belonged to, but it was highly likely not from the West Coast or the Seville Empire. They seemed to have just finished probing a certain direction and were discussing at the crossroads. At the same time Duke discovered them, one of them seemed to sense something, swiftly raising his head, his sharp, eagle-like gaze instantly scanning towards Duke's hiding spot behind the giant pillar. The opponent clearly possessed some special detection means or ability and caught the trace of Duke's aura from earlier. Duke's heart tightened, but he did not panic. The opponents were three, and he was one, with unknown strength and intentions. He did not immediately reveal himself or flee in haste, but hid deeper in the shadows, ready to either burst into combat or retreat at full speed at any moment. The three scarlet figures also became clearly vigilant, quickly adjusting their positions to form a triangular formation capable of both attack and defense, their eyes fixed intently on the shadowed area where Duke was hiding. They did not immediately launch an attack, nor did they shout questions, but exchanged silent glances. Duke could clearly feel a subtle but dense wave of spiritual power rapidly circulating, colliding, exchanging information among the three of them. They were using a method similar to the wizard's mark for some unknown spiritual communication. A moment later, they seemed to reach some kind of consensus. The wizard in the scarlet rose robes, who appeared to be the leader, stepped forward slowly from the forefront of the triangular formation. He raised his hand and made a slightly ancient but universally friendly wizard gesture, deliberately softening the pressure of his spiritual power, and spoke in a clear and steady voice. "Friend in the shadows, there's no need to be nervous. We are from the Blood Rose of the Golden Continent, an exploration team invited to this event. This relic is full of dangers, and acting alone carries high risks. We mean no harm, only that we've discovered what seems to be a crucial vault ahead, but the seal on the entrance is quite tricky, requiring either specific energy resonance or a joint effort to open." He paused, his gaze under the hood seemingly trying to penetrate the shadow to see Duke, and continued, "Since you have managed to get here alone, your strength must be extraordinary. Though the three of us have some assurance, having powerful assistance would greatly increase the success and safety of opening it. Would you be willing to temporarily join forces? Once opened, the resources inside can be fairly divided according to the contribution and prior agreements. The Golden Continent is located at the northernmost part of the Wizard Plain, and it is a continent where wizard civilization thrives exceptionally." His words sounded reasonable, and his tone was sincere. Forming temporary groups to explore high-risk, high-reward areas in the ruins is a common practice, but Duke's vigilance did not diminish in the slightest. The aura of these three people was unified and refined, clearly elite from the same organization, cooperating seamlessly. Their earlier spiritual exchange was clearly a rapid assessment to determine whether this unexpected variable himself was an enemy or a friend, whether to recruit or eliminate. The proposal for cooperation at this moment might not truly come from inability, but more likely an attempt to use him, or to lead him into a more controllable or solvable situation for them. In other words, if Duke were in their position, he could find no reason to cooperate with a stranger like himself. Whenever something is unusual, there must be a cause. It's likely these three have bad intentions. Duke's mind spun rapidly. Earlier, while studying the murals, he did deduce from some fragmented images and symbolic cues that continuing deeper along this main passageway might lead to an important site related to either a holy artifact or the heritage of the giant civilization, near a certain point. The vault they mentioned, judging by its direction, was likely that place. The location, indicated by the murals, coincides with the vault they mentioned. Coincidence, or do they also have some clue about the ruins? Duke pondered to himself. In a flash, Duke made a decision. He needed to go to that place, and right now these three might be the key or stepping stones he could use. Clearly, that's what they thought too. But in the end, who would become the stepping stone would rely on strength. These three clearly felt confident. 3 against 1 gave them the advantage over him. Duke slowly walked out from the shadow of the gigantic pillar, his hood drawn low, obscuring his face. His voice was calm and emotionless. "All right. But I need to know how much you understand about that vault, and what the specific distribution plan is. Additionally, during the exploration, I need enough autonomy and a safe distance." In fact, he had already used the 1,000 illusion mask to change his appearance, build, and even his aura. Ordinary methods could not see through the mask's disguise. Duke had chosen the face of someone named Leonardo whom he had seen in a past life, and it was even from his youth. The leading Blood Rose wizard seemed unsurprised by Duke's response and nodded, very reasonable. We can discuss specific information and distribution. As we go, staying here isn't wise. As for distance, rest assured, the basis of cooperation is trust and win-win. He stepped aside, indicating Duke could join their ranks, but they all maintained a few meters gap between each other. The other two Blood Rose wizards also slightly adjusted their positions, seemingly casual, yet subtly blocking any escape route Duke might take while maintaining their tactical linkage. Duke's expression remained unchanged, as if not noticing these subtle changes in their stance. He nodded and stepped forward, joining this temporarily assembled team, each harboring their agendas. He didn't get too close, always keeping a distance of about 10 meters from them. This distance allowed him ample reaction time for most sudden occurrences. The four of them kept a subtle and silent atmosphere as they headed deeper into the darkness and unknown of the passage. The leading Blood Rose wizard began to softly share some known patterns of the ruins and their guesses about the vault ahead, while Duke mostly remained silent, occasionally raising a key question or two. At the same time, he focused most of his attention on sensing environmental changes and being wary of any unusual actions from his three temporary teammates. In this superficially cooperative yet inwardly tense atmosphere, they proceeded for about 15 minutes. The passage gradually became wider and taller, with remaining mural content on the walls becoming denser and more significant, mostly depicting scenes of the giant race holding grand ceremonies, worshipping something, or offering precious items somewhere. Finally, they reached the end of passage, or rather, it was the entrance to a huge space. The area ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a nearly circular, over 100 meters in diameter magnificent hall. The hall's dome reached so high that it disappeared into darkness, with only a few beams of cold light reflecting from somewhere unknown, striking obliquely in the central area like searchlights. The air was filled with a stagnant scent of dust, ancient spices, and a faint energy field. What stood out the most was the colossal seamless wall directly opposite where they entered from, embedded with a door. This door was slightly smaller than the giant entrance of the ruins, but still extraordinarily massive. Over 15 meters high and nearly 10 meters wide. The door was made of a deep crimson-red material, like solidified blood, smooth as a mirror, with no handles or keyholes, only a central complex three-dimensional relief composed of numerous twisted lines and sharp geometric patterns. The core of the pattern was a downward concave, bowl-shaped hollow. The entire dark red door stood quietly, emanating a heart-wrenching silence and majesty, as if asleep, yet seemingly waiting. "This is it," said the lead Blood Rose wizard, stopping and speaking with a voice that echoed in the empty hall. "We previously explored up to here, but the seal on this door is very peculiar. We tried various energy inputs, rune decoding, and even physical force, all to no avail. It seems to require some specific condition." His words sounded mixed with sincerity and trouble, and together with the other two, they cast their gaze onto the dark red massive door, eyebrows furrowed, looking like they were pondering over an unsolvable puzzle. Duke stood about 10 meters behind them, his gaze also on that door. His spiritual power extended outward, carefully scanning the relief pattern on the door and that noticeable bowl-shaped hollow. This door was intricately connected with the entire ruin's earth vein energy, and behind the door, there appeared to be a powerful energy barrier. Simultaneously, he kept part of his attention on the three Blood Rose wizards. Their positions seemed scattered naturally, facing the door, but Duke keenly sensed that they, along with him, subtly formed an irregular quadrilateral, with him being relatively isolated in one corner. "Indeed unusual," Duke remarked calmly, stepping forward as if also captivated by the door and wanting a closer look. He stopped about 5 meters from the door, a distance where he could see the details clearly without being too close to the three of them. These relief patterns seemed to be more than just decoration. Duke spoke while extending his hand, seemingly trying to use spiritual power to touch and perceive those patterns. His gaze focused on studying every detail on the door, as if completely immersed in the puzzle-solving thought process. However, deep within his perception, the perception ability of the Eye of Darkness, like the most sensitive radar, was centered on him, covering every inch of the hall. The three blood-colored rose wizards also seemed to be observing the door, but their spiritual power fluctuations, in Duke's perception, were engaging in an extremely subtle, yet increasingly rapid frequency of communication. Moreover, their positioning was undergoing an extremely slow, imperceptible change as Duke focused on researching the door. The leading wizard seemed to unconsciously shift his steps, adjusting his observation angle, but in reality retreated 2 steps to his right rear. Getting closer to Duke's right rear, the other 2 moved slightly to the left front, blocking Duke's direct path toward the door. The other moved to the right front, forming an encircling position with the leader, enveloping Duke's flank and rear. They moved slowly and naturally, as if merely walking with the adjustment of observation angles. If Duke hadn't been secretly vigilant, he would hardly have noticed this subtle, malicious positional adjustment. The initial distance of 10 meters was quietly being shortened by them. The encirclement was silently tightening. Duke was aware of these movements, but showed nothing on his face. He continued maintaining the posture of studying the door, even leaning slightly forward for a closer look at the bowl-shaped groove, as if completely unaware of the danger behind him. The recent high intensity which Array simulated battlefield training was not in vain. These 3, although with remarkable presence, were still a bit too immature in Duke's eyes among level 1 crystallized wizards and did not pose much of a threat to him. This came from the keen intuition forged by recent high-intensity actual combat, with an almost instinctive ability to judge danger. The energy flow of these patterns ultimately converges to this groove. Duke seemed to speak to himself, his voice particularly clear in the vast hall. The material of the groove seems to have a special reaction to life energy. His words were half true observation, the other half a test. Sure enough, the instant his voice fell, he clearly caught the extremely brief spirit exchange behind him, as if reaching a consensus among the 3 blood-colored rose wizards. Immediately after, the leading wizard spoke in a tone mixed with realization and urgency. "Your insight is keen. We had vaguely sensed it before but did not dare to confirm it. Perhaps truly requiring the injection of a specific life energy or a medium containing life essence for the sacrifice to activate this door." His voice was tempting, yet his footsteps unknowingly retreated another half-step. The other 2's encircling stance also completely formed, the 3 like unsheathed sharp blades, sealing off most of Duke's escape space, except for forcefully breaking through the door. The atmosphere in the hall instantly shifted from subtle cooperation to a deadly trap ready to spring. Duke remained facing the huge dark red door, resembling blood and the groove seemingly waiting for a sacrifice, as if completely unaware of the murderous atmosphere behind him. Blood sacrifice, using the blood of level 1 crystallized wizards. He slowly straightened up, no longer pretending to research the door, his voice eerily calm. "No wonder you were so eager to invite a solitary traveler like me, not because you couldn't find a way to open the door, but because you lack a suitable sacrifice, right?" The hall fell into a dead silence for a moment. Subsequently, the leading blood-colored rose wizard let out a short, cold chuckle, devoid of any previous sincerity or dilemma. In the shadow under his hood, 2 scarlet lights suddenly lit up, an undisguised intent to kill and greed. His voice turned hoarse and cruel. "Indeed. This ancient blood door requires the nourishment of blood containing sufficient life essence and spiritual imprint for activation. The blood of ordinary beasts or low-level wizards, both quantity and quality, are far from enough. A well-conditioned level 1 crystallized wizard is the most excellent sacrifice." The other 2 also simultaneously shed their disguise. Intense blood-colored magic power fluctuations surged around them. Witchcraft artifacts appeared in their hands, a short staff with a skull head, a pair of knives entwined with thorn-like energy tendrils, emitting a nauseating scent of blood and soul-level coldness. The 3 formed a triangular formation, completely encircling Duke, blocking all escape routes. The positioning originally meant for cooperation, now transformed into a lethal setup. "Exploring alone, strength unknown, is the most ideal prey," said the wizard wielding the skull short staff, licking his lips, eyes full of cruel excitement. "Blame your bad luck for stepping into our turf." Facing the naked intent to kill an encirclement of 3 wizards of the same level, Duke slowly turned around. His expression under the hood shadow was indistinct. "Sacrifice and pray." Duke's voice was still calm, even carrying a hint of amusement. "Your plan sounds good, but I think, with such a grand ancient door, 1 sacrifice might not be enough. Since you want a blood sacrifice, why not make it more grand? Use the blood of 3 level 1 crystallized wizards for the sacrifice. Wouldn't that be more sincere, with a greater certainty for activation? I think this plan is much more reliable. Arrogant. The wizard wielding the thorn dagger instantly understood Duke's intention. His complexion changed drastically, and he yelled sternly, "Facing death you dare boast." The leading wizard's scarlet eyes also surged with murderous intent, but in his heart there was a mysterious chill. The opponent was too calm, exceptionally calm, faced with an attack of 3 wizards of the same level, either terrified or relying on something. He stopped hesitating and suddenly waved his hand. Attack. Quick victory, don't let him play tricks. The wizard, holding the thorn dagger, was the first to act. He crossed his dagger in a sweeping motion. Countless thorny vines formed from viscous blood, and shadow energy emerged from nowhere, entwining Duke from all directions, limiting movement, and emitting a malicious aura drawing life and paralyzing spirit. The wizard with the skull short staff followed closely with his attack. The green glow from the skull's hollow eye sockets emitted a silent yet direct piercing soul shriek ripple, intending to disrupt Duke's spirit, interrupting his spellcasting or movement. Meanwhile, the leader's own attack was the most dangerous, decisive move. He formed seals with both hands, chanting short, enigmatic incantations, conjuring a continuously rotating, compressed dark red blood spear in front of him, its tip exuding a scalp-piercing sharpness and corrosive power, aimed directly at Duke's core, poised to strike. This is a fatal strike, aimed to pierce through Duke in the moment he is bound and his mind is disturbed. The 3 worked with unparalleled coordination, seamlessly connecting control, interference, and the killing blow. Clearly, this was not their first time working together. Duke was prepared, and yellow sand instantly surged around him. Countless dark golden metallic sand grains coalesced from around him, like a life-bearing dark golden tide, wildly rotating, stacking, and constructing centered on him. In an instant, a hemispherical yellow sand fortress, about 3 meters tall, incredibly sturdy with its surface flowing with strange energy vortexes, enveloped him completely. The surging vines and thorns were directly blocked. Outside the yellow sand fortress, the metallic yellow sand continuously absorbed the energy within the vines and thorns, thereby enhancing the fortress's defensive capabilities. The invisible soul scream collided with the fortress as if it had struck a dense barrier blocking spiritual power, barely causing the sand flow on the fortress's surface to accelerate its rotation without shaking it. The most threatening dark red blood spear arrived instantly, carrying terrifying penetration and corrosive energy, and stabbed fiercely at the front of the fortress. A deafening boom erupted, with sparks and blood light scattering. The spearhead of the blood spear lodged deep into the sand, well by several inches. The powerful impact caused the entire fortress to tremble violently, with sand grains splashing from the surface. However, it stopped there. The thickness and toughness of the fortress were beyond imagination. Or crucially, at the embedded spearhead, sand grains swirled madly, engulfing it, and the corrosive blood energy was rapidly absorbed and converted, with the blood spear's light dimming visibly, ultimately swallowed completely by the moving sand grains and disappearing. This yellow sand has something strange, somewhat similar to those sand guards in the ruins. Can actually absorb the energy from our attacks. The faces of the 3 outside the fortress dramatically changed. Their confident joint killing blow had been resolved so easily by the opponent. In the next second, a hot, wild, destructive energy wave surged throughout the hall. Dozens of magma-like, compressed with terrifying flame energy fireball techniques emerged, carrying extremely high temperatures. These fireballs were not randomly shot, under Duke's delicate spiritual power guidance. They seemed to be thrown by invisible hands, arcing along different trajectories, accurately covering the areas where the 3 Blood Rose wizards stood and the areas they might dodge. Following that, a fierce, roaring tornado appeared. The tornado was not in its natural form, but enhanced with characteristics of a tear storm, filled with countless sharp metallic sand grains assimilated by the Sand Guardian, forming a moving death-cutting storm connecting the ground and ceiling. The tornado swept along a specific trajectory, further constraining the enemy's activity space, and caused the pervasive blood magic power to become utterly chaotic. Fire borrows the wind's force, wind assists the fire's might. The blazing fireballs, driven by the violent tornado, had a wider explosion range, higher flame temperature, with splashing fire mixed with wind blades and sand blades, forming an indiscriminate, fiery storm hell covering nearly 100 meters. Not good. Quickly defend. It's a combined area spell. Avoid the eye of the storm. How is the intensity of this elemental magic so high? The three Blood Rose wizards were utterly terrified, putting aside attacking and frantically deploying their strongest defensive methods. The leader exploded with a dense blood shield, trying to withstand it, while the dagger wizard retreated rapidly, slashing blood-colored light curtains with his dagger, and the skull staff wizard summoned several wailing spirit shields to surround himself. However, under such brutal, indiscriminate bombardment, where element properties were cleverly combined, their defenses appeared utterly lacking. The elemental magic Duke deployed were all carrying various characteristics, combined with the powerful enhancement of his own six-element compound spiritual crystal. The elemental magic cast was far beyond what ordinary wizards could match. Ugh! A pitiful scream erupted. The dagger wizard failed to dodge entirely and was struck on the thigh. A wind blade mixed with metallic sand grains, immediately leaving a mangled mess and hindering movement. Soon after, several fireballs exploded near him, the scorching waves and flames engulfing him. Despite his desperate effort to mobilize his magic power defensively, he was burned to the point of having skin burst open, miserably wretched. The skull staff wizard also got grazed by the edge of an expanding tornado, causing his shield to shatter, leaving him with several deep, bone-exposing cuts, nearly dropping the staff from his hand. Only the leader with the strongest power barely sustained himself through this round of bombardment, though he was ash-colored and dusty, with his blood shield dimming significantly, eyes filled with shock, rage, and disbelief. What kind of monster is this guy? Not only can he casually construct such bizarre defensive fortresses, but he can also comfortably cast such large-scale and powerful combined elemental spells inside them. Is his magic power endless? How is his mastery over multi-element spells so skillful and accurate? Duke remained expressionless, hands pressing voidly within the fortress, unleashing a floodgate of majestic magic power and spiritual power. Blistering meteor showers poured out, with fireballs more densely packed, explosions blending into a continuous sheet, turning the hall's left side into a furnace. The tornado roared up, with more fierce wind, carrying more metallic sand grains, like a wild sand dragon, ravaging and cutting on the right side. Countless exceedingly sharp, edge-glimmering wind blades rushed out, not aiming for broad coverage, but like a trained flying sword squad, elegantly threading through the gaps between fire, rain, and storms, precisely targeting weak spots in the three wizards' defenses, performing tricky stabs and harassment. Duke multitasked. While maintaining the first 3 rounds of bombardment, he activated new spells. Several beams flashing with sacred light, but carrying sharp penetration power, ray of light, shot out from cunning angles, targeting vital points, with an additional restraining effect on the tainted blood magic. On the ground, massive rock spikes suddenly thrust out, forcing the enemy to change positions, disrupting their defensive rhythm, even exploding rock bombs beneath their feet, leaving them pitifully besieged. The entire hall had totally transformed into Duke's elemental magic performance arena. Fire, wind, light, earth, water, various elemental attacks wove into a destructive symphony, indiscriminately covering every inch of space except for the yellow sand fortress. The sound of roaring, explosions, wind blades screeching, shield shattering, along with the screams of the increasingly desperate Blood Rose wizards, mixed together. Madman! Is his magic power endless? Hold on, find the chance to counterattack. I can't anymore. My shield is about to break, help. The 3 members of the Blood Rose tried to counterattack, throwing blood spears, soul wails, various curses and offensive spells desperately at the yellow sand fortress. Yet, whether it was energy attacks or physical impacts, they were securely absorbed by the fortress, which appeared heavy and clumsy but was actually agile and resilient, absorbing energy. At most, it caused the sand on the surface to churn violently, but it couldn't shake its foundation at all. They were already overwhelmed trying to protect themselves amidst the bombardment of various elemental spells. The counterattacks they could muster in such a situation was severely limited and posed no substantial threat to Duke. Although the hall was large, it felt cramped under the sweep of these large-area, destructive spells. No one expected anyone would launch such mad attacks, without considering if they would be caught in it. Duke completely relied on the powerful defense of his Sand Guardian and his exquisite spell control, to minimize the impact on himself. Despite the chaotic bombardment outside, seemingly disorderly and chaotic, every spell was actually under Duke's perception and control, thanks to the extremely powerful control abilities conferred by the six-element compound spiritual crystal, allowing for the easy multitasking. To be precise, he could handle hundreds of tasks at once. At this moment, Duke's spiritual power crystal was truly operating. It was only after a period of high-intensity combat that he slowly discovered the powerful potential of this spiritual power crystal. Far more formidable than that of an ordinary wizard. The three members of the Blood Rose still tried to evade, but with the full-scale, high-density, and attribute-complementary spell bombardment, the space for evasion was compressed to the extreme. Every move risked colliding with a new fireball or wind blade, and the ground beneath was also unsafe. They attempted to force their way towards the hallway entrance, but Duke immediately focused his attention there. That area bore the most concentrated firepower. Like a death zone, despair crept upon them like a cold, venomous snake, entangling their hearts bit by bit. The first to collapse was the Thistle Dagger Wizard, impeded by a thigh injury. His blood-red barrier finally shattered under continuous strikes. A light arrow seized the opportunity, piercing his shoulder, followed by several fireballs exploding beside him, engulfing him in flames. The screams cut off abruptly. His charred body fell, with life force quickly dissipating. A wisp of dense blood essence floated out, greedily absorbed by the dark red giant door. "Hughes!" the leader exclaimed, but could not help himself. His and the skeleton staff wizard's defenses were also at their limits. Their shield lights dimmed, body covered with wounds, nearly depleted of magic power. "Let's fight him to the end." The skeleton staff wizard looked insane, burning the remaining life force, releasing a dense, malicious gray fog to corrode the yellow sand fortress, simultaneously hurling himself in a last attempt. Since they wouldn't truly die here, they had little concern over employing forbidden techniques. Duke's eyes remained unmoved, and with a thought, the gravel in front of the fortress instantly condensed into a massive metal palm, with immense weight and energy absorption attributes, dispersing the gray fog with a slap, then swatting away the charging skeleton staff wizard like a fly. The sound of bones cracking was distinctly heard as the wizard crashed into a distant wall and slid down limply, clearly doomed. The second stream of blood essence fed the giant door. Now, only the leading Blood Rose wizard remained. His hair was disheveled, robe tattered, body marred with burns and cuts, and his blood sword showed cracks. He gazed at his companions' tragic corpses, at the giant door that drank blood with increasingly bright patterns, then at the yellow sand fortress, standing like an unpassable mountain amid endless elemental bombardment. Eyes filled with bloodshot madness and hatred, yet even more with unfathomable fear and despair. "Ugh!" he roared unwillingly, squeezing out the last ounce of magic power, sending a massive blood-red sword Kai at the fortress, before turning and fleeing desperately towards the corridor with his last energy. Duke didn't even specifically target him. With just a thought, he instantly increased the density of meteor fire rain and wind blade spells in that area by 30%, while two phantoms of the judgment of the holy light sword descended from the sky, blocking his way. In the hopeless roar and amidst the flames and wind blades, the last breath of resistance finally extinguished. The third and also the thickest stream of blood essence, merged with all the life energy of the leader wizard, surged into the groove of the giant door. The hall fell silent finally. Only the lingering burnt and bloody scent and the slight breeze caused by chaotic energy remained. The yellow sand fortress slowly dissipated, once again becoming a sand flow circling Duke, seemingly scattered but actually ready to form and defend at any moment. Duke maintained a calm expression, though his breathing was slightly labored. Maintaining such high intensity, multi-element wide-range spell bombardments for a prolonged period drained massive amounts of his magic and spiritual power, even with his recovery speed. Yet his eyes remained bright and sharp as he slowly walked to the center of the hall. The ancient crimson blood door had undergone a dramatic transformation at this moment. The bowl-shaped groove on the door seemed sated with blood, emitting a misty dark red glow. Centered around the groove, those complex, three-dimensional relief patterns were more than half illuminated by the flowing dark red light, pulsating like blood vessels. An ancient, heavy aura, tinged with an indistinct pressure, seeped from behind the door. The door was about to open. Duke glanced at the three miserable corpses on the ground. Then at the giant door with streaming lights, his expression calm. 3 offerings seems it's enough. He murmured softly, before shifting his full attention to the relic's core entrance about to open, adjusting his own state, preparing to confront the unknown behind the door. When the last bit of blood essence belonging to the leader was thoroughly absorbed by the groove on the dark red giant door, the entire bowl-shaped structure suddenly burst with a violent pulse, akin to a heart violently contracting, and then relaxing. A deep rumbling emanated directly from the door known as the Ancient Blood Door, where the relief patterns, mostly illuminated by the dark red brilliance, connected and penetrated swiftly, forming a complete and mysterious energy diagram. Then the heavy friction noise echoed, as if ancient, dust-covered mechanisms were arduously operating in the depths beneath the surface. The towering 15-meter-tall dark red giant door didn't open to the sides, nor did it lift upward, rather began to slowly and steadily rotate inward, as if pushed by an invisible giant hand. The sound of the door axis turning was as muffled as thunder, grinding past the dust of ages. As the door continued to rotate, a scent 100 times richer than before, mixed with rock dust, ancient spices, the stagnation of time, and an indescribable aura of majesty, surged forth like a vintage that has been accumulating for thousands of years from the deep darkness behind the door, flooding the entire vestibule. Even the metallic sand currents surrounding Duke trembled slightly, emitting a low hum. Duke held his breath and focused, enhancing all his senses and detection methods to their extreme, tightly locking onto the gradually widening crack of the door. There was no energy fluctuation from triggered traps yet, nor was there any murderous intent from guards springing out, only the thick and almost tangible ancient aura and the absolute darkness beyond the door that seemed to absorb all light. Finally, the giant door rotated approximately 45 degrees, forming a deep triangular entrance wide enough for several people to walk through side by side. The light on the door gradually subsided, leaving only a faint dark red glow illuminating the edges of the entrance. Duke did not immediately step in. Instead, he patiently waited for a moment, confirming there were no further changes. Before taking a step forward, the sand currents around him swirled quietly into the tightest protective stance as he stepped into the darkness that seemed capable of swallowing everything. After a brief period of visual adjustment, Duke saw the scene inside clearly. It was an almost perfect circular hall, its scale far exceeding that of ordinary human halls. The dome towered upwards as if it had no end, merging into a deep darkness that mimicked the starry sky, with only dots of cold light, faintly flickering as if ancient stars. The diameter of the hall exceeded 1,000 meters at a rough estimate. The floor was paved with massive slabs of deep green stone, smooth as jade yet remarkably hard. Each slab was astonishingly large, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the faint light from the dome. Supporting this vast space were 12 gigantic stone pillars, requiring dozens of people to encircle them. These pillars were not simple cylindrical columns, but rather carved into towering, armored giant warrior figures. They kneeled on one knee, shoulders and backs supporting the dome, their expressions solemn, gazes piercing through time. Fixating on the center of the hall, each carved warrior on the pillars was meticulously detailed, the armor's patterns, the muscle contours, even the directional flow of hair intricate and visible, filled with awe-inspiring strength and beauty, silently narrating the civilization's former strength and the brilliance of its artistry. The circular walls of the hall were entirely covered in grand frescoes and deep reliefs. The frescoes evidently used special mineral pigments and techniques. Despite the passage of time, most areas remained vivid and lifelike. With epic strokes, they detailed the rise of the giant race from ignorance, the establishment of a vast empire, the development of a unique and flourishing civilization, to the eventual facing of a sweeping catastrophe, their collective resistance and tragic demise. The images were grand and sorrowful, filled with a monumental aura, engulfing those present in a sense of awe as if hearing the horns of ancient battlefields and the lament of the civilization's collapse. The air was saturated with a profound quiet. Not a dead silence, but a deep stillness that had settled over countless ages. Witnessing the rise and fall of civilizations, even the drifting dust seemed to carry a rhythm. The pervasive ancient pressure here reached its peak, but strangely did not suffocate, instead evoking a solemn feeling of standing at the source of the historical river, facing the monumental testament of civilization. The focal point of the entire hall lay at the precise center of the circular floor, where there was a slab. It was a trapezoidal slab distinctly different in color from the green stone floor, presenting a heavy dark golden hue, standing nearly 100 meters tall, narrower at the top and wider at the bottom, steadily placed on a slightly elevated circular base. The surface of the slab wasn't smooth, but filled with countless varying depths and sizes of engravings. These engravings were by no means randomly crafted. They formed an extremely complex dimensional energy circuit and a runic array. Some engravings were as deep as several inches, with sharp edges as if carved by a giant axe, while others were as fine as hair, spiraling around like naturally formed veins. Within every engraving there subtly flowed a dark golden liquid light, dense as mercury yet seemingly alive, gently pulsing. Merely gazing from afar, one could feel the terrifying amount of information contained within, and the heavy, ancient, and blunt impression of power directly reaching the source of rules. Duke approached slowly, gazing up at this giant dark golden slab, observing carefully. His figure seemed so small in front of this massive slab. Ancient stone tablet magic. Duke noticed some details after observing for a long time. He had seen similar records in some extremely ancient tomes. In the long river of civilization development across the endless plain, the carriers of knowledge were not fixed. Parchment, memory crystals, spirit imprints was suitable for most knowledge, but for high-level magic, forbidden knowledge, and even racial heritage that touched upon the deep rules of the world with extremely violent energy or special nature, ordinary carriers could not bear the rules and energy they contained. Even slightly more complex level 1 magic could not be recorded with simple paper. A carrier akin to demon skin was required. Thus, the ancestors of the endless plane devised various special ways of carrying knowledge. Among them, the rune stone tablet was one of the most ancient and powerful. They chose special stone materials that naturally carried large amounts of energy and were extremely stable in nature. Often these stones were special materials or had been infused with divine blood, crafted by strong individuals whose spiritual power and skills had reached their peak, using their understanding of rules as a carving knife to imprint the magic's model, principles, and everything it encompassed directly into the material structure of the tablet. The dark golden slab before him was undoubtedly such an existence. It itself was the embodiment of a core inheritance magic of the giant civilization. Observing and understanding, it was not reading text, but directly resonating spiritually with the imprinted magic within the slab. Duke suppressed the urge to immediately step forward and perceive it. First, he circled the hall, scanning every inch of the floor, walls, and giant pillars with meticulous spiritual power to confirm that there were no hidden guard mechanisms or traps. Then, he returned to the front of the slab, adjusting his breathing, reaching his optimal state. Duke cautiously extended his spiritual power, slowly making contact with the slab. As the spiritual power met the energy flow on the surface of the slab, vast visions of strength, earth, and immortality exploded directly in his mind. In Duke's mind, it's no longer the static engravings on the stone slab, but the majestic illusion of a giant roaring to the sky, shaking mountains with his fists, supporting the sky with his spine, and communicating with the earth veins through blood. Countless fragments of primitive and arcane insights, like fragments of stars, fell upon him, attempting to imprint themselves in his spiritual sea. The contents recorded on this stone slab are by no means ordinary magic. It's more like an ancient legacy pointing directly to the source of power, possibly even touching upon rules. Its complexity and profundity far exceeding any level 1 magic, potentially involving level 2 and even higher levels of the truth of power. Duke let out a muffled grunt, forcibly stabilizing his mind. The 6-element compound spiritual crystal operating frantically, striving to digest and analyze this flood of information. However, this legacy is too vast, with an astonishingly high information density, and the rule intent it contains vastly differs from his existing knowledge system. It's like a primary school student suddenly facing an ultimate problem in advanced mathematics. He can feel its grandeur and power, but cannot understand even a fraction of it in a short time. No. Too complicated, too profound. The level of this stone slab's legacy is too high, without the corresponding foundational knowledge and enough time to immerse in it. Forcibly comprehending it not only has low efficiency, but may damage the spirit due to misunderstanding, possibly causing a backlash. Duke swiftly judged in his heart, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Just this initial contact has consumed a large amount of his spiritual power. At this moment, his constantly vigilant perception ability sharply detected a slight but distinctly unnatural energy disturbance coming from the triangular entrance he came through, along with faintly suppressed footsteps and the rustling of clothes. Someone is coming, more than one. They're moving quickly and closing in. Duke's eyes narrowed. Clearly, the noise from the previous element bombardment or the commotion from the opening of this ancient blood door attracted other competitors exploring the ruins. At this moment, Duke faced a choice. Either stay here, risking being discovered by the newcomers, getting involved in a fight or even an assault, to continue attempting to comprehend this evidently hard-to-crack nut in a short period. Or give up understanding, leave immediately. Facing this invaluable ancient legacy stone slab, can he truly be willing to abandon it? Duke could foresee that the value contained in this stone slab far exceeds imagination, and giving up would be too unfortunate. He could also choose to stay and take on whoever comes, but doing so would be extremely unwise, and Duke wasn't arrogant enough to think he could take on everyone single-handedly. There are so many people entering the ruins. They could exhaust him to death. Staying here to comprehend it continuously is impossible. Might as well just take this stone slab along. Duke's gaze again fell on the nearly 100-meter-tall dark golden stone slab, like a small mountain. This thought seemed absurd. Such a massive object, a regular space ring's capacity could hardly fit even a corner. Moreover, these ancient slabs containing special energy and material are extremely difficult to be encompassed by ordinary space equipment. Forced attempts would only lead to the collapse of space equipment. The space ring Duke currently possesses can't accommodate such a gigantic stone slab, and he can roughly see that this slab cannot fit into general space equipment. Ordinary wizard space equipment probably can't fit this thing, nor can it be fitted inside. But if others have no way, Duke does. He subconsciously sensed the light god court. Although it's still just a nascent plane, it's at least at the plane level, completely capable of holding this stone slab. The difficulty lies in how to extract this colossal thing from the base, closely bound to the ruins' earth veins, and the process mustn't be slow. It has to be completed before people outside burst in. First, Duke needs to sever the connection between the stone slab and the ruins' earth veins. He pressed his palms forcefully on the dark green ground. At the edge of the stone slab's base, spiritual power, like numerous fine probes, spread down along the stone slab base, sensing the invisible yet resilient ancient rune connection that anchors the stone slab to the earth vein energy nodes. With a thought, the metallic sand surrounding Duke instantly divided into a stream, like countless tiny drills with energy absorption and erosion characteristics, frantically digging into the ground, heading towards those hidden rune connection points. Meanwhile, he mobilized the power of metallic yellow sand, forming miniature gravity collapse points. Precisely acting on those rune nodes, in conjunction with the erosion by metallic yellow sand, attacking from both inside and outside to break down their structural stability. Kriak, crack, fine yet chilling cracking sounds emanated from deep within the stone slab base. The massive stone slab slightly trembled, and the light flowing on its surface showed a brief turbulence. Seeing this state, Duke knew it was effective, but the pace was too slow. At this rate, it would take at least half an hour to completely cut the connection. The disturbances from afar grew clearer. There was no time left. Duke gritted his teeth. Yellow sand surged instantly around him. A large amount of sand drilled underground, circling beneath the massive stone slab, then forming a huge net attempting to forcibly uncover this stone slab. Seeing such a scene, anyone would probably be dumbfounded. When setting up this ruin, the officials of the Seville Empire probably never imagined someone would want to take the entire stone slab away. The sand rapidly accumulated, hardened, deformed. Under Duke's exquisite spiritual power manipulation, it condensed beneath the stone slab and the base into dozens of immensely thick giant wedges and levers with spiral patterns. At the same time, Duke reverse utilized the effect of gravity yellow sand. A powerful upward gravity field was created above the stone slab, like countless invisible giant hands lifting it upwards. Duke's forehead veins bulged, and his face became instantly pale. The magic power inside him flowed into the metallic yellow sand like a floodgate opening, simultaneously controlling so many lines. with intense, high-precision manipulation. It was an unprecedentedly terrifying drain on his spiritual power, magic power, and physical strength. He felt as if his spiritual sea was being emptied, and even his body stung faintly due to the rampant surge of magic power, but his gaze still locked tightly on the trembling giant stone slab. If not for the earth spring continuously replenishing his magic power, it would have been emptied instantly. Shortly afterward, under the pry of the sand's giant wedges, the exertion of the sand's levers, the lifting by the reverse gravity field, the stone slab that had been dormant for countless millennia emitted an earth-shattering roar. The slab began to slowly and arduously separate from the circular pedestal, with the enormous base cracking, debris flying, revealing the complex intertwined energy veins below. The dark golden engravings at the bottom of the slab emitted dazzling flashes and explosions as the energy connections on the ground splintered. With each inch of detachment, it seemed to be resisting the power of the entire ruins. Sand flows violently churned around Duke, with a trickle of blood flowing from his nose, a sign of spiritual power exhaustion. Magic power could be replenished through the earth spring, but spiritual power loss couldn't be rapidly recovered in a short time. Meanwhile, in the Seville Empire's Anvil Castle, Void Echo Quadrant competition execution details Central Monitoring Hall. In this heavily guarded hall, located in the city's core area, dozens of massive screens made of pure crystals and complex rune arrays floated in mid-air, displaying real-time energy fluctuations in key areas of the competition venue, participant distribution, and critical node status. In front of the screens, several wizards donned in deep blue official robes of the Seville Empire, exuding an aura deep as the abyss, were intently watching. They wore gear and star emblems, representing high-level authority as the core personnel responsible for hosting, monitoring, and ensuring the smooth operation of this competition. On one of the screens, the view inside the Giant's Ruins core hall was displayed, focusing on Duke manipulating sand flows and gravity fields, attempting to shake the slab. The image was clear enough to see Duke's sweat beads and blood traces from his nose, along with the chaotic energy streams as the slab separated inch by inch from the base. This contestant's real name is Duke, hailing from the West Coast's Black Sail, identified as a breaker. Holder of Black Sail's Level 1 honorary medal, also a Level 1 arcanist. A middle-aged witch with a stern face and wearing a monocle swiftly pulled up the data, her voice like precise gear meshing, devoid of emotional fluctuation. HMPH, truly a reckless youth. A nearby elderly man with gray hair but sharp eyes like an eagle snorted, tapping his fingers on the console. The slab's purpose is for contestants entering the ruins. To ponder, how much they gain depends entirely on personal comprehension. Not for them to simply take away. This deviates from the initial purpose of the resource point design. I suggest triggering the competition emergency mechanism, temporarily revoking his abilities due to outside regulation reasons to stop him. His proposal elicited slight nods from several colleagues. After all, letting a Level 1 mage take away such an important slab indeed seemed naive, and might affect subsequent contestants' exploration experience and competition balance. They knew the slab's value, if only the local prodigies took it, but letting a wizard from the West Coast take it would be giving them an advantage. This was an unspoken thought shared by many of them. However, seated at the command position, silent and watching the screen, a middle-aged warlock with meticulously combed hair, an elegant demeanor yet inherently authoritative, and the chief responsible for this Anvil Castle competition zone, Russell, gently shook his head. "Carl, I understand your concerns." Russell's voice was calm and magnetic, yet carried an undeniable weight. "But please reflect and consult Void Echo Quadrant competition execution details, Section 3, Clause 7, regarding resource acquisition methods." The screen before him promptly pulled up the relevant clause, cold text floating in the air. The clause is clear. Russell tapped the line of text with his fingertip. Any method, no preset limitations, based on actual feedback and personal capabilities. This contestant Duke discovered the slab and attempted acquisition based on his abilities. He hasn't exploited loopholes nor violated competition rules. His actions, though beyond our expectations, are strictly speaking within the permissible framework. Carl, the elderly man, furrowed his brow, but Russell, the slab's value. Value aside, as long as it exists within the quadrant. Who can obtain it and how is the contestant's own skill, Russell interrupted him, directing his gaze back to the screen at the wavering yet stubborn figure. Our duty is to maintain fair competition operation, monitor anomalies, and prevent catastrophic events, not to act as guardians or difficulty adjusters for resources. If today we intervene because he might take a precious item, then tomorrow must we limit every contestant who finds rare materials? How can we ensure the competition's fairness and openness? He paused, a subtle, inscrutable glint in his eyes. Moreover, do you truly believe he can take it? Even if he's cut off part of the earth-vein connection. With his level 1 mage spiritual power and magic power, controlling such a huge object without placing it into a space ring, is he expected to take this slab through the rest of the competition? Russell chuckled lightly, his smile tinged with a sense of amusement at a junior's bold attempt, alongside a judgment rooted in experience. I bet he can't. Even if he succeeds, it would be from exhausted strength, and whether he can keep his gain depends on those wizards responding from outside. This too is part of the competition. So you mean, leave him be? The middle-aged witch adjusted her monocle. Wait and see. Russell gave the final decision. Record all data, including his attempt to move the slab's energy model, consumption data, and potential space fluctuations. It's an exceptionally valuable research sample in itself. As for the outcome, let's see what surprises this breaker can bring us, or if it results in a predictable failure. The monitoring hall returned to silence. Only the subtle hum of rune screens glowing flowed quietly. The official personnel's gazes concentrated on the solitary figure on the screen, creating miracles or facing imminent defeat. The nearly 100-meter-high, mountain-heavy slab, when forced to sever most of the connection with the earth veins of the ruins, finally lost its main anchoring force, suddenly soaring upward with the metallic yellow sand. The gigantic trapezoidal slab at this moment resembled a giant awakened from deep slumber, slightly swaying, its base completely detached from the circular pedestal that had constrained it for countless ages, hovering several meters off the ground. The shattered pedestal stones cascaded down like a waterfall, smashing into a newly formed pit below, dust billowing skyward. Just as the slab entirely detached from the base, in its rootless state, Duke gritted his teeth against the spiritual powers tearing pain, communicated with the light god court, and directly flung the slab into it. A moment later, the colossal stone slab, towering over 100 meters and suspended in the hall, suddenly vanished. The entire hall instantly felt much more spacious, as the gigantic stone slab, filled with an ancient aura, disappeared so abruptly. Success. Succeeded. In the monitoring hall, the witch wearing mechanical lenses instinctively leaned forward, a rare look of surprise appearing on her icy face. The old man Carl opened his mouth slightly, staring at the empty giant pit on the screen, momentarily speechless. He had anticipated Duke's failure, anticipated Duke's exhaustion being taken advantage of by others, and even anticipated the chaos of contention if Duke managed to pull it out but couldn't take it away. The only thing he hadn't anticipated was that such a massive stone slab could be so quietly and neatly stored away. The calm on Russell Yinwen's scholarly face was finally broken. His pupils slightly contracted, and his fingers tapped the console unconsciously. Then he regained his composure, though an unprecedented gleam of interest flashed in his eyes. Direct absorption, not a space ring. A higher level of space containment. He murmured to himself, "It seems we have underestimated this limit breaker from the west coast." Inside the relic hall, the moment the stone slab disappeared, Duke's body relaxed instantly, nearly losing his balance and falling. He breathed heavily, each inhalation bringing a burning pain, his vision blurring and his consciousness starting to fade. Duke disregarded the pain from all over his body and the agony in his spiritual power, hurriedly taking out several bottles of magic potion and downing them quickly. The magic power quickly took effect inside his body, alleviating the tearing pain in his spiritual power. The tears and other injuries all over his body began to heal swiftly. If it were just an ordinary 100-meter-high stone slab, it wouldn't have put so much pressure on him. This slab was not only made of special material, but also contained unique energy, not something that could be lifted by pure strength alone. Just then, the sound of cutting through the air rang out continuously, as 5 figures with vigilance and curiosity rapidly rushed in through the triangular entrance, landing on the edges of the hall. They immediately noticed the terrifying gigantic pit. in the center of the hall with a diameter of over 100 meters, bottomlessly deep. The scattered broken pedestal around the pit, along with the gray-robed wizard on the brink of collapse at the edge of the pit. Their gazes flickered between the giant pit and Duke, the intense residual energy fluctuations in the air, and the lingering dust silently recounting the astonishing events that had just occurred here. When their eyes fell on Duke, perceiving his unhidden state of weakness, a subtle and dangerous atmosphere began to quietly permeate this vast, ancient hall. They didn't know exactly what had happened here, but from the situation, they could roughly infer that something valuable had most likely been taken by Duke, and this item was evidently something extraordinary, as Duke must have paid a huge price to obtain it. Now, with Duke in such poor condition, he certainly wouldn't be able to oppose them, and this was the perfect time to strike. This also led to another rule in the quadrant contest, that if killed by other competitors during the competition, your gains during the competition would be tallied to the person who killed you, unless it was a tangible item like the golden fruit that Duke had found. The stone slab Duke obtained was also a tangible object, not a virtual projection placed here, but something that truly existed. Even if these people killed Duke, he would only lose the ordinary materials he had acquired prior. The stone slab would still lie quietly within the light god court. However, these five were unaware of this scenario. They hadn't encountered tangible resources before and thought that simply killing Duke would allow them to claim the spoils. Just as the five latecomers exchanged glances, with killing intent and greed gradually escalating, their bodies moved slightly. As they were about to encircle the weakened Duke, an unforeseen event suddenly struck. First, there was a massive cracking sound seemingly from the depths of the earth, followed by the entire magnificent circular hall suddenly shaking intensely. This quake was no ordinary earthquake. It was as if the backbone of the entire relic had been abruptly removed, triggering a structural collapse after losing its core support. Above the dome, those simulacra of ancient stars flickered wildly, their cold light unstable. The high ceiling started to shed massive fragments of rock aflame with eerie blue energy, crashing down like doomsday meteors. A gigantic boulder over 10 meters in diameter smashed into the ground near Duke, causing the dark green stone slabs to instantly crack and explode, with a violent shockwave carrying debris sweeping out. Soon after, a second, a third. It seemed as if the entire dome was about to cave in. The 12 giant warrior stone pillars supporting the hall also began to groan and crack under the burden. Intricate carvings on the pillar's surface were covered in ominous fissures, with gravel sifting down. One pillar even started to lean in the middle, bringing a large portion of the dome's structure sliding to one side, causing a thunderous roar as dust and chaotic energy currents surged skyward. The colorful murals on the walls, recording the epic of giant civilization, also peeled and shattered in large pieces amidst the violent tremor, reduced to the dust of history. The air filled with a heavy scent of dust, rock powder, and a turbulent energy flux exuding a burnt and destructive aura, released from the instability of the relic's energy core. The relic is collapsing. The five competitors poised to attack Duke were instantly petrified by the sudden awe of nature, their souls seemingly fleeing their bodies. They weren't really afraid of death after all. True death wouldn't occur here, but lamented that there was still much time to collect resources, and it would be too regrettable to die here. The competition lasted a whole month, and not even half of it had passed yet. Dropping out so early would be such a loss. Faced with such a situation in an ordinary underground area, they wouldn't fear. At least being a level 1 mage, one wouldn't just be buried alive and die. The key is that this place is deep within the relic, with various restrictions everywhere. The collapse of the relic could likely trigger these restrictions, unleashing energy turmoil that a normal level 1 mage couldn't handle. The collapse was intensifying, with more structures failing. The ground began to show massive cracks, swiftly spreading like menacing scars, making it seem like the entire hall would be completely buried any moment. And Duke, situated at the center of the collapse, closest to the danger, remained calm during the initial violent tremor. The slab is either the energy core or one of the critical structural supports of these ruins. Forcibly removing it has indeed triggered a chain reaction. This thought flashed through Duke's mind. He had sensed it before, but hadn't anticipated such a violent and rapid collapse. Surveying his surroundings, Duke decided to immediately assume his dark form and escape into the shadow space. After advancing to level 1 crystallized mage, entering the dark form no longer required relying on the shadow cloak to access the shadow space. Duke surrounded himself with yellow sand to obscure others' vision, then transitioned into his dark form. Once in dark form, his entire aura instantly turned ethereal and void, as if blending into the swirling dust. Flickering shadows and deep crevices and shadows caused by structural damage. His body resembled ink dropped into water, spreading out in place, the color swiftly fading, becoming transparent, eventually disappearing entirely amidst the collapsing dust and chaotic light. Instantly, all the noise, collapse, dust, and light, the entire sensory stimulation from the outside world dramatically diminished and warped. What he saw was a world of inverted colors, where everything stretched into bizarre streamlines. The outlines of the ruins turned into a writhing, blurred-edged dark gray silhouette. The falling stones became slow descending, long-tailed dark red light trails, while the energy burst resembled mute, fleeting and extinguishing white flowers. Sounds vanished, or rather, transformed into inexplicable distant hums and sharp howls, directly impacting the soul, unsettling the mind. Real-world scenes were reduced to vague contours and flowing shadows, sounds became distant and distorted, and physical laws appeared unstable. Ubiquitous shadow energy enveloped him like flowing water, with an icy chill and whisper like erosion. Even a trace might freeze a soul or warp a mind, greatly affecting spiritual power for ordinary creatures. However, for Duke, now in dark form, the experience was far more complex. Cold still pierced, whispers remained disruptive, but the ever-present shadow energy felt less like an invader and more like a too intense hometown fragrance. His body instinctively absorbed its purest elements, replenishing the consumption of dark form, his spiritual resistance greatly enhanced, the whispers akin to noise through thick glass annoying but not truly harmful. It certainly gave him a familiar sense of returning to the source, yet it was by no means a comforting home. More like a perilous homeland fraught with danger and overflowing with power. Focusing his mind, Duke began gliding through this bizarre space, relying on dark form's innate control over shadows. Real-world coordinates morphed into vague anchors in his perception. He cautiously adjusted his direction, navigating toward the shadows outside the ruins, where the woods were dense. Everything seemed all right. Though his pace wasn't swift, he was gradually distancing from the chaotic energy vortex at the collapse's center. After a while, without warning, the entire bizarre, color-inverted shadow space trembled violently. Looking up, Duke saw in the far distance, at the edge of a twisted shadow, an inverted color horizon, an indescribably large silhouette slowly moving over. The silhouette appeared to be composed of the purest darkness, its outline blurred, resembling a devouring nebula whirlpool or an unnameable form spanning dimensions. Its scale surpassed Duke's comprehension, as if filling every corner of the view, yet seemingly far away. The sheer presence itself felt like the universe's weight pressing onto the soul. Before the silhouette, the violent energies twisted laws, and disturbing whispers in the shadow space grew gentle and silent. As if paying homage to a supreme ruler, an absolute instinctual terror seized Duke's heart. In its gaze, his dark form mildly trembled, not from fear, but reminiscent of a minor creature facing a prehistoric beast, unable to suppress physiological awe and alertness. Duke acutely felt that before this presence, he was less than dust. Yet the silhouette didn't seem purposely targeting him. Its movement was slow and grand, as if following some ancient rhythm. Even so, its inadvertent presence ripple had already rendered Duke's shadow space area highly unstable. The spatial structure beginning to crack like glass, and the tamed shadow energy once again became violent, seemingly ready to converge upon, compress, and assimilate him into this silent part. Can't stay here any longer. Duke didn't doubt for a second that if the silhouette drew closer, or its passage alone caused ripples, it would be enough to completely dismantle his tenuous dark form, eternally trapping his soul in this eerie shadow or extinguishing it outright. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to leave the shadow space prematurely, as if breaking through ice or being forced out from viscous tar. Duke's figure emerged in extreme disarray from the shadows under a massive moss-covered rock slab, rolling onto the soft humus heavily. Sunlight streamed through forest openings, and bird songs faintly echoed. He returned to the real world at the foot of a steep cliff outside the ruins valley, surrounded by dense shrubbery and vines, highly concealed. Duke plopped to the ground, fingers barely movable, panting heavily, each breath laced with rust and internal pains. Hints of the silent grand hum imparted by the terrifying silhouette in shadow space seemed to linger, making his soul tremble. What on earth is that thing? The lingering fear crossed his mind. Just that moment alone brought tremendous pressure. But now wasn't the time to ponder. Duke's injuries was severe, worse than during the collapse's epicenter. He had to find a perfectly safe place to heal immediately. He hurriedly produced a tube with a fragment of Spring of Life, uncorked it and drank. Using the Spring of Life for healing was a lavish act, yet given current urgency, he couldn't afford hesitation. One should save resources wisely, but when needed, must not hesitate to spend. The cool and majestic life energy of the Spring of Life surged down Duke's throat, instantly transforming into countless gentle warm currents, quickly repairing the most severe tears and hidden injuries within his body. Duke listened intently, and from the direction of the ruins, the dull rumbling of collapse could still be heard, but there were no signs of other contestants approaching this place for the time being. However, this place was still too close to the ruins and was definitely not a location to stay for long. With a thought, Duke conjured sand beneath his feet. Then the air behind him distorted, and a pair of translucent, cyan wind wings composed of highly compressed air currents unfurled. In an instant, Duke's figure shifted, skimming below the steep cliffs and dense canopy, flying at a low-altitude flight almost hugging the terrain, swiftly heading towards the northeast, away from the direction of the ruins' collapse. He dared not fly too high, as it would make him an obvious target, nor did he dare to move at full speed to prevent aggravating his injuries. Yet, even so, his speed was several times faster than trekking through the dense forest on foot. The wind whistled past his ears, and the forest below rushed away like green waves. After flying for about 10 minutes, the trees ahead grew taller and more humid, and the freshness of water vapor in the air became noticeably stronger. Through the gaps in the trees, he saw a wide expanse of water shimmering in the midday sunlight. It was a lake nestled in the embrace of surrounding mountains, irregular in shape, with rugged rocks along the shore, towering ancient trees, and drooping vines even reaching directly into the water. The lake's color transitioned from the near-shore clarity to the center's deep, dark green, indicating incredible depth. Duke maneuvered the wind wings to slow down, circling above the lake to observe from several different angles quickly. The lake's surface was calm, with only the ripples caused by a gentle breeze and the occasional frolic of water birds. There were no obvious traces of human activity on the shore, nor any signs of powerful demons. The lake's depth and color suggested a complex underwater terrain, suitable for hiding. He did not immediately descend, but chose a spot on the lake's west side, backed by a giant rock wall, where the shoreline was most densely vegetated, and a small pebble beach extended into the water. This location provided relatively hidden sightlines, with rocks and trees offering excellent cover. Duke gradually lowered his altitude, with the sand beneath his feet first touching the water surface, creating subtle ripples in the shallow, and then firmly stepping onto the pebble beach under the water, as the wind wings quietly folded away. He didn't immediately delve into the lake, but quickly consumed a few potions to stabilize his spirit and replenish basic magic power, taking a brief respite to stabilize his condition a bit further. Meanwhile, his spiritual power, like invisible tendrils, cautiously probed into the lake water ahead, extending deeper. The lake water felt pure and teeming with vitality, with the water element exceptionally active and gentle. The depth probe soon yielded results. This area's water exceeded 100 meters, with a lakebed comprising sloping rocky ground covered with some silt and aquatic plants. There seemed to be caves or crevices further below. After thoroughly exploring the lakebed situation, Duke stepped into the water. With the high-level water element affinity talent, the underwater environment felt no different from home to him. With a mere thought, the water naturally propelled him towards the deeper center of the lake. He descended like a fish returning to the sea, with graceful and swift movements. As the depth increased, the light swiftly diminished, with the surroundings transitioning from bright blue-green to a hazy dark blue, and finally into a silent darkness. Only a few self-illuminating small aquatic creatures and faint mineral fluorescence leaking from deep rock crevices provided a starry-like illumination. The pressure gradually increased, but it posed no issue for Duke, who functioned freely in the deep sea. Duke avoided the areas dense with aquatic plants, swimming towards a recessed area on the lakebed rock wall detected earlier. It was a naturally formed rock wall alcove, partially hidden by massive lake stones, with an internal space larger than anticipated, sufficient to accommodate several people. Thick, curtain-like dark green algae hung from above the alcove entrance, forming a perfect natural camouflage. Duke swam into the alcove's interior, where it was darker and quieter, with the lake waters almost motionless except for extremely slow water exchange. Suspended in the center of the alcove, he confirmed again that no dangerous creatures or abnormal energies were nearby. The next step was to construct a temporary, more comfortable resting chamber. With a thought, metallic sand grains surged out once more. Under his delicate control, these grains adhered tightly to the alcove's rock walls and bottom, quickly constructing and solidifying. Soon, an egg-shaped hollow sandstone chamber, perfectly conforming to the alcove's shape, was formed. A passage allowing water flow with a simple filter structure was left on one side as an entryway. The inner walls of the chamber, polished by sand grains, were relatively smooth, isolating the cold lake water and most water pressure, forming a dry, quiet, stable, and private space. The chamber was shrouded in darkness and silence, with only his slightly heavy yet gradually steady breathing. He slowly sat cross-legged, leaning his back against the cool sand wall, slightly relaxing his tense nerves. The next phase was to gradually recover from his injuries and adjust his state. This lakebed might not be completely safe, only relatively more hidden for catching a breath. As for the ancient tablet just acquired, it couldn't be studied yet and had to wait until the competition ended to be examined in detail inside the Light God Court. For now, he remained within the competition grounds, with every move under the Seville Empire's official monitoring. 3 days slipped quietly by in absolute silence and darkness. In the lakebed sandstone chamber, Duke's aura had long shifted from initial chaos and weakness to a state of stability and restraint. The spring of life's life force, capable of reviving the dead, not only completely healed all his severe injuries, but also imbued his body with more vitality. This was the nourishing effect of the spring of life on both the body and spiritual power. It might not reflect numerically, but the potential impact was real. Duke planned to drink a little spring of life every day. As time went on, it would surely offer great benefits. The little snake he had seen before seemed to drink from the spring of life regularly, showing that even beings of such caliber consumed it, indicating the substantial advantages. Duke was currently in meditation, adjusting his state. In fact, his overall state had completely recovered. No longer affected by previous injuries. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and glanced upwards. Violent explosions and the muffled roar of water impact suddenly came from above the lake's surface. Even through tens of meters of lake water and the sandstone chamber, it was still clearly audible. Immediately, chaotic energy fluctuations penetrated the water, stirring the once tranquil undercurrents at the bottom of the lake. Just about 30 meters above the lake water, chaos reigned in the scene. 2 groups, one chasing and one escaping, had fought their way from the mountains all the way to the sky above the lake, now diving directly into the water. The pursuers seemed to be a team of 3, dressed in matching light gray sleek outfits, agile in movement and coordinating skillfully. Sharp metallic or wind element energy surrounded them, attacking ruthlessly, constantly firing energy arrows or compressed wind blades from various angles to block the escapees' paths. The ones being chased were 2 people, a man and a woman, both dressed in rather luxurious attire, but now badly damaged, their breaths feeble, clearly at the end of their strength. They maintained a fragile joint water blue shield, fighting and retreating in the lake water, trying to use the underwater environment to hinder the pursuit, while hiding towards deeper and more complex terrain at the bottom of the lake. The female wizard seemed adept at some water magical spells, manipulating the lake water to form vortices and undercurrents, causing trouble for the pursuers, but with limited effect. "Hand over the tide crystal, spare your lives," the leader among the pursuers shouted harshly, their voice distorted somewhat through the lake water, but filled with killing intent. "Dream on. We discovered this ourselves." The pursued warlock gritted his teeth in response, swinging out an ice spike with effort, only for it to be shattered easily by the opponents. The battle raged fiercely in the water, bubbles roiling, energy turbulence shooting everywhere, muddying the lake bottom, even scaring some fish and shrimp originally residing in rock crevices and water plants into a frenzy. The area they fought in happened to be just slantingly above the nook where Duke was hiding, and was slowly sinking, drawing closer to the rock wall at the lake bottom amidst the chasing and dodging. Duke frowned slightly, choosing this spot for quiet healing and keeping a low profile. Not to watch a show or get caught up in it. The conflict between these two groups had already disturbed his peace and could very well draw other troubles here. And these two groups themselves, as contestants able to delve into the relics area and survive till now, surely carried not a few accumulations. An instant decision formed in Duke's mind. In this contest, it was all about resource acquisition. The opponent was in a weakened state from battle, the perfect opportunity to strike. Thus, able to both eliminate threats and gain rewards. Duke stood up silently, his heart thought lightly moving, and the egg-like sandy stone chamber melted away like wax from inside, the sand grains retracting to form metal quicksand swirling around him. He himself slipped out of the nook quietly, like a fish blending into the darkness, attaching to the shadow above the nook entrance on a large lake stone. Above, the pursuing trio had already forced the man and woman to a relatively open sandy area near the rock wall at the bottom of the lake, less than 50 meters from where Duke was hiding. Their shield had shattered, leaving multiple wounds on them. Blood spreading in the water, defeat only a moment away. The leader of the pursuers revealed a sinister smile, a highly compressed, potent golden ball of light gathering in his hand, poised to deliver the final blow. The other two pursuers also blocked from the flanks to prevent any last-ditch struggles or escape techniques by the targets. Just as victory was about to be decided, countless dark golden metallic sand grains erupted without warning from the mud and weed shadows stirred by their fight at the bottom of the lake. These sand grains moved at an incredible speed, like venomous snakes lurking long, instantly splitting into three forces to twine around the ankles, wrists, and necks of the three pursuers respectively. The three pursuers were shocked and frightened, completely unprepared for a third party lurking at the lake bottom, attacking in such a bizarre and unpredictable manner. They instinctively activated their protective energy to shake off the sand grains, but those grains were exceptionally tough and had strong energy absorption properties, instantly breaking through their hastily erected defense, wrapping tightly around and causing them to pause, disrupting the flow of energy within them for a moment. Especially the leader, whose golden light ball in his hand almost lost control and backfired because of the disrupted magic power. It was exactly this momentary pause that caused a huge fire dragon tornado to appear instantly at the bottom of the lake, carrying the traits of a tearing storm and sweeping them up. This sudden fire dragon tornado was beyond everyone's expectation, especially underwater, where it's usually the most troublesome place to cast fire magic. But the opponent could still quickly cast such large-scale magic, which was quite shocking. Not only that, but there was a huge number of magical spells flying out like money, swiftly engulfing all three. A few minutes later, the light and muddy waves slowly subsided, leaving chaos at the lake bottom. The bodies of the three pursuers slowly sank, finally resting on the mud and sand at the lake bottom. The pair who were originally being pursued, the man and woman, had long been rendered dumbstruck by this sudden turn and Duke's ruthless, decisive, overwhelming power, curling up in a corner of the rock wall, not even daring to think of escaping, merely casting extreme fear-filled gazes at the gray-robed figure descending slowly amidst the murky water stream. Duke didn't spare a glance at the pair, that seemingly casually lowering left hand at his side. His index and middle fingers subtly pinched together, quietly lifting upwards. Two condensed, almost tangible but nearly silent light arrows, like snakes lurking in the dark water, shot out from the shadows beneath his fingertips. Their paths in the water were almost straight, moving so fast that they left only two faint golden lines on the retina, piercing precisely into the forehead of the male and female wizard. The duo didn't even have time to plead or negotiate, already at the end of their strength, entirely powerless to resist the strike. An extremely faint sound, like a bubble bursting. The warlock opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. The female wizard's eyes still retained remnants of a pleading look, but their gazes instantly froze, scattering, the weak magical power halo protecting them quietly extinguished, their bodies like puppets with cut strings, sliding slowly along the rock wall, ultimately sprawling in the mud and sand at the lake bottom, no different from the bodies of the three pursuers before. Duke knew these two posed the least threat, so he hadn't focused his efforts on them earlier. He concentrated all his firepower on dealing with the pursuers first, then turned to eliminate these two once done. The 5 corpses quickly disappeared, After all, they were merely a bunch of simulated data, not real bodies. Also, it spared him the task of searching the bodies, as resources from the dispatched opponents would automatically tally to one's own. Duke didn't yet know how much resources these individuals carried, only learning after completing the tally.